Chapter 456. The people who had rushed over quickly scattered, and after a while, all returned and reported the situation to Chiu Yimeng. No losses. Chiu Yimeng's expression was somewhat ugly, although the news of no losses was very gratifying. How that person had managed to sneak in was still a cause for concern. The possibility of a mole wasn't ruled out, but this possibility was very low. At least, from the look on Yang Kai's face, he didn't seem to suspect that someone was behind this. In other words, that person had just snuck into the pill room with his own ability. Considering all this, Chiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai's mansion was now filled with many masters, many of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The pill room security was of the utmost importance, yet that master had still almost succeeded. Just how strong was that person? But since he had already successfully infiltrated, why was his trail discovered by others? Chiu Yimeng couldn't understand. Ingjiu, did you see what that person looked like? Yang Kai frowned and asked, from the darkness. Ingjiu's voice called out, "No, I don't even know if he was a man or a woman, or what his cultivation was." Everyone couldn't help feeling horrified when it came to concealment and assassination. Ingjiu was an expert among experts. Even after exchanging a single blow with this person, he hadn't been able to learn anything. This person was really mysterious. However, in my opinion, this person's true cultivation shouldn't be very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not be able to withstand my shadow dancing strike. Ingjiu speculated. Although that person had successfully escaped, he had still been injured. The blood on the ground was obviously from him. Yang Kai gently nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, then he either used the power of an artifact or cultivated a special secret art. Interesting. Who was it that recruited such a master? This time, if he and Treasure Meng hadn't been vigilant at the same time, perhaps that person really would have succeeded. His purpose for sneaking into the pill room was obvious. He definitely wanted to harm the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. These people from Medicine King's Valley. If something really happened to them in Yang Kai's mansion, it would be a big problem. Junior brother Yang, there's nothing else. I'll go back first to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe's expression was calm, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of joy after nearly falling into a desperate situation. Yes, Yang Kai nodded slightly. After Qin Zhe left, Yang Kai coldly shouted, "Xiao Shun, subordinate is here." An Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "Subordinate is here?" The Yang family blood warrior was the one who had taken the initiative to join Yang Kai after his 8th brother Yang Quan had been eliminated. Under Yang Kai's care, he was fully healed in just 1 or 2 days. From now on, you will stay in the pill chamber. Xiao Shun sneered. Little Gongzi, don't worry as long as I, Xiao Shun, am alive. No one can get close to the alchemy room. Yang Kai gently nodded. His eyes were deep as he looked in the direction that the mysterious master had fled. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this group of people from the Medicine King's Valley still made his brothers wary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to deal with the people from the Medicine King's Valley. However, who was this person's subordinate? Wasn't he a little too bold? In the east, a ray of light shone, indicating that it was almost dawn. With such a thing happening, no matter who it was, they couldn't feel at ease. Chiu Yimeng immediately redeployed the entire mansion's defenses and began busying herself. Yang Kai stood in place, looking at the blood stain on the ground and recalling the scene he had just witnessed with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. He hadn't been able to see what cultivation this person had, nor could he tell whether they were a man or a woman. The secret art or artifact this mysterious master had relied on was really quite mysterious. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a cultivator from the Chiu family's Autumn Rain Hall hurrying over. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he cupped his fists and said, "Young Lord Kai, someone from the Yang family has arrived." "Someone from the Yang family?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "They have arrived at the main hall and are holding a Yang family elder's order, requesting young Lord Kai's presence. And I see," waving the man away. Yang Kai frowned for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. There's probably something we need to do today. Ha ha, there's finally movement. And after all these days, all I've done is cultivate. I've been bored to death. Yang Kai, this time, no matter what you're going to do, you have to take us with you." A group of young men and women were all rubbing their hands together in excitement, as if they wanted to see the world burn. "We'll talk about it later. I don't know the details yet. In any case, everyone should prepare yourselves first." Yang Kai smiled lightly, turned around, and walked towards the main hall. Chiu Meng hurried to catch up and asked suspiciously, "How did you know there would be movement?" Yang Kai chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, the family should want to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Since my 8th brother was eliminated, the remaining 6 of us have been biding our time to develop ourselves. It's been almost a month since then, so it's not good for us to continue like this. Do you think your Yang family will order you to take the initiative? It won't be such a cheap method. There must be some other way." Yang Kai frowned. He was also guessing what the family would do, but he didn't know. He could only wait until he saw the person who came. As they spoke, they arrived at the main hall. Inside the hall, a man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, waiting. Glancing around, Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Father?" 4th Master Yang turned around, and seeing his son stride over, he couldn't help smiling and nodding gently. Chiu Meng also performed quite well, gracefully bowing and saying, "Chiu family's Chiu Meng greets 4th Master Yang." Yang Ingfeng glanced at Chiu Meng meaningfully and smiled. "Young Lady Chiu, you're too polite. You've assisted Kai, so we're family." After a pause, he continued, "You've suffered under Kai, Uncle is too polite. Helping Yang Kai was niece's own initiative. I didn't suffer." Yang Ingfeng smiled happily. "Kai is still young. If he has offended you in any way, I hope eldest niece will forgive him. If you've suffered any grievances here, just tell me, and I'll sort them out. Many thanks, Uncle." Chiu Meng smiled sweetly. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle to support niece in the future." Saying so, Chiu Meng's beautiful eyes flashed as she glared at Yang Kai. It was clear that if he dared to bully her again, she would complain. Yang Kai listened to the old man and young woman inadvertently change the way they addressed each other, and his face couldn't help turning black. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "Father, why are you here?" "Pass down the family's orders." Speaking of business, Yang Yingfeng's expression became serious as he raised the Yang family elder token in his hand and quickly said, 2 hours later, 50 kilometers east of War City, near Pajing Lake, a batch of artifacts will appear. Those who intend to seize them should head there quickly." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened, and Chiu Meng's beautiful eyes also flashed. The most fundamental foundation of a cultivator's strength was their own cultivation. But in addition to this, they could also rely on external forces. There were only 3 kinds of external forces. The first was pills, the second was artifacts, and the third was secret arts that could enhance one's combat effectiveness. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about pills. With Xia Ning Chang and the group from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had the advantage over anyone else. Secret arts could only be discovered, not sought, so what Yang Kai cared about right now was artifacts. If a cultivator had a high-grade artifact, they could also enhance their combat effectiveness. In comparison, the improvement brought by artifacts was much more direct. It was much more effective and simpler. This was the current weakness of Yang Kai's mansion. Right now, all of the artifacts used by the cultivators of the various great forces in the mansion were brought by themselves. Each of them had, at most, one or two of these artifacts. If they could obtain more artifacts, the strength of the mansion would directly rise to a whole new level. Yang Kai and Xiao Meng glanced at each other and saw the interest in each other's hearts. I've already conveyed the order. Whether you go or not is up to you young people to decide. Yang Feng smiled slightly. Why wouldn't we go? Yang Kai raised his brow. Are these artifacts contributed by your family? Not only the Yang family, but the central capital's 8 great families also contributed. But our Yang family contributed the majority, while the other 7 families only contributed as a courtesy. How many? A full 1,000. Yang Feng raised one finger. Even though Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng's status wasn't low and their knowledge wasn't shallow, they still couldn't help feeling a little anxious. 1,000 artifacts. Currently, there were at most 300 people gathered in the mansion. If they could obtain all of these artifacts, it would be equivalent to each person receiving 3 or 4 artifacts. But this was definitely an unrealistic idea. 80% of them are Earth-grade artifacts, and the remaining 20% are mostly heaven-grade. There are even a few mysterious grade artifacts. Then, all the more reason to snatch them all. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The role of mysterious grade artifacts was simply too great. If one didn't try to snatch them, it would only benefit others. However, to be able to offer up 1,000 artifacts at once, the heritage of the central capital's 8 great families was truly extraordinary. Although most of these artifacts weren't high grade, the number was still frightening. Uncle, is there any other useful information? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile, apparently wanting to inquire about more information to gain the upper hand. For example, how would this batch of artifacts appear, and where exactly would they appear? If this information could be obtained, it would be of great use. No need to ask, since the family allowed my father to convey the order to me. Obviously, they will only tell him what he can reveal. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Yingfeng glanced over at his son and nodded. And what I know is all harmless information. The same goes for everyone else. You young people are all the same. How much you can obtain in the end will depend on your own methods. I was just asking casually. Qiu Yimeng didn't mind, pretending to be well-behaved in front of Yang Yingfeng for some unknown reason. Since that's the case, it's time to prepare. Yang Kai's face filled with a touch of elegance, a fire burning in his eyes, as he grinned meaningfully. Father, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few more days. Yang Kai suddenly turned to Yang Yingfeng. Fourth Master Yang shook his head. Your mother is worried about you. I have to go back and report to her about your situation. Then, Father, you can do as you please. Chapter 457. The news that 1,000 artifacts were about to appear soon spread throughout War City, causing an uproar. The 6 young lords all acted quickly, preparing to set out. Some busybodies even rushed to Peijing Lake 50 kilometers away, ready to watch the fun. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead as he looked at the group of noisy allies in front of him. Except for the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family, who remained silent, the others all expressed their desire for Yang Kai to take their people to participate in the battle. Even if the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family didn't speak, each of them had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. For a time, all of them were arguing endlessly, creating a lively mess. Qiu Yimeng didn't know what to do. Most of these people were Yang Kai's friends. Unlike the other young lords, those who went to help were the subordinates of those young lords and couldn't be casually ordered to do so. I don't care. In any case, this young lord must go this time. Damn it, how can such a big thing happen without my stars? The family young lord said with an attitude of, if you don't take me, I'll go by myself. Qiu Yimeng opened her mouth. She also wanted to go, but now Yang Kai was in a difficult position. As the second in command of the mansion, naturally she couldn't use her position for personal gain. So she could only wait for Yang Kai to speak. Looking at these enthusiastic allies, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling wryly. They didn't want to go because they were bored, nor because they were tempted by the 1,000 artifacts, but because Yang Kai had been providing them with pills for cultivation all this time. But they hadn't contributed at all. All of them felt a little apologetic, and now they finally had an opportunity to contribute. Who would be willing to give up? Let's draw lots. Yang Kai made the final decision, letting them continue arguing here without any results, so he decided to use the simplest method. The noise suddenly subsided, and everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them had expected him to use such a childish method to decide this matter. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. That's good, who goes and who stays. It's up to heavens. Han Xiaoqi smiled, and was the first to agree. Then let's draw lots. Fatty Dong also nodded. I have no objections. Stars chuckled. To show fairness, Yang Kai personally arranged it. Soon, the results were out. Of the 11 supporting families, the Hua clan, the Duanmu clan, the Dong clan, and the 10,000 Flower Palace were among them. The Reflecting Moon sect and Tianyuan City followed Yang Kai, while the rest stayed behind to guard the mansion. Just in case. Do you have any objections? Yang Kai looked around. Good, I'll stay and look after the house. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Then let's go. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he waved his hand. He led the way, and the other 6 forces hurriedly followed. Of these 6 forces, with the exception of the Hua family, who only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, each of the other forces had at least 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, including 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The remaining levels were unevenly distributed, but none of them were too weak. In total, there were nearly 30 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and more than 100 Yuan Qi cultivators, making for a spectacular scene. About a kilometer away from Yang Kai's mansion, there was an inn. At this moment, in the lobby of the inn, a man and 2 women were eating. All 3 of them were very young, and one of them was even a pair of twins. The twins were wearing light blue dresses. They were elegant and refined, and their appearances were enchanting and charming. Their waists were graceful, their breasts were tall and straight, and their skin was white. As they sat there, they attracted the attention of passers-by and guests in the inn. They were greatly moved. Beautiful women were rare, and beautiful twins were even rarer. Of the twin sisters, one had a helpless expression on her face while the other looked indifferent, but there was still a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment between her eyebrows. As for the man, he smiled bitterly again and again. While sighing and drinking his wine, he said, I say, big sister, we've been here for more than a month. Do you want to go in or not? One of the sisters also nodded. That's right. Big sister, we can't always live in this inn. Since we're here, why don't we go find him? Why would we want to find him? The other person angrily said, We're not looking for him. We just came out to have fun. I know. The man continued, It's just that War City is in chaos now. And you 2 sisters are living here. Showing your face in public will sooner or later attract attention. Haven't you noticed that there have been more people observing you these past few days? We still won't go, the charming woman coldly snorted. If you want to go, you can go by yourselves. I'll just hide in my room and not come out. The man shook his head slightly. Isn't he just hiding his true identity? Besides, this isn't his original intention. The Yang family's young lords don't talk about these things when they're outside. Why do you care so much? The woman pouted her dark red lips, unable to say anything. Just as they were talking, a large group of people suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's house, led by Yang Kai. This group of more than 100 people rose into the air and flew off towards the east. Looking at the figure of this man, the beautiful eyes of the 2 women lit up slightly before immediately dimming. There's movement. The man's expression became solemn. Yang Kai suddenly bringing so many people out obviously meant that he had something important to do. Turning to the two sisters, he quickly said, "I'm going to follow them. Do you want to come with me?" "Big sister, I want to go." One of them quickly said, You what? If you don't follow them, it'll be too late. Let's go." The man didn't give them a chance to explain and quickly rushed out. The two sisters glanced at each other and no longer hesitated, quickly following. Just as they left War City, a group of people appeared from Yang Kai's flank. The two sides glanced at each other and suddenly became tense. It was Yang Zhao's people. Although a month ago, Yang Kai's forces had surpassed Yang Kai's for a short period of time, as time passed, Yang Zhao had gathered more and more support. So this time, the number of people he had brought with him was no less than Yang Kai's, and many of them were even more powerful. The distance between the two sides was less than 300 meters, and they advanced side by side. No one was willing to be left behind. Ninth brother. Good movement skills. Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled. No wonder third brother was snatched away by you. Second brother is too polite. Yang Kai also smiled slightly. This time, second brother won't let you win anytime. If second brother wants to fight, ninth brother can play with you right now. The smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened slightly. Yang Kai's aggressive momentum made him a little uncomfortable, but after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "Let's get down to business first. There will be plenty of opportunities." And Yang Kai didn't continue to provoke him. While the two brothers were talking, suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind, and a figure leapt past the crowd, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Zhao, both of them couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared at this man's back. "Lu Qingyao," Stars exclaimed, grinding his teeth. "That bastard is too arrogant." His voice was filled with anger. However, he was also somewhat helpless. There was no way he could compare with Stars. Lu Qingyao was indeed better. However, he had directly leapt over the heads of the two groups of people, flying away without even glancing back, obviously confident in his ability, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Hearing Star's exclamation, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had only ever heard of Lu Qinyao's name, but had never seen him in person. After the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai also knew that Lu Qinyao had been observing the situation in War City and hadn't pledged allegiance to any of the Yang family young lords. He also hadn't made any trouble for any of the Yang family young lords. Obviously, in his opinion, no one was worthy of him working for. It turned out that this person was Lu Qinyao. Sure enough, he had the capital to be proud of himself. Yang Zhao couldn't help snorting. "Ninth brother, this is my Yang family stage. How can we let others steal the limelight?" Kai Yang understood and smiled. "That's what I was thinking." The smiles on the two men's faces converged, and almost at the same time increased their speed, shooting off into the distance like a meteor. The two groups of people behind them, no matter who they were, couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Zhao had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage a few days ago, and although he hadn't consolidated his cultivation yet, he had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Only a first stage cultivator, yet he was able to display such speed, even faster than Lu Qinyao, who had just left. Naturally, everyone was amazed. What was even more surprising was that Yang Kai, a trivial Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, wasn't any slower than Yang Zhao. His movement skill was so fast that it was as if he was riding the wind, seemingly effortless. The direct descendants of the Yang family really were all monsters. Everyone secretly shook their heads. As he rushed forward, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel amazed by Yang Kai's speed. It was because he had used the secret technique that he was able to achieve his current speed, but it also consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi. In other words, he couldn't maintain his current speed for a long time. At most, he could only maintain it for a stick of incense worth of time before he had to stop and rest. Otherwise, he would only run slower and slower. But ninth brother didn't seem to be the case. He neither used a secret technique nor an artifact. His speed seemed to be his own, as if he only needed to circulate his yuan qi to achieve it. For a time, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit unconvinced, quickly increasing his speed by another notch. But just as he was half a step away, Yang Kai caught up again and said with a light expression, "Second brother, this is very tiring." Yang Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Let's catch up with Lu Qingyao first." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "The Yang family's limelight is mine, second brother. If you can't do it, you can take a break." As soon as he spoke these words, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of heat hit him from the side. Yang Kai's whole body seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire, burning fiercely as he rushed forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Lu Qingyao in front of him, leaving a gust of wind behind him that cut across Yang Zhao's face like a knife. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "I am the second brother. How can I not do it?" A halo of light bloomed and wrapped around Yang Zhao's body, pushing his speed to the limit as he followed Lu Qingyao like a shadow. Seemingly aware that there were two people chasing after him, Lu Qingyao couldn't help glancing back, but before he could even focus, a fiery red figure rushed past him, causing his yuan qi to fluctuate wildly. "HM?" Lu Qingyao was surprised and couldn't help muttering, "Such pure yuan qi." Chapter 458. Looking at the backs of these two, Lu Qingyao's brow wrinkled slightly, a look of disdain appearing on his face as he slowly shook his head. Relying on external forces isn't enough. Even as he spoke, his speed suddenly increased. Clearly, he was unwilling to fall behind the others. 50 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the three arrived at Pijing Lake one after another. Yang Kai landed on the east side, Yang Zhao on the west, and Lu Qingyao in the middle. Only now did Yang Kai have time to take a good look at this legendary first young lord of the central capital, dressed in blue robes. This young man was neither luxurious nor vulgar. He wasn't very old, only about 26 or 27 years old. His figure was like a sword, not particularly burly, but his body contained a strength that no one could ignore. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything, but his eyes revealed an insufferably domineering aura. This kind of arrogance wasn't a deliberate display of arrogance, but rather the natural demeanor of a master who had been at the top of the world for many years. It was as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the common people. "He's not a soft persimmon." After a brief moment of observation, Yang Kai understood. Although this young man's cultivation was only at the immortal ascension boundary third stage, he was certainly not someone an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator could compare to. His true strength could only be determined when they fought. Remembering the bold words this young man had said before, Yang Kai smiled lightly. This subtle action attracted Lu Qingyao's attention, his pair of dull but extremely bright eyes suddenly locking onto Yang Kai, his divine sense sweeping towards him unscrupulously. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help wrinkling. His expression was somewhat displeased. Although the other party's actions couldn't pose any threat to him, and could even be said to be harmless, so blatantly using one's divine sense to spy on others was an unspoken taboo. It was very likely to cause unnecessary disputes and fights. Therefore, most people wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Qingyao doing this was simply because he didn't care much about Yang Kai. Sure enough, after his divine sense swept over him, Lu Qingyao no longer paid any attention to him and simply stood there quietly, extremely conspicuous. No one knew why he had come this time. A group of people had already arrived at the shore of Pijing Lake ahead of time after seeing Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. This man just nodded lightly before turning his attention to Lu Qingyao. His eyes couldn't help trembling slightly as his yuan qi fluctuated slightly. It was rumored that after Yang Wei returned to the central capital, he had a great battle with Lu Qingyao, but no one knew the final result of that battle. Now, the two sides met again. Naturally, there would be some sparks. Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage. Eldest young master's cultivation speed is really fast. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing, Yao actually took the initiative to greet Yang Wei. Thanks to young Master Lu, I learned a lot from that battle. Yang Wei's expression was indifferent. Lu Qing Yao nodded lightly and said in a flat tone, "If you want to comprehend more, you'll need to learn more. This Lu is always waiting for you." Yang Kai and Yang Zhao's expressions suddenly became strange, glancing at each other from a distance, both of them seeing the deep meaning in each other's eyes. These two hadn't exchanged many words, but the meaning behind their words was intriguing. It seemed that the rumors were true. Yang Wei had been defeated in his battle with Lu Qing Yao, and it was very likely that he had been defeated miserably. Otherwise, why would Lu Qing Yao say such a thing? Lu Qing Yao's arrogance didn't make Yang Wei angry. His expression didn't change in the slightest as he nodded. "I will go. I hope young Master Lu won't be too surprised when the time comes." Lu Qing Yao slowly shook his head. "I won't be surprised because you're not my opponent." As soon as this sentence came out, the allies behind Yang Wei suddenly felt indignant, all of them glaring angrily at Lu Qing Yao, belittling the Yang family in front of them. Yang Wei's allies naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Wei still didn't show any signs of anger, simply raising his hand to stop the restlessness of the people around him, loudly declaring, "I'm not your opponent now, but that doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Just because I won't be your opponent in the future doesn't mean no one in my Yang family can. Young Master Lu, I may not be the strongest of the Yang family's younger generation, but I know you are the strongest of the Lu family. Your Lu family's limit is yours, but my Yang family's limit is still unknown." Lu Qing Yao finally showed a look of interest among the Yang family's younger generation. "Is there someone stronger than you?" After a pause, his eyes suddenly turned to Yang Zhao. "Is it second young master?" Hey. Yang Zhao couldn't help smiling bitterly. Young Master Lu must be joking compared to eldest brother. This little brother is no match for him. "You can talk among yourselves. Don't count me in." Lu Qing Yao chuckled. "If it's not second young master, who else could it be? In your Yang family's younger generation, only you and second young master are strong. The others," slowly shaking his head, Lu Qing Yao glanced over at Yang Kai, but didn't pay him any mind. Yang Wei, who had always been meticulous and aloof, suddenly burst into laughter. "Young Master Lu, since you can't see through him, it means you really aren't his opponent." Lu Qing Yao's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Wei, not understanding why he was so sure, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of anyone in the Yang family who could beat him. If there really was such a person, and he couldn't see through him, it meant that this person was truly terrifying. Being able to deceive his eyes was already a big win. "Eldest young master, I hope what you said is true," Lu Qing Yao quickly said. "You just wait and see." Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kai had been watching with cold eyes and didn't interrupt, but he felt that Yang Wei's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards him a few times. What did eldest brother see? Yang Kai secretly wondered. After waiting for a while, his stars arrived with a large number of people, and at the same time, Yang Zhao's people also gathered around him. When these people arrived, Yang Zhao obviously breathed a sigh of relief and secretly lowered his guard. Just now, he was obviously worried that Yang Wei would take advantage of him being alone to attack him. Although he had a blood warrior guarding him, coming here so hastily was still somewhat dangerous. As the sun rose, more and more people gathered around Pijing Lake. Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also arrived one after another. After such a long period of preparation and recruitment, it was now possible to distinguish how much support the six brothers had at a glance. The first three had brought more or less the same number of people, and even if there were some differences in strength, it wasn't too obvious. but the three who came later were undoubtedly weaker. Even if these three had a disciple from one of the 8 great families as an ally, their personal charisma and connections were lacking, so it was difficult for them to gather too much support. When they noticed this, the faces of Yang Kang and the others suddenly became ugly, because even Yang Kai, who everyone thought wouldn't survive the first night, was now ahead of them. If this continued, the situation would only get worse and worse. The three of them all secretly thought that after returning this time, they would have to strengthen the pace of their recruitment. At the very least, they couldn't allow Yang Kai to take the lead. Not only had the 6 Yang family brothers gathered around Pijing Lake, but the other cultivators who had followed them out of War City had also formed a large circle around the lake. However, these people were very self-aware, and all stayed 3 kilometers away from Pijing Lake, only watching from a distance. No one was willing to play around with their lives. With so many masters gathered together, once they were caught up in this mess, they would likely die without even knowing how they died. The pair of beautiful sisters who had been in the inn's lobby earlier were also among them, staring in Yang Kai's direction. After not seeing him for a few months, this young man had become a lot stronger. Perhaps it was because of the change in his identity, but now he was more attractive and aggressive than before. One of the 2 sisters' eyes flashed a strange light. Her face filled with an enchanting charm as she stared towards Yang Kai's direction. This kind of mood also indirectly affected the other, causing her heart to beat faster. Gritting her teeth, she took a deep breath, her chest heaving up and down as she helplessly smiled. This was really a sin. After cultivating that divine secret art, the 2 sisters had gradually become one, and because of her younger sister's preferences, she had also gradually been influenced. From time to time, she would think of that man's figure, but she was too embarrassed to show it in front of her younger sister, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. This time, she had obviously arrived in War City a long time ago, but she couldn't summon up the courage to see him, so she had been hiding in a kilometer away from his mansion, often looking out the window to see if he would ever leave the compound. But after waiting for so long, he still hadn't appeared. Today, she had finally managed to see him, but she had almost missed this opportunity because of her attitude. Thinking about how she didn't mean what she said, the woman couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. She was like her younger sister. Her preferences were written all over her face. There was no need to hide them. "Hey, aren't you going to help him?" the man from before asked, with a chuckle. "Help what? There's only 3 of us. What kind of role can we play in such a big scene?" "Ha! That's why only women and villains are difficult to deal with. I shouldn't have come with you." The man was depressed. If he had known that such a big scene would occur, he would have brought everyone from the inn with him. Now, there were only 3 people, and all of them were Yuan Qi cultivators, so they really couldn't play much of a role. Time passed slowly, and everyone was secretly waiting for that batch of artifacts to appear, all of them trying to guess how the Yang family would arrange for 1,000 artifacts to appear here. Yang Kai was also secretly observing his surroundings, using his powerful divine sense to constantly check his surroundings for any signs of movement. Among the crowd of spectators, there were many hidden masters. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. These masters weren't here to watch the fun, but rather the masters from the 8 great families who were observing the situation. At the bottom of Pijing Lake, there were also some subtle energy fluctuations. These subtle fluctuations were so subtle that even Yang Kai found it difficult to detect them, let alone the others. It seemed that some of the artifacts had been arranged at the bottom of the lake and were only waiting for the right time to appear. R.S. Chapter 4:59. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't make any movements, simply understanding what was going on. The agreed time soon arrived, and everyone gathered around Pijing Lake couldn't help secretly condensing their strength, preparing to act at any time. Their eyes and ears were alert. Not only looking for the location where the artifacts would appear, they were also vigilant against the enemy's movements. Snatching artifacts was bound to result in a fight. The Yang family wanted to use this method to stimulate the progress of the inheritance war. Unlike Yang Kai, the other 5 Yang family young lords also cast their eyes towards Pajing Lake from time to time based on their own guesses, listing it as a key area to be guarded, occasionally whispering to the blood warriors guarding nearby to ask for advice. The atmosphere became more and more tense. All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the bottom of Pajing Lake, and a strong energy fluctuation burst out. Visible to the naked eye, under the clear lake, bright patterns flashed one after another, converging to form a mysterious formation that covered the entire bottom of the lake. The surrounding world energy suddenly stagnated. "It's here!" Countless exclamations came from the crowd, all of them craning their necks towards Pajing Lake. Asterisk, shio, shio, shio. Asterisk one after another. Rays of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of Pajing Lake and shot straight into the sky. Wrapped in these rays of light were a series of various-looking and colorful artifacts, causing everyone's greed to rise. In an instant, nearly 100 rays of light flew up into the sky, bringing with them droplets of water that poured down like a torrential downpour. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into these 100 rays of light, their gazes burning hot. Rushing up to a height of about 300 meters, the 100 rays of light slowly came to a stop, accompanied by a loud explosion. They scattered in all directions at the speed of a meteor. "Young Lord Kai." Huixing turned to look at Yang Kai and urged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded gently. The next moment, back in the camp, 50% of the people in the camp flew out and grabbed the nearest artifact, each of them using their own methods. In the midst of their laughter and joy, these people grabbed one artifact after another. None of the leaders of the younger generation moved, nor did most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Those who rushed out were all cultivators below the Yuan Qi Boundary and Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. It was not only Yang Kai's situation, but also the other people's situation, because everyone knew that the grade of the first batch of artifacts that appeared would definitely not be too high, so it was naturally not worth it to lose their footing for these artifacts. Moreover, because this first batch of artifacts had spread out in all directions, it was tantamount to delivering them to their doorstep, so they wouldn't encounter any resistance from their enemies. Naturally, there was no reason for them to rush to snatch them. On the other hand, those who were watching the show all had burning gazes. He continuously swallowed his saliva, since they had come to watch the show. The strength of these people was definitely not too high. Seeing so many artifacts appear at the same time, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. The 6 brothers had brought a total of nearly 800 people, even if only half of them were mobilized. 100 artifacts that seemed like a lot were actually in short supply when they were distributed among the masses. None of the secret treasures flew out of Pajing Lake. They were all intercepted by the cultivator halfway through, after the cultivator who had obtained the artifacts returned to the camp. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. The first batch of artifacts was almost evenly divided between the 6 parties, so no decent battles broke out. The number of artifacts each party obtained was basically the same. They're all Earth-grade, low-rank artifacts. Huistars glanced at the artifacts that had been taken back and couldn't help curling his lips, muttering, "The 8 great families are really stingy." Han Shaoqi's expression was indifferent as she brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "Young Lord Hua, you come from a super family, so you don't understand the hardships of a lower-level cultivator. These artifacts may be nothing to you, but for others, they can greatly enhance their strength." Huistars grinned meaningfully. "Beauty, you're being too polite. Although I am from the Hua family, we are also allies. This issue is worth discussing. When this matter is over, let's have a good chat." Han Shaoqi suddenly fell silent and shot a pleading look towards Yang Kai, hoping he would say something to stop Stars from harassing her. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of Pajing Lake. The shining lines still continued to emit a brilliant light, illuminating the bottom of Pajing Lake. Almost at the same time Star's voice fell, nearly 100 rays of light shot out from the bottom of the lake. Stars glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing his expression remain unchanged, he quickly shouted, "Snatch!" The group of people who had just obtained a harvest once again flew away. "Be careful!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of snatching artifacts, so some of them didn't quite understand why he had said this. But after seeing the trajectory of these artifacts, they immediately became vigilant. The second batch of artifacts was not the same as the previous batch. Instead of radiating outwards, they all gathered in a dense cluster above the center of Pajing Lake. Everyone's yuan qi condensed, their strength surging, their martial skills and artifacts blossoming, and the 6 groups instantly rushed together. A great battle broke out instantly. Of the 6 groups, almost 400 people had gathered together. And although 90% of them were yuan qi cultivators, there were also some immortal ascension boundary cultivators. With so many people gathered above the center of Pajing Lake, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Someone with quick reflexes managed to snatch an artifact, but in the next moment, he was targeted by 4 or 5 enemies. While the artifact was still warm in his hands, he was struck down by his enemies, his tattered corpse falling from the sky, his blood staining the clear lake water red. Among the crowd of spectators, there was a burst of exclamations and shouts. This kind of melee was what these idle people loved to see. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 20 people had died one after another, and the number of casualties was still increasing. Almost all the forces had been affected, and every leader of the younger generation had an ugly expression on their faces, gritting their teeth, wishing they could immediately rush up to help. But the 6 Yang family young lords had not issued any orders, so even if they were filled with righteous indignation, they could only bide their time. Everyone knew that this was just an appetizer. At this time, if they were to panic, they would forever be in a passive position. Gradually, the hundreds of artifacts had their owners, but those who held them had become the target of public criticism. Each of the allies protected their own people, fighting and retreating, leaving behind a trail of corpses falling from the sky. Some of the smarter ones, the moment they obtained an artifact, used all their strength to throw it to their own side, then turn around and snatch the artifacts of others. The melee gradually subsided, and the people of the 6 groups gradually distanced themselves from each other, retreating vigilantly. Both of them had their gains and losses. At one point, Pajing Lake's water was dyed red, and nearly 50 corpses were floating on its surface. Your Yang family's methods are really brilliant. Dong Dong took a deep breath as he watched the tragedy in front of him and slowly shook his head. For more than a month, there had been no fighting, only peace, but because of a single order from the Yang family elder, this calm atmosphere had been broken, forcing the 6 parties to attack each other. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Huixing sneered. The Yang family has already seen through this. It's too tragic, Chen Shu sighed. This was the first time he had participated in this kind of battle since arriving in War City. Seeing that nearly 50 people had died in just half a cup of tea's worth of time, his reflecting moon sect had also suffered losses. Naturally, he couldn't help feeling distressed. It's too simple. Yang Kai's eyes flashed deeply as he suddenly said, "Simple." Lu Fei-sheng looked at him in amazement, the others also wearing suspicious expressions. Yang Kai didn't respond, simply raising his head and staring in the direction of Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. He found that the 2 of them were also frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, both Yang Wei and Yang Zhao turned to look at him. Exchanging glances, Yang Kai knew that they also had doubts in their hearts. If the process of snatching artifacts this time was really like this, then it was simply too simple. The Yang family couldn't possibly do such a thing. The Yang family's elders were currently hoping for as many people to die as possible. So how could they allow 1,000 artifacts to appear in such a manner? If things continued like this, as long as the six parties reached a consensus, they could peacefully divide up this batch of artifacts. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao had all thought of this, so no matter who it was, all three of them were considering what would happen next. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Blind bravery without strategy was not enough to accomplish anything. Because so many people had died, the atmosphere in the six camps was somewhat tense, each of them coldly glaring at each other, waiting for the next confrontation to settle old and new grudges. The grade of this batch is slightly higher, but it's still not very good. Huixing examined the artifacts that had been snatched back and shook his head. In the eyes of the Hu family young lord, besides heaven grade and mysterious grade artifacts, all other artifacts were garbage. Even if they were heaven grade, they had to be at least heaven grade mid-rank in order to enter his eyes. The next batch, we won't snatch them. Yang Kai suddenly said. What? Huixing was stunned. Won't snatch them? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Speak a little louder. They all heard you. Huixing couldn't help lowering his voice. Why won't we snatch them? If you don't snatch them, it will only benefit others. Not only was Huixing puzzled, even the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were suspicious. In the previous confrontation, 10,000 Flower Palace had also lost a female disciple. So all of them were filled with anger and were preparing to take revenge. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly saying he wouldn't snatch these artifacts was naturally a bit difficult for them to understand. Let's wait and see. Yang Kai shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, the next batch of artifacts should be Earth grade top rank. If we don't snatch them, our losses won't be great, but if we do, I'm afraid there will be more variables. Listening to him say this, although everyone still had some doubts, they didn't say anything more. They just secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too cautious. RS. Chapter 460. After waiting for a while, the spirit array at the bottom of the lake lit up again, and the crimson water became somewhat gloomy, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. With the previous two experiences, everyone knew that the third batch of artifacts was about to appear. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle, each of them searching for a good angle and position, waiting for the show to begin. Yang Kai's people received his order, and although some of them stared at the bottom of the lake with some envy, they didn't have any ideas. On the other hand, Yang Kong and the others were all rubbing their hands, ready to go all out. Asterisk, shio, shio, shio. Asterisk, 100 rays of light shot out again, and another 100 artifacts appeared. Go, kill whoever dares to snatch them. Yang Kong shouted, and the people around him quickly moved out. At the same time, Yang Shen and Yang Ying also issued the same order, each of them wearing a fierce expression, as if they couldn't live under the same sky as everyone here. However, when these three parties rushed out, everyone was surprised to find that there were still two groups that hadn't moved. On one side was Yang Kai, and on the other side was Yang Wei. The oldest and youngest brothers seemed to be satisfied with the harvest they had just obtained. They didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to fight over the treasures. What's going on? Why aren't those two moving? The onlookers shouted. A six-sided melee was only interesting. Now that two parties were missing, it would definitely not be as lively. Don't tell me you're scared? Why would they participate in the inheritance war if they don't have the courage? Hurry up, what are you standing there for? A bunch of stupid pigs. Father here is anxious to death. Such a good opportunity. How can we not grasp it? If it weren't for Father's sect being so bad, he could have taken refuge with a young lord and snatched those artifacts today. Shouting and shouting filled the air, causing Yang Kai to stare at Yang Wei in amazement. It was rare to see Yang Wei smile at him, as if he had seen through his intentions. "Come back." The next moment, Yang Xiao's brow furrowed. Suddenly, Yang Kai shouted to his allies. The cultivator, who was excited and ready to show off his strength, had already rushed halfway and was just about to snatch some of the artifacts. Now that they heard Yang Xiao's order, how could they respond? Some people reacted quickly and immediately retreated to Yang Xiao's side, but others were unwilling to give up on this opportunity and, with greedy expressions, reached out to grab the artifacts in front of them, as if this had caused an incredible reaction. The moment the cultivators snatched the artifacts, a chaotic energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the center of Pajing Lake. Hong long long, xiu xiu xiu. Kacha flames flickered, lightning and thunder roared, and ice and snow covered the ground. Streaks of astonishing sword light erupted, and sharp and abrupt icicles appeared strangely. Golden threads danced in the air, as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of destroying anything in their path. With the 100 artifacts as the center, a vast number of attacks shot out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers were still shouting. They didn't know why Yang Kai and Yang Wei didn't do anything. The cultivator, who was trying to snatch the artifacts, had been on guard against others. So when these attacks broke out, the shouting stopped abruptly, and the cultivator was caught off guard. Most of these cultivators were Yuan Qi cultivators and had never expected such a disaster to befall them. To be honest, these attacks were extremely chaotic, and each one wasn't very strong. But what made these cultivators vomit blood was that these countless attacks had burst out together. Sand accumulates to a tower, water droplets to a river. How could these Yuan Qi cultivators resist? In the blink of an eye, the cultivator gathered in the center of the lake was swept away, broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere, and blood sprinkling down like rain. Suddenly, a 200-meter wide vacuum appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by an invisible black hole. The cultivator, who was a little further away, fled in panic, not daring to stay in the same place. He turned his head to look back and saw the miserable scene. His face was full of horror, and his eyes were filled with horror and relief. The scene was quiet. Only the splashing sound of the bodies falling into the lake could be heard, which was extremely harsh. How insidious! Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice. The sudden burst of energy wasn't the result of the attacks from the cultivators who were trying to snatch the treasures, but rather the result of the hundreds of artifacts. This third batch of artifacts had obviously been tampered with long ago. They were injected with Yuan Qi by the strong cultivators in advance. When someone grabbed them, the energy contained in the artifacts would be activated, catching the cultivator off guard. This was a trap. It was a trap set by the Yang family for the cultivator, who was trying to snatch the artifacts this time. The appearance of the first 2 batches of artifacts had lowered the cultivator's vigilance, and the third batch had killed them. If our people had rushed over just now— Su Xiaoyu's face was a little pale. She had seen people die before. When she was in that isolated world, she had personally killed people. Just now, she had witnessed nearly 50 cultivators' deaths in a battle for artifacts. However, the scene of dozens of people dying in an instant was still terrifying to her. Young Lord Kai, my admiration for you has reached the depths of my soul. Huastar's face twitched. Just now, when Yang Kai had ordered them not to snatch the next batch of artifacts, Huastar's had thought he was being too cautious, but now it seemed that he was clearly aware of something. If their people had rushed over just now, they would have suffered heavy losses. Realizing this, how could Huastar's not admire him? Not only him, but everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with a look of respect. Eldest young lord, how did you know? On the other side, the Meng family's Meng Shanyi's expression changed slightly as he whispered to Yang Wei. Yang Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know, but as long as ninth brother doesn't move, we won't move. You mean you just saw Yang Kai? And Yang Wei nodded. Ninth brother is cautious by nature. It's all thanks to him. Otherwise, Meng Shani took a deep breath, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at the other Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao's face filled with both relief and fear. Just now, his order had been delivered in time, so his side had only lost 3 cultivators, while Yang Kong and the other Yang family young lords' expressions were extremely ugly. Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying's people had suffered the most. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, each one of them had rushed over faster than the last, so almost all of the attacks from the epicenter had been borne by their people. Each of them had lost more than a dozen people and suffered countless injuries, many of whom were immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Yang Kai and Yang Wei's shrewdness only made them more incompetent. This made them feel a little ashamed and angry. The hundreds of artifacts floating in the sky seemed to have erupted with all their power at that moment, causing their light to dim. When the cultivator who had come to snatch them retreated, all of them fell towards the lake's surface. However, after suffering a big loss just now, no one dared to approach these artifacts rashly. It's time to grab them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "What are you waiting for?" Huixing shouted. Immediately, nearly 100 people from Yang Kai's camp rushed out, leaving behind only the leaders of the younger generation and a few immortal ascension boundary cultivators. At the same time, Yang Wei also seemed to have issued an order, seemingly making up his mind to act together with Yang Kai. The cultivator from the other camps flying above Pijing Lake had seen the actions of these 2 groups, but at this moment, they were still in a state of shock. Without any orders from their young lords, none of them dared to act rashly. Yang Kong and the other young lords struggled and hesitated for a while, not daring to rush into action. Before the artifacts could fall into the lake, they were quickly divided up by the cultivator who rushed up, and no more terrifying and sudden attacks appeared. Surprisingly, the 2 sides who had reaped a great harvest and returned in triumph didn't break out into a fight. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong and the others felt their intestines turn green with regret. Yang Zhao's expression was also not very good. If he hadn't had so many scruples, he would have been able to get a share of the spoils right now. Young Lord Kai, 54 artifacts. Huixing counted the number and excitedly reported, and all of them are Earth grade high rank. Yang Kai nodded gently, glancing over at Yang Wei's side and saying, "Big brother's people, don't clash with them in the future." Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Just now, Yang Kai had clearly seen that when they were snatching artifacts, several people on his side had attacked Yang Wei's allies, but those people had only defended and hadn't fought back. It seemed that Yang Wei had given them some kind of order. It was for this reason that he had managed to snatch a few more artifacts. It seemed that his big brother intended to form an alliance with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such goodwill. "Young Lord Kai, what should we do next? Should we just wait and see?" the Hu family young lord asked with a smile. Yang Kai shook his head. "They're not fools. That kind of good thing just happened once. The next batch will still be snatched, but what you will face is not only the attacks of the enemy, but also the attacks of the secret treasures. Be careful if you have defensive martial skills and secret treasures. Use them all, don't die too quickly." Everyone nodded. The reason why the first batch of artifacts had been able to kill so many people was entirely because everyone had been vigilant against the enemy. None of them had expected that these artifacts would be tampered with, so being caught off guard by so many attacks was something even immortal ascension boundary masters couldn't handle. This was only the 3rd batch of artifacts, but there were already hundreds of corpses in Pijing Lake. Once all 1,000 artifacts appeared, how many people would die? Thinking so, whether it was the onlookers or the cultivator involved, all of them couldn't help shuddering. The Yang family and the other 7 great families had really been too vicious this time. "Young Lord Kai, what should we do about these artifacts? There are too many of them." Huixing asked with a grin. Anyone could see the pride in his smile. The 5 Duanmu family seniors will take care of them. Yang Kai frowned. The number of artifacts they had snatched would only increase. These artifacts were of different shapes, sizes, and sizes. The small ones were only the size of earrings, while the big ones were the size of machetes and javelins. It was definitely unrealistic to carry them on one's body, so there must be someone to take care of them. For this reason, it was inevitable that a group of masters would be dispatched. Yang Kai estimated that everyone else would have to do the same. Chapter 461. 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators were assigned to guard the artifacts. Only with this kind of strength and quantity could they deter the enemy, but in this way, the number of masters available would be reduced by 5. However, the appearance of the 3rd batch of artifacts had disrupted the balance between the 6 camps. If Yang Kong and the others didn't handle the current situation well, they would only become more and more passive, and their harvest would become less and less. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about how to maximize his advantage. Not long after, the 4th batch of artifacts appeared once again. Nothing new, still appearing from the bottom of the lake, but this time, everyone was more cautious. Although they were all charging forward, they weren't completely defenseless. Not only did they have to guard against the enemy's attacks, but they also had to guard against the energy fluctuations of these artifacts. The slightest carelessness could lead to their souls being destroyed. So how could they afford to be careless? When the cultivator from the 6 camps rushed to the center of the lake, all of them suddenly stopped. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crabs, all of them waiting for the others to act first so that the energy fluctuations of these artifacts could be stimulated. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. The artifacts were densely suspended midair, while the cultivators stood around vigilantly, sizing each other up. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had expected the situation to occur, he didn't have a good way to deal with it. Now, whoever acted first would suffer a loss, but continuing this stalemate wasn't a solution. The 5th batch of artifacts would appear soon, so if they didn't eat this batch now and waited until the 5th batch appeared, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kong sneered. Do you really think I'm a fool? Whoever wants to take it can take it. Let's see if you can take it back. But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from the dense array of artifacts. Soul skill. The sudden appearance of this soul skill instantly broke the stalemate. The energy fluctuations of these artifacts were stimulated one after another, and a series of strong and weak attacks suddenly struck the surrounding area, causing everyone to panic. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Lu Qingyao. His brow furrowed. That soul skill just now was unleashed by this person. So why was Lu Qingyao here? No one knew that so far. He had not taken refuge with any of the Yang family young lords. He didn't deliberately make friends with anyone, and usually just stayed in War City, but this time he had quietly run over to Pajing Lake. No one could guess his intentions. It was obviously not a good sign to break this stalemate. Fortunately, this time, everyone was prepared. When those artifacts came crashing down, everyone was vigilant. The grade of these artifacts wasn't too high. Even if the masters poured their true qi into them, they wouldn't be able to display much of their destructive power. Such a scattered attack. It was easy for the cultivator to deal with it if they worked together. After blocking all the attacks, the cultivators once again fell into a scrambling situation. Yang Kai's people received orders and didn't try to embarrass Yang Wei's people. Similarly, they did the same. They also did not attack the people on this side. It was as if the two sides had agreed to coexist peacefully. After the deadlock was broken, the 4th batch of artifacts was divided up. Without giving anyone any time to breathe, the 5th batch of artifacts appeared again. What was surprising, though, was that this batch of artifacts did not appear from the bottom of the lake. Instead, they appeared out of thin air. Mysterious golden lines flashed in the air, converging into large and small circles. From these golden circles, hundreds of rays of light shot out and scattered towards the ground. The cultivator who had snatched the artifacts didn't even have time to return before the fifth batch of artifacts smashed into them, causing them to become dizzy and disoriented. The attacks launched by these artifacts scattered around aimlessly, even spreading to the crowd of onlookers, causing them to curse loudly. The battle circles suddenly expanded because of the sudden appearance of the fifth batch of artifacts. The chaotic battlefield was no longer confined to Pajing Lake and was now spreading out in all directions. As a last resort, those who had stayed behind in the various camps also joined in to compete for the newly emerged artifacts. For a time, the scene was chaotic and everyone was in danger. The intense battle dazzled those who were watching, causing their blood to boil, and wishing they could rush into the battlefield and grab the artifacts themselves. The 6 Yang family young lords also constantly issued new orders to their allies around them, constantly changing their strategies. What was interesting, though, was that Yang Wei's actions were no different from Yang Kai's, as if they were cast from the same mold. When Yang Kai dispatched new people, so did he. When Yang Kai ordered people to return, so did he. Even when guarding the artifacts he had snatched, he used 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Yang Kai noticed this, but didn't say anything. What his big brother wanted to do was his freedom. After a bell-shaped artifact was activated, a burst of unbearable demonic sounds filled the air, causing one's true chi to surge and one's blood to boil. The nearby cultivators managed to resist its attack with great difficulty, and were just about to snatch it, but in the midst of the chaotic battle, it was sent flying and fell into the crowd of onlookers. As soon as they saw an artifact fall, the crowd suddenly became excited, and all of them used their best skills. Soon, the artifact disappeared. No one knew who had taken it away in the chaos. Cries of discontent filled the air as those who did not manage to grab this artifact all sighed with regret. This was a rare opportunity. So many artifacts had appeared, but only one had been tossed into the crowd. How could they not feel regret when they had not grasped it? While everyone was observing who had taken the artifact, accompanied by a scream, a middle-aged man who seemed to be around 40 years old fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Everyone was shocked. From the middle-aged man's arms, the bell-shaped artifact that had disappeared a moment ago seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and quickly flew out, accelerating in midair before flying back towards Pajing Lake and smashing into the chaotic battlefield. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Only then did they quickly restrain their thoughts. They knew that this middle-aged man didn't die for no reason, but because he wanted to take the artifact for himself, he had attracted a fatal disaster. Among the crowd, there were definitely eyes watching the movements of the artifacts that flew out. Once someone became greedy, they would immediately be killed. Understanding this, the people who had just tried to snatch the artifact showed a look of relief. Fortunately, they had not obtained the bell-shaped artifact. Otherwise, the one who would have died on the ground would not have been this middle-aged man, but himself. The central capital's Yang family's overbearing and domineering attitude had thoroughly impressed everyone. After the death of a number of bored people who had tried to take advantage of the situation, those who had been watching the fun no longer dared to have any ideas about the artifacts, because once you made a greedy move, you would be silently killed in the next moment. The chaotic battlefield was still chaotic, and after tasting the appetizers, the next batch of artifacts appeared almost without giving anyone the slightest time to breathe. Often, before one batch of artifacts had been competed for, the next batch would appear, and every time it appeared, it would force people to fight for it. More and more people died, and no matter which camp they belonged to, their losses were not small. The number of people around the Yang family's 6 young lords also became fewer and fewer as time passed. First, half of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been dispatched, and later, Even the leading figures of the younger generation, like Huixing, had to be dispatched. However, each of them was protected by an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Otherwise, no one would have been able to survive in such a chaotic battlefield. Beside the 6 young lords, in addition to the several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been left behind to guard the artifacts, there was only one blood warrior. When the 7th batch of artifacts appeared, the battle on Pijing Lake became even more heated because this batch of artifacts had already reached the Heaven Grade. In the 8th batch, most of them were Heaven Grade. In the 9th batch, all of them were Heaven Grade. Everyone's eyes were red with greed. Everyone around them was an enemy. So without any scruples, they unleashed their Yuan Qi and spiritual energy, using every means at their disposal to snatch the artifacts back to their camp. Those who were watching the show held their breaths as they watched the situation unfold. The cultivator came and went, snatching an artifact and xickly bringing it back, placing it under the care of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in their camp. Everyone's consumption was enormous, but fortunately, Xia Ningchang and the people from Medicine King's Valley had refined a batch of pills that could quickly supplement their Yuan Qi. So in terms of endurance, Yang Kai's people were better than anyone else. In the middle of the battle, all of them had already taken these pills. Therefore, although their physical and spiritual energy consumption was enormous, they didn't need to worry about the replenishment of their Yuan Qi. A burst of spiritual energy erupted from Yang Kai's body, containing a cold aura that bloomed in the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a soul-type artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive-type artifact, and more importantly, it was a soul-type artifact that matched Yang Kai's own spiritual energy very well. If he had the help of this soul-type artifact, the power of Yang Kai's soul skills would be greatly improved. Although he really wanted to snatch this artifact himself, he restrained himself and instead shot a glance towards Dong Qinghan, who was nearby. Dong Qinghan was accompanied by the Wind and Cloud dual guards. Although Dong Qinghan's eyesight wasn't good, that didn't mean the Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't recognize this artifact. When the spiritual energy burst out, the Wind and Cloud dual guards also realized the preciousness of this soul-type artifact. Receiving Yang Kai's signal, Dong Qinghan immediately abandoned his original opponent, turned around, and rushed towards the artifact, the Wind and Cloud dual guards following closely behind. Just as they arrived at the location of the artifact, before they had time to snatch it, a person appeared in front of them and sneered at Dong Qinghan. "Fatty, you're Yang Kai's ally, right?" The veins on Dong Qinghan's forehead bulged as his expression suddenly became unfriendly. Huistar's calling him Brother Fatty was a subtle and affectionate form of address, but this person in front of him was quite displeasing. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared at the other party, obviously angry. Chapter 462. Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes at the white-faced young man in front of him and coldly snorted, not bothering to tangle with him. His figure flickered as he tried to bypass this young man. At this time, the most important thing was to snatch the artifact. However, the other party was unwilling to let him go, stepping forward and blocking his path again. Dong Qinghan chuckled, his expression indifferent, but the aura around his body gradually became dangerous. "Since you're Yang Kai's ally, don't even think about passing through here." The young man raised his head slightly, his attitude becoming somewhat arrogant. "I was wondering who it was, so it was the Lu family's young master." Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The young man in front of him was none other than Lu Song, who had brought people and supplies to Yang Kai's mansion to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, this young man's eyesight was quite poor, and after being instigated by Qiu Yimeng, he had angered Yang Kai and was driven out. As a result, he had been beaten by Huixing and the others. After that incident, Lu Song naturally hated Yang Kai. After recovering from his injuries in War City, he immediately sought out Yang Kai as his backer, determined to drive Yang Kai out of War City. Among all the young lords participating in the inheritance war, there were 3 who hated Yang Kai very much. One was Xiang Chu of the Xiang family, one was Nan Sheng of the Nan family, and the last one was Lu Song. These 3, for various reasons, were eager to see Yang Kai die without a burial. When they were fighting for the artifact just now, the cultivator of these 3 families had specifically targeted the people in Yang Kai's camp. Lu Song sneered, "Young Master Dong, I have no grievances with you, but you choosing to help Yang Kai makes me unhappy. This young master is unhappy, so don't think you'll be happy either. I advise you to leave Yang Kai as soon as possible, lest you bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. Go ahead and try." Dong Qinghan knew that Lu Song wanted to delay him here, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. After saying so, his fat body leisurely moved, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Fast, fierce, and straightforward, the wind and cloud dual guards stood guard, not leaving his side. Lu Song's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Want to leave? No way. Stop them." Lu Song was also accompanied by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7 stage masters, all of them heading towards the wind and cloud dual guards. Meanwhile, Lu Song's arms suddenly released countless rays of black light. His expression turned ferocious. These black rays of light emitted an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Traces of cold energy poured into the palm of his hand, and his aura was like a rainbow. In an instant, 2 pitch-black energy balls the size of wash basins appeared in his palms. They were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand. The 2 energy balls crisscrossed, drawing a zigzag arc through the air as they flew towards Dong Qinghan. Although Lu Song did not have good eyesight, but in any case, he was still the young master of a first-class family. After so many years of cultivation, he would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. He was at the 7th level of Yuan Qi state. Coupled with this attack from an artifact, it was enough to make many people anxious. Once enveloped by this move, it was as if one had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape. Dong Qinghan's cultivation was higher than Lu Song's, but with the support of the artifacts of both sides, he was able to easily defeat Lu Song. The gap between their cultivations was negligible. If they really fought, even if Dong Qinghan could win against Lu Song, it would take a lot of time. Right now, the one thing he couldn't afford to waste was time. Looking at the 2 balls of energy that were heading towards him, Fatty Dong took a deep breath. Under this breath, his slightly bloated body shrunk slightly, and he suddenly became spirited and handsome. With a stern expression on his face, he let out a light shout. An explosive sound that was like spring thunder suddenly rang out, and rays of wind blades that were like crescent moons suddenly appeared, greeting the 2 balls of energy. The 2 violent energy balls collided and dissipated. Lu Song's face showed a trace of astonishment, but before he could react, Dong Qinghan had already flashed past him like a bolt of lightning. His not-so-fat body was now wrapped in the power of wind, the mysteries of the wind, increasing his speed to the limit. No one knew that Dong Qinghan cultivated a wind attribute secret art. The first impression that this kind of obese person gave others was that it was difficult for them to move, but Dong Qinghan at this moment was extremely agile, like a monkey flying through a mountain forest. By the time they recovered, it was already too late to stop him. However, after being delayed by Lu Song, the mysterious artifact had now fallen into the hands of another cultivator. Fortunately, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage young master. Dong Qinghan didn't know which young master he was, but after a series of fierce attacks from Dong Qinghan, he had been knocked unconscious. After realizing that although he was in the same realm as his opponent, he was not his opponent, this cultivator's heart sank, and he directly threw out the soul-type artifact. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction he threw it was towards the crowd of onlookers. Lu Song laughed as he turned around and chased after the artifact. Fatty Dong glared hatefully at that person. He didn't have time to continue to tangle with him and hurriedly retreated. The artifact left a trail of light in the air and gradually fell over the crowd of onlookers. After several previous experiences, how could these onlookers dare to touch this artifact again? They quickly scattered, not even willing to touch it. Only one man and two women remained in place. A young man in his late 20s and a pair of beautiful twin sisters stared at the artifact flying towards them in amazement, all of them smiling bitterly in their hearts. Judging from the trajectory of this artifact, if it was not intercepted midway, it would definitely fall over the heads of these three people, most likely smashing into them. The three people hesitated for a moment, but none of them chose to leave like the others. Soon, the artifact fell, and sure enough, right above their heads, one of the beautiful twin sisters reached out and caught it. "Aren't you a little too bold?" the young man shouted, his face suddenly turning pale. Just now, those who had tried to get their hands on the secret treasure had all been silently killed. Even if he didn't dodge, he couldn't catch it. The onlookers also showed a look of regret. These two sisters were enchanting and charming, young and beautiful. If they were really killed because of this, it would be too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. This bold action was also noticed by Lu Song and Dong Qinghan. Lu Song, who had arrived first, laughed wildly and stretched out his hand. "Girl, give it to me, or you'll die." Dong Qinghan's expression became cold. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. The onlookers didn't care whether you were from the Dong family or the Lu family. In order to avoid being killed, they would naturally choose to give this artifact to the one who arrived first. If this artifact was really taken by Lu Song, it would be very difficult to get it back. Sure enough, the young woman glanced at Lu Song and smiled. Good. Her extremely charming smile had a natural charm to it, causing Lu Song's eyes to widen. At this critical moment, he couldn't help feeling his blood boil. While he was lost in thought, the young woman threw the artifact in her hand, its speed like a meteor, directly passing over Lu Song's head and flying towards Dong Qinghan. Dong Dang Dong, who was anxious, was caught off guard and was almost hit by this flying object. Instinctively reaching out and grabbing the artifact, he couldn't help glancing over at the woman in front of him in astonishment. Immediately frowning, he felt like he had seen this young woman somewhere before. Lu Song's face suddenly turned gloomy. His big hand stretched out in the air, but he didn't manage to grab a single hair. This awkward posture made him a little angry, and he shouted, "You're courting death!" The yuan qi in his body suddenly surged as he reached out to grab the young woman, his face filled with murderous intent, showing no mercy. However, the young woman's face remained calm as she lightly sent out a palm strike. With a single palm strike, the weather changed. A mysterious energy interweaved into an airtight barrier. Not only did it neutralize Lu Song's killing move, it even sent him tumbling through the air a few times, leaving him in a sorry state. Exclamations rang out as Dong Qinghan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected that this somewhat charming and delicate-looking young woman would actually possess such strength. At such a young age, she was able to repel a first-class family's young lord with a single strike. This kind of skill was not something just anyone could possess. Humph! The young woman's face showed a look of disdain and disgust as she snorted, turning around and dodging into the crowd, the other young woman, and the young man also helplessly following. Lu Song's heart trembled, not even bothering to find fault with this young woman. In a confrontation with Dong Qinghan, even if he was at a disadvantage, he should not have been so powerless, but this young woman was obviously not an ordinary person. She was stronger than both him and Dong Qinghan. His expression complex. Lu Song's face alternated between blue and red, as the yuan qi in his body became extremely unstable. In a fight with a first-class family's young lord, his skills were not as good as his opponents, but now he couldn't even compare to a nobody. Naturally, he felt like his face had been damaged. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Song was about to order his subordinates to capture this young woman and torture her, but she had already disappeared, causing Lu Song to feel a sense of powerlessness, as if he had just punched a ball of cotton. Lu Song, this artifact, this young master kindly accepts it. Dong Ching Han waved the soul-type artifact in his hand, a smug look on his face. The wind and cloud dual guards no longer entangled with the other two masters and immediately returned to Dong Ching Han's side. Just you wait. Lu Song cursed. Dong Ching Han's expression became serious as he said, "Young Master Lu, I advise you to leave the central capital. Otherwise you'll die sooner or later. Those who offend my cousin don't have a good end. Then we'll see whether he dies first or I die first." Lu Song didn't appreciate this kind of advice. Dong Ching Han shook his head slightly, no longer bothering with this young man's nonsense, turning around and flying back to Yang Kai's side. The battle here was only a small corner of the entire battlefield, so the powerful performance of the mysterious woman was only seen by a small number of people, but under the intense focus of the battle, she was quickly forgotten. Only Dong Ching Han's brow furrowed as he flew back, unable to remember where he had seen this pair of twin sisters before. In his memory, he seemed to remember them, but when he looked at them, he didn't recognize them, causing Dong Ching Han to feel a little confused. What he was more concerned about was the strength of the woman who had attacked him. She was actually stronger than him. The appearance of the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts had stimulated all the cultivators' blood to rush to their heads. Up until now, only a few of these artifacts had been determined. The rest were still being fought over. Once someone obtained an artifact, they would be targeted by countless people and would have no choice but to give it up to divert the enemy's attention. Saving one's life was more important. So these artifacts were changing owners at an incredible speed. Chapter 463. Everyone's eyes and minds were attracted by the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts, except for the 6 Yang family young lords. Since the beginning of the artifact snatching battle, none of them had moved. All of their followers had been dispatched one by one, and now each of them only had a single blood warrior left to guard them. All 6 of them were vigilant against each other, secretly observing each other's movements. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao didn't look anxious, but Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying were somewhat anxious. When one of the cultivators on their side lost in the artifact snatching, they would sigh and sigh, but when they managed to snatch a good-grade artifact, they would smile happily. However, no matter who it was, all of them were quietly waiting for the appearance of a mysterious grade artifact, and they all knew that it was about to appear. Suddenly, several thousand meters high in the sky, a few faint star-like lights flickered. When these lights lit up, an extraordinary energy fluctuation was transmitted over at the same time. Everyone's attention was drawn by these energy fluctuations, and they couldn't help but look up. The lights became brighter and brighter as they approached the ground at an incredible speed, like meteors falling from the sky, leaving behind a trail of colorful light. The eyes of the 6 brothers all lit up as their hearts filled with excitement. A mysterious grade artifact had finally appeared, and there were 8 of them at once. This was the finale of the artifact snatching battle, and the 8 most precious artifacts. Mysterious grade was the highest grade in this world, whether it was artifacts or pills. Mysterious grade pills were constantly being refined. Mysterious grade artifacts were even more difficult to refine. So almost every mysterious grade artifact could become a first-class forces family heirloom. Taking out 8 mysterious grade artifacts in one go, only the central capital's 8 great families had such a heritage. Soon, the 8 mysterious grade artifacts that fell from the sky had fallen to a height of 1,000 meters from the ground and were still approaching at an even faster speed. Whether it was the onlookers or the cultivators who were in the midst of snatching these artifacts, all of them felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. They all felt a deathly aura pressing down from the sky. This aura was like the omen that the world was about to be destroyed, causing them to tremble in fear. "Run!" someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately flew away. Starting from the third batch, all the artifacts had been tampered with in advance in order to steal them. First, he would have to withstand the attack from the artifact. These 8 mysterious grade artifacts were presumably the same. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage master would find it difficult to withstand an attack from a mysterious grade artifact, let alone these bystanders. Cries of alarm rang out, and the crowd immediately fled in panic like stray dogs, using their movement techniques to avoid Pajing Lake. Not only them, but even the cultivator who was fighting for the treasure also hurriedly dodged, wanting to avoid the sharp edge. The 6 young brothers didn't move. They just stared at the light in the sky. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. 800 jong, 700 jong. At this distance, the embryonic forms of the 8 artifacts could be clearly seen, all of them different shapes and sizes. If Yang Kai didn't study them carefully, he wouldn't know what these artifacts were used for. Yang Kai released his powerful divine sense and swept it over the 8 artifacts, quickly becoming interested in one particular mirror. This mirror gave off a mysterious and obscure energy fluctuation and was extremely cold, so it should be an ice attribute artifact. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, he could still feel that this mirror might be more powerful than the other artifacts. 500 jong, as if they had reached an agreement, the 6 young brothers who hadn't moved until now flew up into the sky at the same time, scrambling to meet the 8 artifacts head-on. As they flew, the 6 of them exchanged glances, confirming each other's goals. Obviously, none of them wanted to start a dispute right off the bat. There were a total of 8 artifacts, so if they were divided evenly, each of them would get at least one. As for the remaining 2, they would need to compete for them. What made Yang Kai feel fortunate was that none of his brothers seemed to have the same goal as him. Now that the role of these mysterious great artifacts was unknown, everyone naturally had the intention to grab as many as they could and avoid fighting as much as possible. One above and one below, the distance between the 6 brothers and the 8 artifacts rapidly narrowed. Everyone's yuan qi surged fiercely, and the 6 blood warriors who followed the 6 brothers also condensed their own strength. In the blink of an eye, the 12 blood warriors collided with the 8 artifacts. The speed of the 6 blood warriors suddenly increased, rushing ahead of the young lords and circulating their yuan qi to protect themselves, each of them using their own methods to grab the artifacts. The energy eruption of these mysterious great artifacts was not something the 6 brothers could withstand with their current strength. Only the blood warriors could resist or avoid the attacks of these artifacts before they could snatch them. The brilliance was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. A ferocious energy erupted in an instant. 6 muffled groans sounded at the same time, and from the brilliance of this light, there seemed to be a profound and mysterious pattern. Asterisk, schwa, schwa, asterisk, the remaining 2 artifacts that no one cared about fell to the ground. The 6 blood warriors stared at them with burning eyes, but none of them dared to act rashly. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to touch the barriers of these mysterious great artifacts. However, under the gazes of the 6 blood warriors, a tall figure flew up to meet one of the 2 artifacts. This person seemed to have flown up after the 6 brothers. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, "Fuck Lu Qin Yao." This newcomer was none other than the Central Capital's first young lord. Like the 6 Yang family young lords, he had not taken any action before, but when the mysterious great artifacts appeared, he finally moved. What's more, he also had the same goal as the Yang family young lords, eyeing one of the artifacts. Courting death, Yang Shen coldly snorted. How could a mysterious great artifact's barrier be so easily triggered? No matter how strong Lu Qin Yao was, he was still just an immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Once he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, Lu Qingyao didn't seem to panic at all. Yuan Qi fiercely pushed his hand, and the robe he was wearing suddenly lit up. On this robe, there was a large river, a crescent moon, and a lifelike fish swimming in it. The river began to flow, rolling waves and rolling rocks, forming an airtight water curtain that wrapped around Lu Qinyao's body. The crescent moon suddenly shot out thousands of rays of light towards the mysterious grade artifact, while the seemingly inconspicuous fish suddenly transformed into a flood dragon, opening its bloody maw and releasing a monstrous momentum. Water moon blue wave armor, Yang Zhao exclaimed, apparently recognizing this artifact armor. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had never heard of this water moon blue wave armor before, Lu Qingyao daring to snatch a mysterious grade artifact by himself was definitely relying on it. This artifact armor was both offensive and defensive, so it was also a mysterious grade artifact. Lu Qingyao was the central capital's first young lord, and was from the Lu family, so it was reasonable for him to possess a mysterious grade artifact. In an instant, the flood dragon and the thousands of rays of light struck the mysterious grade artifact, immediately activating its barrier and causing countless golden rays to flash out, covering the thousands of rays of light in a flash. The flood dragon struggled for a while, but was unable to resist the power of the golden rays, and suddenly dissipated. Lu Qingyao took this opportunity to grab the artifact in his hand. The countless rays of golden light striking his body, causing the water curtain around his body to fluctuate violently. Yang Kong and the others were secretly shocked, but all of them were praying in their hearts that Lu Qingyao would be directly killed. However, to their disappointment, after the golden rays of light completely disappeared, they still couldn't harm Lu Qingyao. On the other hand, the central capital's first young lord wore an indifferent expression as he continued to hold onto the artifact. Just when everyone thought he had succeeded, Lu Qinyao's expression suddenly changed as his eyes bulged. From this artifact, a burst of blue energy suddenly shot out and wrapped around Lu Qinyao's body like ribbons, instantly wrapping around him several times. This blue energy was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Even the water moon blue wave armor was unable to stop it. Stop! Lu Qingyao roared, the water curtain around his body fiercely spreading outwards, finally slowing down the speed at which the blue energy wrapped around him. The 6 Yang family young lords were all bewildered as they watched the situation unfold. But soon, Yang Wei reacted, his face paling as he turned to the blood warriors who were resisting the attack of the artifact and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. Lu Qingyao had already relied on his artifact to block the attack and seize it, so how could the 6 blood warriors not do the same? They didn't have a mysterious grade artifact, but they did have profound cultivation and strength. The 6 blood warriors had already grabbed the artifacts their respective young lords wanted, so when Yang Wei shouted these words, the same blue energy burst out from the 6 artifacts and bound the 6 blood warriors. As soon as they saw these blue streaks of energy, the 6 blood warriors' expressions changed greatly. Obviously, they knew what these blue streaks of energy were, so without even thinking about it, they immediately scattered. However, these ribbon-like blue streaks of energy continued to chase after them, even faster than they were able to escape. None of them managed to escape, all of them being tied up tightly. Unlike ordinary ropes, these blue energy ribbons, after binding the 6 blood warriors, immediately merged into their bodies and disappeared, not affecting their freedom or movement. Separated by some distance, the 6 blood warriors glanced at each other, all of them wearing gloomy expressions. "We got caught," Tu Feng muttered. Everyone else gnashed their teeth. Too insidious. Ingzhou didn't say a word and quickly rushed to Yang Kai's side, handed the mirror-like artifact he had snatched to Yang Kai, and flew off without looking back. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. Although he didn't find any injuries, the current Jiao was very different from his usual self. Now he gave off the feeling of a tiger with its fangs pulled out, no threat at all. Not only was Jiao like this, but the other blood warriors were also the same, all of them handing over their artifacts to their respective young lords and leaving immediately. What happened? Yang Kong muttered, holding a ring artifact in his hand, somewhat puzzled. Big brother, if it's convenient, can you tell us about it? Yang Zhao looked at Yang Wei with a smile. Chapter 464. Just now, Yang Wei had obviously seen some clues, so he had ordered the blood warriors to retreat immediately, but it was still too late. Yang Wei definitely knew the mystery behind this. Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent, not intending to tell him the truth, but when he turned his head and saw Lu Qingyao, who was still entangled by the blue energy and unable to move, he frowned and nodded. Revealing this information wasn't a big deal, not to mention, even if he didn't say anything, as long as these people went back and asked the blood warriors, they would understand. Although Lu Qingyao relied on the power of his water-moon blue wave armor to block the blue energy from corroding his body, he was unable to resolve this strange attack for a while. Seeing Yang Wei nod, he couldn't help turning his eyes to him and listening carefully. My Yang family has 4 supreme elders, all of whom are above immortal ascension boundary masters. Including the patriarch, there are a total of 5. Yang Wei said indifferently, the other 7 families are roughly the same. However, these above immortal ascension boundary masters are all old men who usually don't fight with others. Even during the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, only 1 or 2 were dispatched. One of them is renowned throughout the world for his sealing technique. He is the Grand Elder of the Blood Warrior Hall. Huang Jiuzhou? Yang Zhao was surprised. Of the Yang family's supreme elders, only one was from the Blood Warrior Hall. When he was young, he was also a blood warrior of the Yang family, but after making great contributions to the Yang family, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary and reached the peak of the martial Dao, and was granted the title of Supreme Elder. There was no one in the Yang family who didn't know his name, including all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall. All of them took him as an example to improve themselves, hoping that one day they could also reach the same height as Huang Jiuzhou. And Yang Wei nodded, reaching out and pointing to Lu Qingyao. These methods were created by him. The Qi binding seal has sealed Yuan Qi in his meridians. He can't use it at all. So it was him who did this. Yang Zhao suddenly realized, a look of horror appearing on his face. Then our blood warriors, their quintessential essence has also been sealed, although they can break the quintessential essence binding seal with their strength. However, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for them to do so. Yang Wei explained softly. The faces of the Yang family members turned ugly. Originally, each person only had 2 blood warriors around them, one responsible for guarding them. One of them was responsible for guarding the flag, and now one of them had been crippled by Huang Jiuzhou. In the future, whether it was attacking or defending, the strength that they could use would be reduced. Thinking of this, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Only Yang Kai had 3 blood warriors under his command, so he could afford such a loss. The reason why Huang Jiuzhou had planted Qi binding seals in the 8 mysterious great artifacts was obviously arranged by the Yang family. This was also a means to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Without the 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the situation was much clearer than before. Serves you right. Yang Kong glanced over at Lu Qingyao, who was still struggling with the Qi binding seal midair. A gloating look appearing on his face. Young Lord Lu, my Yang family's blood warriors can't even block the Qi binding seal. I think you'd better accept your fate and obediently hand over the artifact in your hand. If you do, we won't pursue this matter any further. Lu Qingyao's expression remained indifferent, as he simply snorted and ignored these words. Yang Kong suddenly became a little annoyed. Coldly shouting, he shouted, "Lu Qingyao, don't be so shameless. This artifact-snatching battle is my Yang family's business. Why are you meddling in it?" "Mysterious great artifact. I also want it." Lu Qingyao finally spoke, his tone neither hot nor cold, not showing the slightest sign of panic because he was trapped. There weren't many mysterious great artifacts, so the Yang family being able to take out so many this time was obviously a big price to pay. It was very likely that these 8 artifacts were contributed by each of the 8 great families. Otherwise, how could the numbers be so coincidental? Lu Qingyao being tempted by a mysterious great artifact and participating in the fight, for it was understandable. This explained why he had come here this time. But no one had expected that among the 8 artifacts that appeared at the end, not only were there fear seals hidden, but also Huang Jiuzhou's Qi binding seal. Using both methods at once, all the blood warriors had fallen victim to it. "Since you say so, don't blame this brother for being impolite." Yang Kong sneered, tilting his head and glancing around. "Why don't we grab the artifact in young Lord Lu's hand first?" The seal and Qi binding seal on that artifact had been triggered, so obviously it could be used immediately. As for the remaining artifact, it had fallen into Pijing Lake and couldn't be found for the time being. Yang Kang's proposal greatly excited Yang Shen and Yang Ying, both of whom were eager to try. When Lu Qingyao was at his peak, they didn't dare have any ideas about him, but now he was already struggling to resist the erosion of the Qi binding seal. So how could he have any strength left to fight with others? Yang Wei didn't say anything, but Yang Zhao just smiled, no one knowing what he was thinking. Yang Kong was too embarrassed to ask either of them, so he could only turn to Yang Kai and ask, "Ninth brother, say something." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you wish." "Ninth brother." Yang Kang's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Although we're all opponents, you should give fifth brother some face. The things he snatched should have been ours." Yang Kai didn't deny this, and simply said, "If I want something, I'll snatch it myself." "Good." Yang Kong sneered, no longer bothering, instead turning to Lu Qingyao and saying, "Young Lord Lu, don't struggle. It's useless." Lu Qingyao snorted, his yuan qi suddenly surging violently, the water moon blue wave armor on his body also flickering, the river, fish, and crescent moon patterns gradually becoming illusory. Yang Kong and the others' expressions changed drastically as they roared. "Lu Qingyao, are you crazy? That's a mysterious great artifact." Lu Qingyao didn't speak and continued to push his yuan qi. Asterisk, pa. Asterisk, the river pattern on the water moon blue wave armor suddenly burst, and with the disappearance of the river, the Qi binding seals suddenly dimmed. Asterisk, pa. Asterisk, the crescent moon also disappeared, and the Qi binding seal dimmed greatly again. Asterisk, pa. Asterisk, the fish shattered, and the blue vitality binding seal was like a broken mirror, exploding with a loud bang. The water moon blue wave armor on Lu Qingyao's body also turned to ash and fell apart. The floating fluorescent light in the sky gradually dimmed. A mysterious grade artifact had just died of old age. Lu Qingyao was like a tiger that had just been released from its cage, and under everyone's incredulous gazes he shouted, "A trivial Qi-binding seal wants to imprison me. Lu Qingyao, your Yang family is looking down on me too much." Yang Kong and the others' eyes trembled violently as they stared at the central capital's first young lord in disbelief, slowly shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed as he secretly admired Lu Qingyao. It seemed that Lu Qingyao was a man of unyielding character, one who would rather break than bend. The 6 blood warriors couldn't do anything about the Qi-binding seal, not because they weren't strong enough, but because they didn't have Lu Qingyao's heritage. Lu Qingyao had clearly sacrificed his water moon blue wave armor in order to shatter the shackles of the Qi-binding seal. This price was not small. Moreover, Not every artifact had such a function. The water moon blue wave armor obviously had this ability. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all together? Lu Qingyao, will accept. Lu Qingyao stared at the 6 people scattered around him with a proud expression. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became awkward. Just now he hadn't taken Lu Qingyao seriously, but now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, how could he dare take the lead? If he was really defeated here by Lu Qingyao, he would lose all face. Yang Shen and Yang Ying also wore ugly expressions as they stared at Yang Wei, hoping he would say something. Lu Qingyao had already spoken, so if the brothers didn't respond, the Yang family would lose face. If word of this spread, the world would think the Yang family's younger generation were all soft persimmons. The artifact is right here. Lu Qingyao held the artifact he had just snatched and sneered. If any of you can withstand 3 of this Lu's moves, this Lu will personally offer this artifact to you. This repeated provocation caused all the Yang family young lords to wear gloomy expressions. Even Yang Zhao, the most shrewd of them all, couldn't help showing signs of anger. Brothers fighting to the death was still an internal struggle, but this Lu Qingyao was taking advantage of them and continuously spouting arrogant words. How could Yang Zhao tolerate this? However, among all the people present, the strongest was only Yang Wei, an immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage cultivator. He had fought with Lu Qingyao before, so he should know some of his details. Now that even he didn't dare to casually accept Lu Qingyao's challenge, how could the others dare? Everyone felt extremely embarrassed, especially since they were all from the central capital's first Yang family. Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, knowing that this stalemate wasn't a solution. Lu Qingyao had already spoken. If no one accepted this challenge now, it would only make the spectators below look down on the Yang family. Just as he was about to accept this challenge and use his own embarrassment to resolve the damage to the Yang family's reputation, Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a step forward, saying casually, anyone can withstand 3 of your moves. Lu Qingyao frowned, seemingly not having expected that the first to answer would be Yang Kai. Nodding firmly, yes, if I can withstand 3 of your moves, the artifact will be mine? Yes. Then it's a deal. I'll give it a try. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wei quickly said, 9th brother, don't be impulsive. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, big brother, just watch. In fact, our Yang family isn't so easily bullied. Yang Wei's expression was dull. Yang Zhao and the others were also stunned, some of them not understanding where Yang Kai's confidence came from. Although they had fought several times in the past and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength wasn't weak, this time his opponent was not an ordinary person. This was the Central Capital's first master. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had lost his mind in anger. Yuan Qi's 8th stage strength against an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. With such a big gap, there was no hope of victory. They also didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on. He had just obtained a mysterious grade artifact, so if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Chapter 465. Not only were the Yang family masters surprised, but even the cultivator crowd below also showed shocked looks, all of them staring up at the sky, holding their breaths as they waited silently. The actions of the 6 Yang family masters were the focus of everyone's attention, so the scene just now was naturally imprinted in everyone's eyes. Up in the air, Yang Wei was a little worried, wondering where his 9th brother's confidence came from. Although he had some speculations in his heart that Yang Kai was mysterious and powerful, in the end, that was just speculation. Just now, when he was arguing with Lu Qingyao, he had only secretly placed his hopes on Yang Kai. His 9th brother, if he grew up, would definitely be qualified to compete with Lu Qingyao, but now it was too early, not yet the time. Yang Kong and the others were stunned for a moment, but after a moment of silence, they all chuckled, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Although they and Yang Kai were brothers, they were now also opponents. So naturally they hoped he would be defeated and humiliated by Lu Qingyao and lose his reputation. Yang Kai had been in the limelight for too long, so now it was time for him to suffer a blow. Is this guy crazy? From the crowd, some mocking and incomprehensible voices rang out. Daring to accept a challenge from the Central Capital's first master, the Yang family's direct descendants are really rampant. What do you know? In this situation, whether he accepts or not, the Yang family's face will be lost in the end. Forcing a duck onto a perch, the Yang family has to at least show some face. Even if they lose, the Yang family will have an excuse to say it's not that the Yang family is inferior to the Lu family. It's just that there is a gap in age. Some self-proclaimed smart and shrewd cultivators pointed out the mystery of this situation, causing many people to suddenly realize something. Others nodded in agreement. However, there were also some people who were quietly watching Yang Kai to see if he had some kind of earth-shattering method up his sleeve. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Daring to speak such arrogant words in front of the Central Capital's first master, either he had a mental problem or he had real ability. Yang Kai was obviously not the first. For a time, everyone's eyes converged on a single person, the cultivator from the 6 camps who was fighting for the heaven-grade artifact. No longer paid any attention to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not make any unusual movements. Standing in midair, Yang Kai stared down at Lu Qingyao, stretching out his hand and motioning, "Young Lord Lu, please." Ooh. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but frown, his arrogant face showing a displeased look as he snorted. "I'd like to see how you plan to block 3 of my moves." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying divine sense power erupted with a bang. This spiritual energy was filled with a destructive and domineering aura. It spread out in an instant like a spear piercing through the sky. It was enough to tear apart anyone's defense and destroy everyone's will. When this spiritual energy burst out, Lu Qingyao was like a sleeping dragon awakening from its slumber. It brought destruction to the world. The soul-type artifacts on the Yang family members instantly flashed fiercely, and an invisible force emerged from their bodies, blocking the aftermath of Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack. Everyone's expression changed, and Yang Wei's expression became even more dignified. The last time he fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei's expression had changed. Although he had been defeated, it hadn't been very miserable, but now it seemed that Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength at that time. No wonder he dared to boast about 3 moves. Even if Yang Wei had now broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 2nd stage, it would still be difficult for him to block 3 of Lu Qingyao's moves. This guy was different from the other Yang family young lords. All of the artifacts he wore were mysterious grade artifacts. With the support of these high-grade artifacts, his Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivation had increased by several levels. *1, a strange sound came from the void. When this sound entered people's ears, it immediately gave people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It seemed that even the sky couldn't withstand such a divine sense attack and was about to collapse. What a powerful spiritual energy! Among the crowd, the masters couldn't help exclaiming. Those with weaker strength even wore pained expressions under the violent energy fluctuations. They suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, making them feel like they were kneeling on the ground. "Ninth brother, be careful," Yang Wei shouted as he hurriedly retreated, avoiding the center of the spiritual energy impact. Yang Zhao and the others also quickly retreated, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so and glancing over. Fierce. At the center of this spiritual energy vortex, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help praising Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack, even if it was supported by a mysterious grade artifact, required a certain level of foundation. Lu Qingyao's strength was truly unfathomable. Yang Kai estimated that the strength of Lu Qingyao's divine sense was not inferior to an average immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master. Lu Qingyao's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at Yang Kai. Using his divine sense attack in his first move, he obviously wasn't going to give Yang Kai a chance to exchange 3 moves. He thought that Yang Kai was the youngest here, so even if he lost, it wouldn't be too shameful. So he wanted to defeat Yang Kai in 1 move without mercy. But soon, Lu Qingyao's eyes trembled. His divine sense attack had actually not affected his opponent in the slightest. Even Yang Wei and the others had to retreat 1,000 meters away to observe. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the spiritual energy explosion, didn't show the slightest expression of discomfort, instead filled with a strong fighting spirit. In a flash, the terrifying spiritual energy dissipated, and Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. The last thing he feared was divine sense attacks. Heavens, how is that possible? How could he be safe and sound? Did I see wrongly? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. An immortal ascension boundary cultivator has an absolute advantage over a Yuan Qi cultivator. Could it be that the youngest young lord of the Yang family is also wearing a high-grade soul defensive artifact? The crowd who had been watching the fun began shouting, some of them unable to accept such a result. When Lu Qingyao released his terrifying spiritual energy, everyone thought that the dust had settled, and that Yang Kai would definitely be seriously injured and pay the price for his arrogance. But now that the result had appeared, they suddenly found it difficult to accept. Even if he had a soul-type artifact, his defense shouldn't have been so watertight, right? They hadn't even seen Yang Kai's soul-type artifact react. It was as if he had relied on his own body to withstand such a blow. 2 more moves. Yang Kai grinned at Lu Qingyao. How did you? Lu Qingyao frowned, his face filled with suspicion. As the attacker, he was even more surprised than the others, his expression becoming serious. Nodding gently, he said, "You really have some skill. It seems I underestimated you." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, Lu Qingyao's aura once again changed in Yang Kai's eyes. The central capital's first young lord had suddenly grown several times larger, but when Yang Kai looked closer, Lu Qingyao was still the same Lu Qingyao. Nothing had changed. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai knew that his opponent's martial skill had caused him to misunderstand. So he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on dealing with this situation. Taking another step forward, Yang Kai found that even though he was concentrating, he couldn't resist that momentary fluctuation. Lu Qingyao's aura had grown several times larger than before, although it was only for a moment. The third step, with this step, a muffled sound seemed to echo from the depths of the void. It was like a huge war drum had been struck, resounding in everyone's heart. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Yang Wei's expression changed slightly as he shouted. The world energy around him became strange. Lu Qingyao seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. The 4th step, asterisk dong. Asterisk, a more violent sound than the previous one, was transmitted to the heart, causing the weaker cultivator to suddenly feel their blood and Yuan Qi fluctuating uncontrollably. The 5th step, one after another, a series of muffled groans rang out. Among the crowd, all cultivators below the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage, without exception, spat out a mouthful of blood. Even from such a distance, Lu Qingyao's actions could still cause such a strong reaction. The central capital's first young lord truly deserved his title. The 6th step, the 7th step, with the fall of Lu Qingyao's every step, A powerful thumping sound rang out, causing the world to tremble and tremble, as if even the heavens and earth were unable to withstand his stamping. As the number of steps he took increased, Lu Qingyao's figure rapidly grew larger and larger in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the central capital's first master had become a behemoth, his head touching the sky and his feet firmly planted on the ground. No matter who it was, they could only look up at him from an angle. The eighth step, the ninth step, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Qingyao's giant foot, which was large enough to flatten half of War City, was slowly and strangely stamping down towards Yang Kai's head, making everyone feel as if they were about to be crushed into dust. As soon as this thought appeared, many people felt as if they were in danger, their faces going pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Lu family's 9 winding steps, a mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill, had always been the Lu family's secret skill. With 9 steps, the earth would be destroyed, and the heavens would be punished. Just as the giant foot was about to step on Yang Kai, the youngest Yang family young lord finally moved. Clenching his right fist, a dazzling star field pattern suddenly appeared in front of him, filled with dazzling twinkling stars. As he swung his right fist, a dazzling burst of starlight appeared. Star mark? Yang Kai hadn't used this move for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather that he hadn't had the opportunity to do so. All the energy contained in the star atlas space on the back of his hand erupted at this moment, meeting the giant foot that was about to step down without any fancy moves. The momentum of this attack was like a rainbow, releasing a shocking light, as if it wanted to smash through the world. Asterisk Kong, asterisk violent, and huge waves of energy collided and raged in all directions, canceling each other out. The starlight quickly dimmed, but the unbelievably huge Lu Qingyao seemed to have been knocked off his feet. His giant foot, which seemed capable of trampling the heavens and earth, was now unable to descend. The Lu family's 9 winding steps had actually been blocked head-on. On top of that, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage cultivator. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief, their minds filled with confusion. Chapter 466. The violent energy turbulence lasted for a while, before gradually subsiding. When the dazzling starlight disappeared, Yang Kai coldly snorted and fell a dozen meters or so before stabilizing himself, facing Lu Qingyao's mysterious grade, mid-rank martial skill head-on. Even the star mark was unable to withstand it. What's more, the gap between the two of them was several small realms, and there was also the immortal ascension boundary separating them. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but Lu Qingyao's body also swayed slightly, and the huge figure in front of everyone's eyes suddenly collapsed. It was as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword, his entire aura leaking out. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and everyone felt as if the clouds and mist had been lifted to reveal the bright moon. Looking around, the two of them were still staring at each other from 200 meters away, as if they had never fought before. The several Yang family young lords were dumbfounded. They never knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Everyone knew that his own strength wasn't weak, but no matter how much they overestimated him, they had still underestimated their 9th brother. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the Yang family was his opponent. He was only Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. So how could he be evenly matched with Lu Qingyao, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master? Yang Zhao and the other young lords' expressions were somewhat ugly, although in the inheritance war, personal strength wasn't very important in the end as a cultivator. They still hoped to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, step onto the above immortal ascension boundary, and be respected by tens of thousands of people. This had nothing to do with the inheritance war and competing for the position of family successor. Only Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. There's one more move. Yang Kai patted his chest and looked at Lu Qingyao with a smile. The latter's expression became dignified, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Unexpectedly slowly shaking his head. No need. Right now, you're not my opponent, but I admit that you have the qualifications to fight me. Saying so, he casually tossed something to Lu Qingyao, throwing the mysterious great artifact he had snatched before to Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he said, "I'll wait for you. Advance to the soul travel realm. Then let's have a good fight." Yang Kai grabbed the artifact and was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else. In those two moves just now, Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength. But what Lu Qingyao didn't know was that he hadn't used his full strength. The reason why Yang Kai had decided to take the lead was only because of the rare, mysterious great artifact. If it weren't for this temptation, he wouldn't have bothered to fight with Lu Qingyao. But now it seemed that this person was a little arrogant, but he was not a despicable person. Now he had obtained the secret treasure. Naturally, there was no need to be entangled. Seeing the artifact that Lu Qingyao had obtained by sacrificing the water moon blue wave armor to Yang Kai without any hesitation, everyone's eyes couldn't help turning red as their breathing heated up. In the blink of an eye, it was Ninth Brother who took the first two mysterious great artifacts. Turning his head, Yang Kai glanced at Yang Wei. Lu Qingyao nodded gently. "Eldest young master, I know where the limits of your Yang family lie. Ninth young master indeed has more potential than you, but I, Lu Qingyao, have not yet reached my limit. When the time comes, let's compete again." Saying so, he turned around and left. Everyone's expression was a bit complicated, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes were filled with dread, as if they felt the need to reevaluate their ninth brother. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, and after Lu Qingyao left, he immediately flew down. "Damn, there's still one more." Yang Kong also recovered and quickly chased after him. Of the 8 mysterious great artifacts, each of the 6 brothers had obtained one, Lu Qingyao had obtained one, and the last one had fallen into Pajing Lake. After witnessing the Qi binding seal and the mysterious great artifact seal, no one dared to rush into the lake to search for it. So even now, no one was interested in that mysterious great artifact. Hearing Yang Kang's shout, everyone suddenly woke up and began scrambling, lest someone else take advantage of them. However, no matter who it was, no one dared to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that everyone's blood warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed, there was no blood warrior to protect them. With Yang Kai's performance just now, it would be easy for him to seize this opportunity and capture them. If they were defeated in the inheritance war because of this, it would not be worth it. Yang Kai also found that all of them were on guard against him, so naturally he wouldn't waste any effort. A moment later, the 6 of them returned to their respective camps. The 9th batch of Heaven Great artifacts was still being snatched, and now more than half of them had been claimed. Only a small number were still wandering around, constantly changing hands. The scene was even more intense than before. The cultivator from the 6 camps also suffered casualties one after another. Huixing had returned. His Hu family hadn't lost many people. Although the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage cultivators were injured, their injuries weren't serious. As for the Yuan Qi cultivator, 2 or 3 of them had died. Young Lord Kai. Huixing's expression was gloomy. "Do you want me to ask my old man to destroy the Xiang and Nan families?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, not quite understanding why he would say this. That Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng brought 2 groups of people and didn't do anything but deliberately set themselves against our people. Damn it, they don't even put this young lord in their eyes. "Young Lord Kai, if you say the word, I'll ask my old man to take some people and destroy the Xiang and Nan families tomorrow." Yang Kai sneered. "Can't afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate in the inheritance war." Huixing rolled his eyes and muttered, What do you mean can't afford to lose? It's just that their actions of harming others without benefiting themselves are too disgusting. I also know that the rules of the inheritance war are not allowed to privately retaliate against the various forces involved. But who is this young lord? This Huixing is a scoundrel. I don't care about the rules. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There's no need. They will pay the price sooner or later. He had also noticed this situation a moment ago. He knew that Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's resentment towards him was quite big, so they were targeting him. But if he really wanted to privately retaliate against the Xiang and Nan families, that would definitely not be allowed. Doing so would undoubtedly affect the nerves of all the forces involved. When that time came, who would dare participate in the inheritance war? Good, you have the final say. Huixing didn't object. But young Lord Kai, remember this, not only the Xiang and Nan families, but also that Lu Song with no eyesight. If one day we really face off against them, this young lord will kill every last one of them. Every last one of them will die. Such a day will come. Yang Kai sneered. In addition, that little brat Qiu Zirua is also a bit strange. Although he isn't as obvious as the Xiang, Nan, and Lu families, he still treats us as his enemy. I think he wants to use defeating you to consolidate his position as the Qiu family's successor. Ooh. Sighing, Yang Kai continued, it's not easy for him to have a sister like Qiu Yimeng. We're all from the central capital, so I'll spare his dog life. As he spoke, he could already see the scene of his side's victory. Let's not talk about that. What's the situation with that artifact now? Yang Kai turned his eyes to Pijing Lake and asked softly, it's still down there. Huixing glanced around. Everyone is staring at it, but no one dares to go down. Yang Kai nodded. The seal on the artifact and the qi binding seal placed on it made everyone somewhat cautious. Now, no matter who went first, it would not be good for them and would only benefit others. Naturally, no one was willing to be the first to go first. If they wanted to bear the brunt of the attack after the barrier was triggered, they would need at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master to block it. However, blocking these attacks wouldn't help. Even the Blood Warriors were affected by the Qi Binding Seal. So how could an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master possibly escape? In other words, if they wanted to break the barrier and Qi Binding Seal on the artifact, they would need to sacrifice at least one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. No one was willing to do so. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He secretly felt that this situation was a bit difficult to handle. Not only him, but the other 5 also felt the same way, all of them wearing looks of greed and worry. Yang Kai had already snatched 2 mysterious great artifacts, so in the future he would undoubtedly have an advantage, but now there was only one left. Everyone was staring at it. Just as everyone was feeling a little helpless, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the bottom of Pijing Lake. The faces of the 6 Yang family young lords who were gathered around the lakeside all changed as they quickly looked up at each other. This energy fluctuation was obviously caused by the barrier on the artifact being triggered. Had someone actually sneaked into the bottom of the lake? Which camp did they belong to? Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the expressions and eyes of his 5 brothers were the same as his own, all of them suspicious of others. Without any time to think, Yang Kai's tyrannical spiritual energy immediately penetrated the bottom of the lake. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, the entire Pijing Lake underwent an earth-shaking change. The lake water that was dyed red with blood was pushed by a violent energy, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It was blasted dozens of feet into the air, and then poured down again. The scene was quite spectacular. Yang Kai's eyes sank as he scanned the lake water. Soon, a faint light entered his eyes. It was the mysterious great artifact that had fallen into the lake. As soon as this artifact appeared, it released a burst of blue energy. Qi Binding Seal. This vitality binding spell actually directly entangled the void, and after a few rounds, a blurry figure was faintly discernible in the sky of the lake water. It was bound by the vitality binding spell, unable to move. "It's him!" Ingjiu, who had always been silent, couldn't help exclaiming. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed towards Pajing Lake, a cold smile flashing across his face as he pushed his true chi to the limit. Shua, the Azura sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and as he rushed forward, an overwhelming number of sword waves spread out around him like a pair of wings. Brandishing his sword, Yang Kai sent out a barrage of sword waves. Yang Kai also recognized this vague figure. It was the mysterious master who had sneaked into the pill room this morning. Yang Kai hadn't expected this person's courage to be so great, actually sneaking in here. Yang Kai was certain this person had taken advantage of the battle between him and Lu Qing Yao to sneak into the lake. The Blood Warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed and hadn't noticed his existence. The only one who could detect his aura, Yang Kai, had been distracted, allowing him to seize the initiative. However, the ownership of this artifact had yet to be determined. Now that you've revealed yourself in front of everyone's eyes, let's see how you'll escape. Yang Kai sneered. Just as his smile bloomed, the blurry figure bound by the vitality binding spell actually exploded and turned into a mist just like what happened in the morning. Chapter 467. 13. The first blackout came a little later than expected. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed like a sword, his unparalleled spiritual energy condensing into a single point as he searched the area around the artifact. The next moment, the long sword in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. In that direction, another vague figure appeared, grabbed the artifact, and transformed into a streak of light, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This figure's speed was so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to launch another attack. This change happened quickly and ended quickly. By the time the mysterious master snatched the artifact and disappeared from everyone's sight, the other 5 Yang family members were still hesitating whether or not to rush over. Above Pajing Lake, the red lake water was still dripping, but the streak of light had already disappeared. Yang Kai stood midair, holding the Azura sword in his hand, his expression somewhat fluctuating. This was the second time. In one day, this person had slipped away from under his nose twice in a row, and both times in broad daylight. What a strange and mysterious person! Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai caught something floating down from the sky, and after seeing it clearly, he was stunned. Putting the thing in his hand into his sleeve, he immediately returned to his camp. No one knew what he had caught in the lake water, but everyone saw this action. For a moment, they couldn't stop guessing and were extremely curious. The 6 Yang family members were still sizing each other up, but none of them showed any joy. There was no joy in anyone's eyes. Everyone was suspecting someone else, suspecting that the mysterious expert was someone else's subordinate. The artifact snatching battle was about to come to an end. The 8 mysterious grade artifacts had been settled, leaving only a small number of heaven-grade artifacts still to be fought over. After half a cup of tea's time, everything calmed down. The 6 cultivators' camp. Fighting and retreating, everyone returned to their respective camps. Just like at the beginning, they stood at 6 corners of Pajing Lake. However, each side had lost at least a quarter of its original number. And among those who had died, there was no lack of immortal ascension boundary masters. Among them, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying had suffered the greatest losses. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, these 3 groups were caught off guard, and as time passed, their disadvantage gradually increased. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long, otherwise it was unknown whether these people would have been completely wiped out. All the cultivators on each side were clearly enraged. each of them glaring around with hatred. Forming grudges during the Inheritance War was a normal thing. While the Inheritance War was still going on, no one dared to retaliate in private. But after the Inheritance War was over, these forces who held grudges against each other were destined to fight to the death. Therefore, even though the treasure hunt had ended, the atmosphere was still filled with the smell of gunpowder. Yong Kai sighed, but his harvest, he was the most compared. The number of the Yang cultivators' camp, the number 1 cultivators, was the number 1, especially since Kai Yang had obtained 2 mysterious grade artifacts. This was much more valuable than any other artifact. Yang Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded gently to the crowd, leading his people and the artifacts they had snatched away in triumph. Immediately, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong left together with Yang Shun and Yang Ying. A great battle ensued. No one was in the mood to cause any more trouble. Ying Zhou, what's the situation? Yang Kai glanced at Ying Zhou, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground since he was struck by the qi binding seal. Ying Zhou slowly shook his head. I can't raise my yuan qi. My meridians have been sealed. It will take me at least 2 months to break through. And above a mortal ascension boundary master's qi binding seal, even a blood warrior couldn't easily remove it. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. Ying Zhou's yuan qi being sealed was a great loss to him. His existence was like a shadow, a deterrent to any opponent. Now that this deterrent was gone, Yang Kai could only rely on Chu Gao Yi and Xiao Shun, although they were also very strong in terms of concealment and assassination. Ying Zhou was better. Yang Kai could only wait until he returned and see if Meng Wuya had a way to remove the seal. If even Treasure Meng couldn't do anything, Ying Zhou could only sit idle for 2 months. Let's go back, Yang Kai said lightly. This is for you. Dong Qinghan walked up and handed Yang Kai a small sword the size of a palm. It was the soul-type artifact that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to before. Did you succeed? Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't act polite, reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Using his divine sense, he found that this was indeed an artifact that was very compatible with his spiritual energy. As long as he could refine it, it would play a huge role. With cousin taking action, how could he not succeed? Dong Qinghan patted his chest. That Lu Song dared to oppose this young master. Humph, he should take a look in the mirror and see what he's made of. Pausing for a moment, Dong Qinghan continued, but this artifact was obtained thanks to a certain woman. A woman? Yang Kai asked curiously as he played with the small sword in his hand. And Dong Qinghan's face showed a look of reminiscence. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember where. She was the one who threw this thing to me. Which camp is she from? Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. Someone who came to watch the fun. Is she beautiful? Hua Stars asked with a wretched expression as soon as he heard the word woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a little charming. Dong Qinghan wore a knowing look on his face as he grinned meaningfully. They're twins, and there's another person who looks exactly the same as her. Lu Song's strength isn't low, true element boundary 7 stage, but even he was sent tumbling several times by her. That woman is quite fierce. Twins? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rose a lot. What kind of twins? He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that these 2 people should be the charming twin flowers. In fact, it stood to reason that the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall should have already arrived at his house, but until now he hadn't seen any of them. This made Yang Kai wonder if the charming twin flowers were sulking with him. After all, when they parted ways at Tai Fong Mountain, Hu Jiao Er's attitude towards him had not been very good. Dong Qinghan was startled and didn't know how to describe it. Instead, he simply pointed and said, she was just watching the fun over there, but now I don't know where she went. After the artifact snatching battle, The crowd of onlookers had naturally dispersed, and large numbers of people were now advancing towards War City. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Dong Qinghan was pointing, but didn't find the person he was looking for. So he quickly spread out his divine sense and scanned the surrounding 20 kilometers. In an instant, he understood everything. As soon as his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai felt two distinctive life auras. Everyone's life aura was different. Even if some were similar, even if there were some differences, there would still be essential differences, just like the appearance of all living beings. However, the life auras of these two people were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. What's more, under Yang Kai's investigation, not only were the two's life auras identical, but it also seemed that the true qi in their bodies could fuse with each other. As their true qi flowed and intertwined, some mysterious principle enveloped them, connecting them as one. Found it! Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as his figure flickered and flew out. "What are you doing?" Stars was shocked. Even though he was a lawless person, he couldn't help being startled at this moment, quickly ordering everyone, "Follow him!" As a Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war, at any time, under any circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to act alone. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be targeted by a master. Everyone's reaction was also quite fast, quickly grabbing the artifacts they had snatched and following Yang Kai's footsteps. Among the crowd returning to War City, a man and two women were rushing back. The man's face showed a look of longing as he recalled the great battle he had just witnessed. He couldn't help feeling his blood boil, wishing he could participate in it himself to quench his thirst for battle. The two women, on the other hand, didn't say a word, their demeanor calm. On the other hand, they were quite delicate. This caused the nearby cultivator to frequently cast their eyes towards them. The two women remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this, neither angry nor secretly happy. Seeing them so submissive, it immediately aroused the greed and lust of many people, many of them wondering if they could obtain some unexpected gains if they approached them at this time. "Jiao heir, Mei heir, there are a few people staring at us from the side. Should we send them away?" The man suddenly asked softly, who Jiao heir's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust and helplessness as she shook her head gently. "No, let's return to War City." Yang Kai was still behind them. If a conflict were to break out at this time, he would definitely see it, as if they had seen the exchange between the two of them. Their eyes suddenly lit up, knowing that she didn't want to cause trouble, so their thoughts became active. If she didn't want to cause trouble, obviously she didn't have a backer. Moreover, the three of them were quite young, and their strength wasn't high, so perhaps they would be easier to deal with. Thinking so, a young man immediately stepped forward from the group, wearing a smile on his face, pretending to be mature and reliable. But before he had time to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This person not only blocked his path, but also blocked the path of the Hu sisters and Fong Ziki. Almost instinctively, the three of them pushed their yuan qi and vigilantly scanned the area in front of them. After seeing the face of this person, Hu Jiao heir suddenly looked embarrassed, while Hu Mei heir smiled tenderly. Imprinting this smile into his eyes, the young man couldn't help feeling a little restless, his courage also growing as he shouted, "Who are you?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Ninth young master." The young man's face suddenly paled as he stammered incoherently. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. "I wouldn't dare." "Ninth young master, please carry on." Saying so, the young man panicked and quickly fled with his companions. Just now, they had all seen the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Qingyao. Not only was he strong, but he also had a large number of masters under his command. How could a third-rate character like him compare? Afraid of provoking a fatal disaster, the young man quickly fled. "Brother Yang." After the young man left, Fong Ziki smiled and cupped his fists. Brother Fong, long time no see. Last time at Tai Fong Mountain. Fong Ziki had said that he wanted to join the inheritance war, so seeing him now, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. Back at Tai Fong Mountain, whether it was Storm Hall or Blood Battle Gang, all of them had stood firmly on his side, almost going to war with the Xiong and Nan families, so Yang Kai also had a good impression of Fong Ziki. Chapter 468. After exchanging greetings, Fong Ziji tactfully retreated a short distance, just in time to run into Hu Xingchen and the others who were chasing after him. "Hey, Brother Fong!" Lan Chu Dai's beautiful eyes lit up, although the two of them were from different sects. After all, they both came from the same place. Meeting each other here at this moment, she naturally felt a sense of familiarity. "You are High Heaven Pavilion's junior sister?" Fong Ziki didn't quite recognize Lan Chu Dai. Lan Chu Dai smiled and nodded. Dong Qinghan frowned as he looked at Fong Ziki from head to toe, suddenly clapping his hands and saying, "I know, I was wondering why those two girls looked so familiar. It turns out they are the Blood Battle Gang's sisters." The last time Dong Qinghan went to High Heaven Pavilion, he also paid attention to the situation between Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. The charming twin flowers and Fong Ziki were both leaders of their respective sects, so he was naturally familiar with them. It was just that he had never dealt with each other before, so he didn't recognize them. This would explain why she had thrown that artifact to him. The group of people were quite tactful, and when they saw that Hu Jiao'er's expression wasn't right, they didn't rush forward to disturb her. Instead, they warmly exchanged greetings with Fong Ziji while secretly perking up their ears to listen for any movement not far away. "Why are you hiding from me?" Yang Kai looked at Hu Jiao'er and asked, "Who's hiding from you?" Hu Jiao'er snorted, her face blushing a little. "You really aren't hiding from me?" Yang Kai's lips curled up as he took a step forward. He asked, "No." Hu Jiao'er's beautiful eyes flashed. "We just arrived here today." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hu Mei'er. Hu Mei'er smiled and moved her lips, silently selling out her elder sister. "Good, since you're here. Then follow me back to the house." Yang Kai knew that Hu Jiao'er was a bit embarrassed, so he didn't ask further. Hu Jiao'er sneered. "We just came to War City to play. We didn't say we were going to participate in the inheritance war with you." "I'm not going." "Mei'er, are you going?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I'm going." Hu Mei'er nodded repeatedly. "Mei'er!" Hu Jiao'er shouted, her chest heaving up and down in anger. She didn't expect her sister's position to be so weak. Yang Kai had only asked casually, but she had already agreed. Hu Mei'er stuck out her tongue and giggled. "We're just a second-class sect. Even if we went, we wouldn't be of much help. What's the point of going there?" Hu Jiao'er looked a little embarrassed as she whispered softly. Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was what she cared about. Besides Chen Shueshu and Su Shao Yu's Reflecting Moon sect, which was a second-class sect, the rest of the forces gathered in his mansion were all first-class. Presumably, Hu Jiao'er felt a bit inferior. That was why she had been hiding from him. "Jiao'er, in the future, you and Mei'er will be able to stand at the peak of this world. Don't worry too much about your own sect." Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. These two beautiful sisters were only at the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage, but now they had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, the same as him. On top of that, the twin spirit shared spirit divine art they cultivated was also extraordinary, so it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. It could be said that, in the future, there would definitely be a share of this world for the two of them. "You think so?" Hu Jiao'er's expression was a little dazzled as her beautiful eyes glowed. She looked at Yang Kai with some joy, as if she didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded seriously. This seems like they're going to fall. Stars looked over and whispered softly. They fell a long time ago. Fong Ziki grinned meaningfully. Arrogance. I like it. Huiyang Kai waved his folding fan. Well, I'll think about it. If I figure it out, I'll go to your house with Mei Er in a few days. Hu Jiao Er was secretly happy as she bit her thin red lips, which were very attractive. Yang Kai hooked his finger at her. What are you doing? Hu Jiao Er looked puzzled as she leaned a little closer and whispered into his ear. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and whispered in her ear, if you continue to be so hesitant, I'll reveal your secret to the world. What secret? Hu Jiao Er's neck was pink as Yang Kai's hot breath blew into her ear. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling on her delicate skin, itchy and numb. Your butt, one side is big, the other is small. After saying this, Yang Kai straightened up and let out a strange laugh, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Hu Jiao Er's lower body. Being stared at by his invasive eyes, Hu Jiao Er couldn't help but have the illusion of being stripped naked. Her heart went cold as her face suddenly flushed red, and she angrily said, When did I? Saying so, she inadvertently lifted her, and sucked in her stomach. Since you've said so much, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Mei Er, come with me. Saying so, he pulled Hu Mei Er and walked towards War City without looking back. Yang Kai, how can you be such a shameless rogue? Hu Jiao Er angrily shouted, grinding her teeth for a while. Shameless rogue? Stars rushed up and said indignantly, Girl, what did young Master Kai do to you? None of your damn business. Hu Jiao Er glanced at him from head to toe, coldly snorted, and hurriedly chased after him. Grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms, she shouted, If you don't make things clear today, I won't let you off. Her personality is a bit bad. It seems that she only acts docile in front of young Master Kai. Stars said thoughtfully, secretly counting the number of beautiful women who had fallen in love with Yang Kai, suddenly admiring Yang Kai's methods of seduction. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall didn't only send the Hu sisters and Fong Ziki, each of them had brought more than 20 people. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the other forces, it was still a token of their sincerity. Last time, because of High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, the two sects had been implicated, and many of their masters had been transferred to participate in the siege of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Therefore, among the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had come this time, there were only 3 or 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them had high cultivation. It was because of this concern that Hu Jiao Er had been too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for help. Since he had come to participate in the Inheritance War, he must have brought some masters with him, but they didn't have many masters with them, the highest being only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master. Guan Chi Lo, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, was also among them. Yang Kai and Hu Jiao Er quarreled all the way back to War City and picked up these people from the inn. The current situation of the two sects was something Yang Kai understood better than anyone else, so naturally he didn't care, and was instead extremely polite. These people were also quite cautious when they saw Yang Kai's allies. Obviously, they were afraid of what had happened last time. It could even be said that they were walking on thin ice, afraid that if they said something careless, they would bring trouble to their sects. Returning to the mansion, Qiu Yimeng had already led a group of people to greet them with a warm smile. As the second in command of the mansion, the Qiu family's first young lady naturally expressed her gratitude to Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, chatting affectionately with the Hu sisters while intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. She was keenly aware that the attitude of this pair of twin sisters towards Kai Yang was somewhat unusual. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger, secretly cursing Kai Yang for being such a pervert. Just going out for a walk, he had actually managed to capture 2 beautiful women. After returning from the war, there were a lot of trivial matters to attend to. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were arranged to stay by Chiu Yimeng while the major forces counted their gains and casualties. Soon, the results came out. In this artifact-snatching battle, Yang Kai had lost 30 to 40 people, of which 4 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, while the rest were Yuan Qi Boundary Masters. Fortunately, this loss was made up for by the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had arrived today. Since they had come to participate in the Inheritance War, everyone had mentally prepared themselves for what was to come. Of the 1,000 artifacts, Yang Kai's people had obtained a total of nearly 200. As for how to distribute these 200 artifacts, Yang Kai threw them all to Chiu Yimeng, giving her a headache. Nearly 200 artifacts seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when it came to distribution, the supply still fell short of the demand. However, Yang Kai believed that with Chiu Yimeng's ability, she should be able to handle the balance well and not cause any resentment between the major forces because of these artifacts. Returning to his room, Yang Kai saw Xia Ningchang asleep on the table. His little senior sister had been performing alchemy all this time. Although the people from Medicine King's Valley had become familiar with Xia Ningchang's alchemy and had cooperated with her, after such a long time, whether it was physical or mental consumption, had been enormous. The sound of the door opening woke her up, but after seeing Yang Kai return unscathed, the little senior sister couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Picking her up, the little senior sister seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of intimacy, and besides her slightly flushed cheeks, she was no longer as flustered as before. Gently placing her on the bed and tucking in the blankets, Yang Kai sat on the bed and waited for his little senior sister to breathe evenly. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai gently stroked her hair. Looking at her veiled face, Yang Kai's heart began to stir. Until now, he had never seen his little senior sister's full face. The most he had seen was in the Nine Mountain Valley when he had kissed her and lifted half of her veil. Regarding his little senior sister's appearance, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He was also convinced that if he wanted to see, his little senior sister would definitely remove her veil. But this kind of hazy mystery was also one of the most attractive aspects of Xia Ningchang. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai gave up the idea of lifting her veil to take a look and instead quietly went out, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, just like Xia Ningchang's eyes when he smiled. "Ingjiu," Yang Kai called out. From the darkness, a thin figure walked out. Even if he had lost all his Yuan Qi, Ingjiu's ability to conceal himself had become an instinct. "Come with me." Ingjiu nodded slightly, not saying a word. Walking over to the next room, he gently knocked on the door, and Meng Wuya's voice called out, "Come in." Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Treasurer Meng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating his secret art. When Ingjiu looked at him, his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some emotion. Since Meng Wuya arrived in the house, Ingjiu had been particularly concerned about this person. Not only Ingjiu, but Chu Gao Yi and Xiao Shun were also concerned. Chapter 469. Meng Wuya's strength and mysteries made the 3 blood warriors feel tremendous pressure. They really didn't know which force in this world could produce such a master. This wasn't an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. This was a master who was only a step away from breaking through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Although the 3 blood warriors didn't say anything, in fact, each of them was secretly speculating about Meng Wuya's origins. Seeing Yang Kai bring him here, Ingjiu also had some speculations in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. The Qi binding seal on him was the work of the Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou, so even if Meng Wuya was very strong, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was an above immortal ascension boundary master, while Meng Wu Ye was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Treasurer Meng, Yang Kai greeted him. Meng Wu Ye just nodded lightly, glancing at Ing Zhou suspiciously, and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Was he imprisoned? Meng Wu Ye looked at Ing Zhou and asked with a smile. Ing Zhou responded indifferently. Treasurer Meng, do you have any way to lift the seal on him? Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. Let me see. Meng Wu Ye didn't refuse, turning to Ing Zhou and saying, Come here. Ing Zhou glanced at Yang Kai, and with Yang Kai's permission, he walked over to Meng Wu Ye's side. Seemingly seeing that he wasn't very happy, Meng Wu Ye chuckled and said, Relax, I know you have some ability, but you're a cripple now. Why are you so wary of this old master? Saying so, he reached out and put his hand on Ing Zhou's wrist. The room fell silent for a while. Yang Kai held the glass of water in his hand and put it to his mouth, waiting impatiently. He wasn't sure if Meng Wu Ye had such means. Ing Zhou, on the other hand, remained indifferent. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest hope for Meng Wu Ye. Ha ha! After a while, Meng Wu Ye suddenly laughed. Interesting, the one who set the seal really does have some attainments in this field. Ing Zhou's expression changed. That's my Yang family's Supreme Elder Huang Jiuzhou. This old man doesn't care about the 9 prefectures or the 8 prefectures. Meng Wu Ye curled his lips. Never heard of any of them. Ing Zhou still wanted to open his mouth and argue a few words, but was stopped by Yang Kai. Ing Zhou, who had always been silent, suddenly had the idea of arguing with others, obviously because he greatly worshipped Huang Jiuzhou. He didn't allow others to look down on him. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was the only blood warrior who had been promoted to Supreme Elder. All the blood warriors took him as their role model and goal to strive for. Meng Wu Ye's words were praising Huang Jiuzhou's level of imprisonment. But in Ing Zhou's ears, this old man was a bit too arrogant. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. What qualifications did a mere peak immortal ascension boundary master have to criticize Elder Huang? Treasurer Meng, just tell me if it's possible or not. Yang Kai leaned forward and asked in a low voice. Yes, Meng Wu Ye replied casually. Ing Zhou's eyes narrowed. Staring at Meng Wu Ye in shock, it seemed he hadn't expected such an answer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what kind of magical means Meng Wu Ye had, but Treasurer Meng had always given him a mysterious impression. Yang Kai had also seen an above immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Si, Yang Yinghao. The Yang family's supreme elders were all above immortal ascension boundary masters. But the feeling he got from Meng Wu Ye was far less intense. Subconsciously, Yang Kai always thought this old man Meng was somewhat unfathomable, perhaps even more terrifying than some above immortal ascension boundary masters. With such an answer, Yang Kai's heart suddenly settled. If he said he could, then he definitely could. There was no need to ask any more questions. You can lift it? Ing Zhou asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it, thinking Meng Wu Ye was just boasting. Meng Wu Ye glanced over at him and nodded slightly. How long? Ing Zhou asked again. Speaking of which, it wasn't that he couldn't lift the qi binding seal himself, but it would take him at least 2 months of continuous effort. If Meng Wu Ye also needed such a long time, it would be better to work hard on breaking the seal himself instead of bothering him. Ing Zhou didn't have a good impression of this arrogant old man who didn't put Huang Jiuzhou in his eyes. So naturally, he wasn't willing to accept such kindness. Meng Wu Ye raised 2 fingers. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Does that mean 2 months or 20 days? Although he asked this question, Yang Kai was still leaning towards the latter possibility. In his subconscious mind, it was reasonable for Meng Wu Ye to take 20 days to lift the qi binding seal. Ingzhou also looked towards Meng Wu Ye suspiciously, his heart filled with doubts. 2 days. Meng Wu Ye said lightly. Yang Kai and Ingzhou were both shocked, both of them showing looks of disbelief. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated Meng Wu Ye's ability. Treasure Meng was definitely not as simple as he thought. Senior, Ingzhou took a deep breath and said with a strange expression, "It's not that Ingzhou is looking down on you. It's just that your words are a bit arrogant." Meng Wuya chuckled and said, "If this seal had been planted on this old master's body, this old master would have been able to break it in a snap of his fingers. But now that it has been planted on your body, it will only take me 2 days. In fact, this old master has also studied a lot of sealing techniques. This little trick is nothing." Little trick. Yang Kai observed Ingzhou's expression and found that his face was twitching slightly, so he couldn't help feeling amused, but he quickly put on a serious face, coughing lightly and asking, "Treasurer Meng, are you really sure? If you don't want to try, then scram. This old master doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. The door is over there." Meng Wu Ye snorted, glancing at Ingzhou and saying, "With your ability, it will take you at least 2 months to break this seal. Work hard." Ingzhou's expression changed again. Breaking the Qi binding seal in 2 months was his estimation of his own ability, but Meng Wu Ye had seen through it with just a glance. This master's eyesight was quite sharp. Frowning, Ingzhou cupped his fist solemnly and said, "I ask Senior to help. If this junior has offended Senior, please forgive him. In any case, it would only take him 2 days. After 2 days, everything would become clear." In fact, Ingzhou was also very curious about whether this Meng Wu Ye was as powerful as he said he was. "Treasurer Meng, you see?" Yang Kai looked at Meng Wu Ye with a smile. Old man Meng waved his hand impatiently. "Good, you can go now. He will see you in 2 days." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, telling Ingzhou to remain calm before turning around and leaving. Returning to the next room, Yang Kai found that Xia Ningchong was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to his pill room to perform alchemy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yang Kai took out something from his sleeve. It was a strand of black hair. It was the one he had cut off today at Pijing Lake from the mysterious master who had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. No one had expected that this mysterious master, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, was actually a woman. In the open and in the dark, he had already confronted her twice today, but Yang Kai hadn't even seen her face yet, so he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. This woman's speed was too fast, and her method of infiltration was also quite amazing. In front of so many people, she had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. Yang Kai really didn't know how she had done it, especially how she had withstood the attack of the artifact and the Qi binding seal planted by Huang Zhozhou, while still being able to escape safely. Lu Qingyao had sacrificed a mysterious grade artifact in order to break the Qi binding seal. But what about that woman? What Yang Kai was more concerned about was who had recruited this woman to work for him. The shocked expressions of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying flashed across his eyes one by one, all of them seemingly unaware of the identity of this woman, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of them was just acting. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out anything and could only put it aside. Flicking his wrist, 3 artifacts appeared in front of him. These were Yang Kai's biggest gains today. Although he had snatched nearly 200 artifacts, all of them added together weren't as valuable as the 3 in front of him. A small palm-sized sword that was cold to the touch, clearly a heaven-grade soul-type artifact. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that this soul-type artifact was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Soul-type artifacts were relatively precious and more difficult to refine than other artifacts. A heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact was no less valuable than an average mysterious grade artifact. However, soul-type artifacts were more difficult to refine, especially when one had yet to form a knowledge sea. Yang Kai played with it for a while before putting it aside and continuing to investigate the other two artifacts. Of the two artifacts, one was a mirror that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to. This mirror was also cold to the touch, but the feeling it gave off was different from that of the soul-type artifact just now. The coldness of the small sword was so cold that it could penetrate one's soul, while the coldness of this mirror was enough to freeze the world. Pouring his yuan qi into the mirror, the surface of the mirror flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly discovered a bizarre scene. Through the mirror, he saw towering and magnificent snowy mountains. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, covering the snowy mountains that connected the sky and the earth in silver. The cold wind whistled, and his field of vision was white and clean. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the temperature of the entire room suddenly plummeted, and the cold aura surged, forcing Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. A mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. In that instant, Kai Yang understood and couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what grade the other 7 mysterious grade artifacts were, but what he was certain of was that there weren't many mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts, at most 1 or 2 of them. The mirror he had taken a fancy to was actually a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. The value of a single mysterious grade mid-rank artifact was equivalent to 10 mysterious grade low-rank artifacts. This time I've really struck gold. Yang Kai felt a surge of excitement. Withdrawing his yuan qi, the light on the mirror suddenly disappeared, and the endless snow-capped mountains also disappeared. Before refining it, Yang Kai didn't know what this mirror was used for. Putting down the mirror, Yang Kai set his eyes on the last artifact. This was the one Lu Qingyao had thrown to him, a bone shield. Chapter 470. This bone shield wasn't very large, only about the size of a millstone. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of monster beast bone it was made from, but it had a strange shape and was shimmering with an ivory-like white luster. On the edge of the bone shield were sharp spikes, and on the front of the bone shield was a pattern of a ferocious beast with a ferocious maw. This ferocious beast had a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. When he touched it, Yang Kai felt a bloody and gloomy aura wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. The grade of this bone shield wasn't as good as the mirror just now. Only mysterious grade low rank, but this bone shield was obviously a defensive type artifact, so its value wasn't much worse than the mirror. There were many types of artifacts, but generally speaking, defensive type artifacts were rarer than offensive type artifacts, which caused their value to soar. Of these 3 artifacts, each one was more expensive than the last. If he could refine all 3 of them, Yang Kai estimated that his overall strength would be greatly improved. So far, he only had 3 artifacts he could use: the Azura Sword, the 1,000 Blossoming Blood Begonia, and the Demon Sealing Chain. The first 2 were heaven-grade artifacts, and after using them for so long, Yang Kai was sure they were heaven-grade top rank. After all, these were the hallowed artifacts of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, so their grade couldn't be too bad. A first-class sect would definitely have a mysterious grade artifact, at the very least one, but the Azura Sword and the 1,000 Blossoming Blood Begonia were still considered sect hallowed treasures. It must be because these 2 artifacts had a special meaning. The grade of the Demon Sealing Chain was unknown, but after sealing the Soul Clone in the Evil Cavern, the Demon Sealing Chain had lost its intelligence. Even now, it was still being nourished by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, and had yet to fully recover. Now that he had obtained 3 high-quality artifacts, Yang Kai naturally wanted to refine them for his own use as soon as possible. After careful consideration, Yang Kai put away the soul-type artifact and the mirror first, and held the bone shield in his hand. Circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai began refining them while cultivating. Pure and powerful true Yang Yuan qi poured into the bone shield without restraint. This greatly increased the refining speed. Time passed. Yang Kai had been in seclusion in his room ever since he returned from the treasure hunt. His little senior sister, on the other hand, came back once a day. She never disturbed him, and only slept quietly by his side with a peaceful expression on her face. In the mansion, the little bit of sorrow that had arisen from the loss of manpower gradually disappeared. The bloody battle gang and storm house people quickly integrated into the large family of Yang Kai. The Hu sisters also settled down with a clear conscience and gradually became familiar with many of the young leaders of the various forces. The only thing that made them depressed was that they hadn't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. Not to mention them. Even Qiu Yimeng, the second in command of the mansion, found it extremely difficult to see Yang Kai. However, everyone knew Yang Kai was definitely refining his new artifact. 2 days later, Chu Gao Yi, who was guarding the central hall, was resting with his eyes closed when a breeze suddenly blew past him. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Ing Jiu staring at him. "Why aren't you with the little lord? What are you doing here?" Chu Gao, he asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's safety. Ing Jiu had always been the one in charge, always following him closely. The little lord is in retreat, and his safety is definitely not a problem. Ing Jiu thought of the old man next door to Yang Kai and didn't seem worried at all. Even so, you can't be careless. Chu Gao Yi began to reprimand him. "Let's not talk about that." Ing Jiu sighed and said, "Old Chu, I've met a powerful expert." "How powerful?" Chu Gao Yi was stunned. The blood warriors were very powerful. Not only were they from the Yang family, but they also had the mad tyrant blood skill. So the blood warriors had always been a group with eyes above their heads. Few people could enter their eyes. Very powerful. Ing Jiu was as concise as ever. How powerful is very powerful. Chu Gao Yi rolled his eyes. When his brothers spoke together, he was more casual. However, since Ing Jiu had such a high evaluation of this person, that person's strength must be very powerful. Chu Gao Yi couldn't help feeling interested, wondering what kind of person Ing Jiu had met that caused him to show such a shocked expression. "I estimate that if we really fought, any one of us would be defeated within 3 moves. Ing Jiu said seriously. Chu Gao Yi's jaw dropped. He had never heard such a high evaluation from Ing Jiu before. After a moment of silence, he asked solemnly, "What if I used my mad tyrant blood skill?" "You still wouldn't be his opponent. At most 10 moves. Above immortal ascension boundary. Peak immortal ascension boundary." "Bullshit." Chu Gao Yi spat at Ing Jiu's face. Ing Jiu wiped his face indifferently and said seriously, "It's true." Chu Gao Yi's expression became strange as he stared at Ing Jiu, not willing to believe it. Peak immortal ascension boundary masters. It wasn't that they hadn't met before. Even first-class forces had peak immortal ascension boundary masters. After using their mad tyrant blood skill, whether it was Chu Gao Yi or Ing Jiu, they had both defeated a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. A single cultivator, no matter how strong they were, had their limits. How could they possibly defeat him within 10 moves when he used his mad tyrant blood skill? Even the blood warrior Hall Master Feng Sheng didn't have such ability. Feng Sheng was the most powerful peak immortal ascension boundary master Chu Gao Yi had ever encountered in his life. In this world, there was no other peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator stronger than Feng Sheng. "Look at me now." Ing Jiu straightened his body and said, "Look at you what?" Chu Gao Yi frowned, suddenly showing a look of horror. "How did your yuan qi?" He finally realized that something was not quite right. The qi binding seal was lifted. "That master helped me." "How is that possible?" Chu Gao Yi was shocked beyond words. It had only been 2 days. Yet the Qi binding seal had been lifted in just 2 days. What kind of bizarre method was this? However, Ing Zhou's Yuan Qi was indeed circulating freely in his meridians, showing no signs of being imprisoned. Even if Chu Gao Yi didn't dare believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Who was it? Chu Gao Yi finally asked. Ing Zhou glanced around, waved to him, and whispered in his ear. That old... Chu Gao Yi was stunned. He knew that Meng Wuya was very strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. It was him. I'm still a little confused. Ing Zhou kept shaking his head, finding it difficult to accept this fact. 2 days ago, he had also asked Meng Wuya to give it a try, but today it had really worked. Thinking back, that old man had casually poked him a few times and then taught him a set of breathing techniques. As he breathed in and out, the vitality binding spell collapsed in a muddle-headed manner. It was so amazing that Ing Zhou thought he was dreaming. Only now did he realize that when Meng Wuya said 2 days ago that he was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, he wasn't just talking nonsense. This was clearly an extremely profound skill. Old Chu, I've discovered that there are many mysterious people in this house. Ing Zhou sighed. I've also noticed. Chu Gaoyi nodded. Needless to say, Meng Wuya had broken Huang Jiuzhou's qi binding seal so easily. The new pair of sisters were also extremely strange. Obviously, they were only Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivators, but whether it was Ing Zhou or Chu Gao Yi, both of them felt that if they fought, they wouldn't be inferior to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even an ordinary immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage cultivator wouldn't be their opponent. There was also the little Lord's senior sister, wearing a veil. She went in and out of the pill room all day, producing a variety of extremely high-grade pills with pill veins. Mysterious grade pills were commonplace in Yang Kai Mansion. Moreover, this woman's strength had also improved tremendously. When she first arrived, she was only an immortal ascension boundary 1st stage cultivator who seemed to have just broken through, but in the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage. Now, she had completely stabilized and was on the verge of breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Yang Kai hadn't even seen her in retreat before. So, how did her cultivation increase so quickly? Moreover, after taking those pills, the young lords and young ladies in the mansion also underwent astonishing changes. The men were becoming more and more handsome, while the women were becoming more and more beautiful. All of them seemed to have been reborn, although the progress of their strength wasn't as terrifying as the veiled woman's. It was still much faster than normal. The most mysterious of them all was undoubtedly the little lord. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Zhou's injuries had long since healed. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but their previous hidden injuries had also disappeared. Even Xiao Shun, who had joined later, said these days that he felt refreshed and his hidden injuries had disappeared. His cultivation speed was also much faster than before. All of this was definitely the work of the earth-grade pills the little lord had given them. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of profound mysteries were hidden in them. On top of that, his own methods could almost be said to be divine. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he had already made many astonishing moves, causing Chu Gao Yi and Ing Zhu to admire him more and more. It was said that every generation would produce geniuses. So how could there be so many strange geniuses in this generation? On top of that, all of them were gathered around Yang Kai. Old Chu, speaking of which, I seem to be breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage soon. Ing Zhou's mouth curled up slightly. Humph, me too. Chu Gaoyi was not to be outdone. Did we cultivate so quickly before? Ing Zhu stared straight at him. No. Chu Gaoyi frowned and asked in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" I just feel that it's a bit unusual for so many strange geniuses to gather around the little lord. Is it because of them or because of the little lord? Ing Zhou said meaningfully. Chu Gao Yi's expression shook as a look of amazement appeared on his face. After being reminded by Ingjiu, Chu Gao, he suddenly realized something. It didn't make sense for all these strange geniuses to gather around a single young lord, and when these young lords and young ladies first arrived, they didn't show much of a difference. Although their aptitude and cultivation were better than average, that was the extent of it. However, as time passed, it seemed that all of them had become incredibly talented. During this time, many people in the house had broken through bottlenecks one after another and ascended to higher realms. But if it was because of Yang Kai, then how did he do it? Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond didn't have such a remarkable function. Chapter 471. Thousands of kilometers away from War City, on the second floor of a Stone City restaurant, a dozen tables were filled with guests and bustling business. More than a dozen tables were filled with cultivators who had come to eat and drink. At a table near the window, a skinny middle-aged man was sitting there with an indifferent expression. On his table were large and small jugs of wine, at least a dozen of them. This middle-aged man seemed to have an amazing capacity for liquor, but even after drinking so much, his face didn't turn red, or his heart didn't skip a beat. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he sat on his seat and stared down at the pedestrians on the street below. Every time he saw a cultivator with slightly better strength, his gloomy eyes couldn't help emitting a cold light, as if he was a hungry beast that had encountered fresh meat and wanted to eat it alive. His face was filled with a look of struggle, hesitation, but after a long time, he gradually calmed down and couldn't help sighing, grabbing the jug in front of him and drinking again. "I'm starving to death," the middle-aged man muttered softly. His pair of shifty eyes roamed around the guests on the second floor. His throat was constantly emitting strange sounds that were suppressed to the extreme. The expression on his face was constantly changing, as if he was enduring the restlessness in his heart. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. The ash-gray cloud evil land is still the best. I can do whatever I want. The middle-aged man sighed again. The waiter served the aged wine, one after another, and then hurriedly retreated in fear. When he approached this middle-aged man, who was as skinny as a ghost, the waiter always felt that his life was hanging by a thread, as if this middle-aged man would turn into a ferocious ghost at any moment. He would swallow him whole. Just as the middle-aged man's face was filled with discomfort and depression, a conversation broke out nearby. They were talking about the artifact snatching battle a few days ago. The people chatting with each other described the scene of the artifact snatching battle as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. You don't know yet, but the Central Capital's first young lord is no longer the Lu family's Lu Qingyao. Someone defeated Lu Qingyao? Everyone was shocked. No, it's just that the Yang family's youngest young lord, with his Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivation, was able to take 2 blows against him twice. Facing Lu Qingyao head-on, Yang Kai wasn't at a disadvantage. Lu Qingyao was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. There was such a huge difference in strength, but they were still able to fight on equal footing. In the future, they would be able to fight evenly. When that little lord grows to the same height as Lu Qingyao, he will surely be able to surpass him. Is it true? Of course. This news is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That little lord is truly amazing. So young, yet his cultivation is so profound, and he has gathered more than a dozen first-class forces under his command. In my opinion, in this inheritance war, he may be the one to have the last laugh. It can't be? Isn't it said that the young master doesn't have many connections? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? First show weakness to the enemy, and then suddenly attack. Who can resist? If I remember correctly, wasn't the youngest young lord called Yang Kai? Yes. Young Lord Kai. As soon as he heard the name Yang Kai, the middle-aged man who was drinking suddenly paused and turned his head, seemingly interested in this matter. The conversation at that table wasn't hidden, so naturally everyone on the second floor heard it. Suddenly, someone sneered and retorted, "What do you know?" That day, young Lord Lu clearly didn't use his full strength. That's why young Kai was able to withstand 2 of his moves. At that time, I also saw it with my own eyes. Do you know what young Lord Lu said? Chuckling lightly, trying to keep the crowd in suspense, calmly continuing, young Lord Lu said that young Kai isn't his opponent, so I'll wait for you to grow up so we can have a good fight again. This is the bearing and demeanor of the Central Capital's first young lord. He only gave you 2 moves, yet you think young Kai is so great? The cultivator who spoke before suddenly became somewhat unconvinced. That's just Lu Qingyao's empty words. If they had exchanged 3 moves, it's not certain who would win. Yang Kai is currently the Central Capital's first young lord. Bullshit. The quarrel between the 2 quickly spread. Now, all of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator was paying attention to the inheritance war, so naturally they had their own ideas about how it would play out in the future. After a short while, the entire second floor's cultivator was divided into 2 camps, each one of them arguing endlessly. Only the middle-aged man by the window remained, grinning wickedly, not saying a word, but the light radiating from his eyes was becoming more and more dangerous, more and more terrifying. The crowd quarreled for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The cultivator who spoke first blushed furiously, turning his head and seeing the middle-aged man. He couldn't help shouting, "Hey, you, who you think is the Central Capital's first young lord? You want this old master to say?" The middle-aged man looked stunned and asked in surprise, "Yes, you want to say it. Seeing how silent you are, it's obvious you have your own opinion. Let us all hear it. But at your age, why would you call yourself an old master?" Ha ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing, wondering if this middle-aged man liked to take advantage of his seniority. The second floor suddenly quieted down as everyone's eyes stared at the middle-aged man, asking for his opinion. The middle-aged man nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before saying if this old master really wants to say it, the Central Capital's first young lord must be that young Kai. Not only is he the Central Capital's first young lord, but he will also be the future first young lord under the heavens. Ha ha ha! Everyone was stunned. Even the group of people who supported Yang Kai felt that this middle-aged man was a bit out of his mind, secretly shaking their heads. If Yang Kai was the current first young lord of the Central Capital, it would be somewhat reasonable, but to say he was the future first young lord under the heavens was simply too much of an exaggeration. The martial Tao was limitless. So far, none of the top masters at the above immortal ascension boundary dared claim to be invincible. This madman, the cultivator who supported Lu Qingyao, said contemptuously, "What nonsense is he spouting? That Yang Kai is nothing. He's actually the future first young lord." Before he could finish his words, though, he suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had caught his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. Everyone turned to look at him and couldn't help paling. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator's complexion turned incomparably black, as if he had been poisoned. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. The next moment, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly flew out from the top of this man's head, circled around a few times in the air, and shot towards the middle-aged man sitting by the window. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed this burst of energy into his abdomen. Strangely, the middle-aged man's skinny body, after swallowing this burst of energy, suddenly expanded, and although he was still thin, he was no longer as terrifying as before. With a bang, the black-faced cultivator fell to the floor, his vitality completely gone. A chill rose from everyone's heart, making all the cultivator feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No one knew how he died, but after seeing the scene just now, no matter who it was clear that this was definitely the work of that terrifying middle-aged man. A terrifying, cold, dark, and murderous aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire restaurant. The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly, and a strange laughter came from his throat. When the laughter entered everyone's ears, all the cultivators' blood boiled, and their faces instantly flushed red, as if their blood was boiling in an instant. Kikik, the laughter became louder and louder, more and more rampant, and incomparably strange and sinister. This old man is hungry, and since you've come knocking, then this old man won't hold back. If the young master comes to investigate in the future, this old man will have an excuse. The middle-aged man said, and his body didn't move. Pa, pa, pa. Balls of light, like blooming red roses, exploded in the cultivator's body one after another, their internal organs spilling out, and blood splattering all over the floor. Every time someone died, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye would fly out from those dismembered corpses and be swallowed by the middle-aged man in one gulp. The middle-aged man's thin body also began to swell, and gradually he became somewhat handsome. The only thing that didn't change was the coldness and malice in his long and narrow eyes. In an instant, the second floor of the restaurant became a hellish existence, and more than 20 cultivators died an unnatural death. Those who survived trembled and didn't even have the courage to resist. With a begging expression on their faces, they looked at the middle-aged man, and they were about to cry. "You're not full yet." The middle-aged man patted his stomach, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He glanced at the dozen or so people who were still alive, and his expression was restless. Being stared at like this, all of them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing vigorously and begging for mercy. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and for some reason he didn't kill them all. Instead, his body flashed and he turned into a black fog and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, those who were still alive looked at each other, and some of them didn't know why this cruel guy would let them go. With the personality and cruel temperament he showed, he wouldn't even frown if he killed more than a dozen people, but he didn't do so. Looking at each other, everyone was surprised to find that the group of people who were still alive seemed to be the ones who supported Yang Kai just now, and those who opposed Yang Kai were all dead. They couldn't help but feel lucky to have survived a disaster. Looking at the tragic and bloody scene around them, everyone couldn't help but turn pale, and they directly vomited all the food they had just eaten. These cultivators were also people who licked the blood off their blades and hung their heads on their belts, but none of them had seen such a horrible scene. Those who had died had all been turned into minced meat outside Stone City. A black fog suddenly appeared, and the middle-aged man slowly appeared. Glancing towards War City 1,000 kilometers away, a grin appeared on his face as he muttered softly, "I haven't seen young master for so long, I wonder how he's doing. If this old master goes over like this, won't he be scared?" Startled, the middle-aged man secretly thought to himself, "I don't know if young master will blame me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed in the ash-gray cloud evil land for so long." Chapter 472. Thinking of the young master, the middle-aged man's expression became somewhat complicated. In fact, the relationship between him and the young master was not harmonious at all. When they first met, the middle-aged man had tried to seize the latter's body as a soul, but he had never expected to be restrained by the young master's brand and be controlled by him instead. After that, the middle-aged man spent a period of time as a slave. During that time, the middle-aged man was docile and loyal on the surface, but in reality, he was constantly trying to escape from the young master's slavery and regain his freedom. But as time passed, the middle-aged man gradually discovered the huge potential hidden in the young master. Although he had not recovered much of his memory, he was still able to see. The young master was different from an ordinary cultivator. He was shrouded in a variety of mysterious auras. Even though the two of them spent day and night together, the middle-aged man was unable to see through these mysteries and instead became more and more confused, allowing him to gradually restrain his thoughts and secretly look forward to the young master's growth. Then, after finding this demon body under the coiling dragon stream, the young master was relieved to let his soul enter it. To be honest, at that time, the middle-aged man was a little worried that the young master would suspect him. If he did not allow him to enter this demon body, the middle-aged man might really hold a grudge against him and try to get rid of his control. Fortunately, the young master allowed it. This made the middle-aged man very grateful at that time. Thinking about it carefully, the young master seemed to have treated him well. So for this demon body, the middle-aged man felt the need to help him. After all, his soul still had the young master's brand. So if he provoked the young master, only death awaited him. The middle-aged man made up his mind. The middle-aged man's expression became firm, and he no longer hesitated. However, going there alone seemed to be a bit inappropriate. If the young master asked, would he tell him that he had forgotten the agreement engraved on the stone wall while he was in the ash-gray cloud evil land? Frowning for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly spread out his vast spiritual energy. His original intention was to see if there was any excuse nearby that he could use. However, after spreading out his divine sense, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated and seemed to have come from a certain place in the distance. A familiar divine soul fluctuation came to him. The middle-aged man's expression couldn't help becoming surprised as he glanced over, suddenly remembering something. He chuckled softly, and his figure flashed. He was wrapped in a black light and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. 100 miles away, a group of people were fleeing in panic. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 30 of them, but the leader was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator. The rest of them weren't Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators. All around them, quite a few figures were flying at high speed, surrounding this group of people. However, they did not immediately kill them. They just followed them closely. As for the martial artists that were following them, they did not seem to be from the same group. There were several batches. These groups of people were also wary of each other. These people are really annoying. They've been following us for more than 10 days, and we still can't shake them off. In the crowd, a pretty girl complained as she ran. This is troublesome. A man next to her smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach War City like this. Brother, what should we do? The girl asked anxiously. Let's take one step at a time. The man obviously didn't have any good ideas and could only follow behind his sect elder. While the two were talking, another woman with a cold expression leaned forward. This woman had a slender figure and a graceful waist. Just by looking at her appearance, she was a rare beauty. However, what made people feel strange was that this woman's pair of jade hands were wrapped in a white ribbon. It was impossible to see what her hands looked like. Not only her, but in this group of people, many of them had their hands wrapped in white bands, as if they were hiding some unspeakable secret. Brother Tao, if we really can't do this, let's separate. The woman's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. After being chased for so many days, she was truly angry. Those people's goal is our Ghost King Valley. If we separate, they won't bother your treasure instrument sect. Tao Yang heard this and shook his head. Junior Sister Lung, your thinking is too simple. Do you really think these people are only targeting your Ghost King Valley? Although that's not entirely the case, we also have a certain responsibility. Lung Shan's expression darkened. She wasn't a fool. Naturally, she knew that the main reason this group of people had chased them and threatened them from time to time, but didn't directly attack, was because they didn't want to offend Treasure Instrument Sect. Ghost King Valley was just a legitimate excuse for them to come here. This time, she was afraid they had made a mistake. A few months ago, news of the Inheritance War had spread to the ash-gray cloud evil land, so the people from Ghost King Valley had naturally heard about it. Like Chen Shui Shu and the others, when Lung Shan heard Yang Kai's name, She also had some doubts, wondering if this Yang family's youngest young lord was the same one she knew. Later, after many inquiries, she confirmed it. Lung Shan's status in Ghost King Valley was low, so she immediately asked Ghostly to allow her to lead the sex people to participate in the inheritance war. Ghostly refused. After all, Ghost King Valley was a sect of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. If a disciple rashly left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they would certainly not have a good end. How could he dare participate in the Central Capital Yang family's inheritance war? Not only did he refuse, but he also locked Lung Shan up and ordered her not to come out until she broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Later, her brother Chen Yi and Cheng Ying secretly released her. The three of them gathered a group of brothers who had received Yang Kai's kindness in the Evil Cavern and secretly left Ghost King Valley to rush to the central capital. All of this was to repay Yang Kai for saving their lives again and again. That time in the Evil Cavern, if not for Yang Kai, these Ghost King Valley disciples would have died 1,000 times over. However, the mark of a Ghost King Valley disciple was too obvious. That pair of pale, bloodless ghost hands, once seen, would be immediately recognized as an evil sect disciple. If an evil sect disciple was wandering outside, then they would be killed. Therefore, the Ghost King Valley disciples wrapped their hands in white cloth. Although it looked strange, it could at least conceal their identity. In addition to Lung Shan, who had left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land once, the others had never gone out before. So after leaving the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they were like headless flies. Finally, after thinking about it, Chen Yi decided to first go to Treasure Instrument Sect to find Tao Yang and use Treasure Instrument Sect as a cover to travel to the central capital. In his opinion, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument Sect would definitely help Yang Kai. Tao Yang had long since received Yang Kai's messenger, but had been unable to convince the elders in the sect. Relying only on the few brothers who knew Yang Kai, they wouldn't be able to offer much help. When the Ghost King Valley disciples arrived at Treasure Instrument Sect, Tao Yang was in a terrible state, but when he saw Lung Shan, Chen Yi, and the others, he was overjoyed and quickly arranged for them to quietly stay in Treasure Instrument Sect. For the next period of time, Lung Shan and the others and Tao Yang spent every day coaxing and persuading the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect. Their efforts paid off, and they were finally able to convince the sect elders, quickly setting out. Just as they stepped out of Treasure Instrument Sect, they were targeted by several groups of people. Outside of Treasure Instrument Sect, every day was bustling with activity, just like the situation in Medicine King's Valley. The number of cultivators who came to request artifact refining was innumerable, but these few groups of people were somewhat unusual. They only followed Treasure Instrument Sect, but didn't come up to speak, causing many people to be very suspicious. After being tracked for a day, an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help but ask. He soon learned that these groups of people were actually sent by the Yang family young lords to persuade them to join. The group from Medicine King's Valley had already been recruited by Yang Kai, so these artifact refining masters from Treasure Instrument Sect were naturally in high demand. Whether it was Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, or even Yang Wei, all of them had sent their own people. But how could Tao Yang and the others accept their offers? After refusing, this group of people didn't become anxious, and instead continued to follow them while remaining vigilant, making it clear that even if they couldn't win them over, others wouldn't either. After following them for a few days, these people finally found an opportunity. A disciple from Ghost King Valley accidentally exposed his identity, immediately causing these groups of people to become restless. Senior Wu, as long as you hand over those people from Ghost King Valley, we won't embarrass your noble sect. After all, your noble sect's artifact refining techniques are unrivaled in this world. Who knows, in the future, we'll have to trouble you. Among the group of people on the left, An immortal ascension boundary's sixth stage, Master said with a smile. This sentence was immediately echoed by the others, all of them nodding in agreement, all of them expressing their stance, implying that as long as Treasure Instrument Sect handed over the Ghost King Valley disciples, they wouldn't spread the news of their collusion with Evil Sect. Wu Yen, who was leading the charge, simply snorted and didn't respond. How could he not see the intentions of this group of people? It was precisely because he saw through their intentions that he was extremely disdainful. Tao Yang, get over here. Wu Yen had nowhere to vent his anger, so he shouted towards the back of the group. Tao Yang's neck shrank as he immediately rushed forward and respectfully asked, "Martial Uncle, what instructions do you have for me?" Wu Yen sneered meaningfully. "You little brat, you've grown up and your courage has grown. Daring to accept those people from Ghost King Valley, what do you want your martial uncle to say about you?" Wu Yen had only learned of their true identities a few days ago after that Ghost King Valley disciple exposed himself. If he had known earlier, how could the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect have allowed Lung Shan and the others to live in the sect? Tao Yang didn't seem to care and just grinned meaningfully. "Martial Uncle, when Junior Sister Zhao Rong and I went to the Evil Cavern last time, it was all thanks to them that we were able to take care of us. If not for them, I'm afraid we would have already died." Wu Yen glared at him. "Wasn't the one who took care of you Yang Kai? How did you suddenly become a member of Ghost King Valley? Which one of your words is true?" "I took care of them. I took care of them," Tao Yang said with an indifferent expression. "Besides, Martial Uncle, our Treasure Instrument Sect is the same as Medicine King's Valley. We open our doors to do business. We have friends everywhere. What Evil Sect or Orthodox Sect? Why would we care?" "Humph. In any case, since you've caused this trouble, you better solve it for this old master. Otherwise, when we go back this time, I'll expel you from the sect." "Martial Uncle, don't be like that. I'm still trying to think of a way." Tao Yang suddenly looked depressed. "You'd better think of a way." Chapter 473. Although he said so, in fact, Tao Yang didn't have much confidence. This group of Ghost King Valley disciples were all young, and none of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary. On the other hand, although Treasure Instrument Sect had several immortal ascension boundary masters and carried a wide array of artifacts, if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be the opponents of this group. If he could secretly send someone out to inform Yang Kai, Tao Yang believed that as long as Yang Kai learned about the situation here, he would definitely bring a large number of people to greet them. As long as he was in charge, entering War City would be easy. However, right now, there was no chance for him to send out a message. "Brother Tao, I'm sorry you were scolded by Senior Wu," Lung Shan said guiltily. She, Chunyi, and the others really had no other choice but to seek out Tao Yang. After all, when they first left the Evil Cavern, Tao Yang and the others had stayed in Ghost King Valley for some time, so they were quite familiar with each other. "It doesn't matter. Martial Uncle was just saying that. He's not willing to expel me from the sect." Tao Yang smiled and waved his hand. Treasure Instrument Sect had very few members, only 100 in total. Each generation of disciples had undergone an extremely strict selection process, even stricter than Medicine King's Valleys. However, every disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect had unparalleled talent and achievements in the artifact refining Tao, and among this generation, Tao Yang was one of the top masters. Treasure Instrument Sect's future depended on him. So how could Wu Yen be willing to expel him from the sect? Saying so, Tao Yang's expression became gloomy. 5 groups of people escorting the sect leader appeared to be quite impressive, but in reality, they were quite frustrating. If they fought, they couldn't beat them, and if they spoke, they certainly wouldn't listen to them. Moreover, as time went by, as they got closer and closer to War City, these 5 groups of people gradually lost their patience, And when they exchanged looks, it was as if a storm was brewing. After all, Treasure Instrument Sect status was not as stable as Medicine King's valleys, so no one dared to offend them. However, although Treasure Instrument Sect had a good reputation, some people still didn't put it in their eyes. Over the years, it was unknown how many great forces had secretly tried to annex Treasure Instrument Sect. Plots and machinations, open spears and hidden arrows, one after another. Fortunately, Treasure Instrument Sect had accumulated a lot of connections, so every time a disaster occurred, they were able to resolve it. However, this situation couldn't continue for a long time. They needed the protection of a transcendent force's name. It was for this reason. The elders of Treasure Instrument Sect had agreed to Tao Yang's request to participate in the Inheritance War. As long as they negotiated terms with Yang Kai, helping him wasn't impossible. The group flew forward for another half an hour. War City Sect. At this distance, the 5 groups sent out by the Yang family young lords were already showing signs of impatience, exchanging glances with each other. Yang was sect, Yang sect. S's sect. The sects, there's sex good sex's elders. Sect. T's sect. Sect, S sect. I. Hearing this, Wu Yan's face turned cold, and he shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" The man chuckled and said, "Good and evil cannot coexist. We only want to punish evil and eliminate evil. Mr. Wu, it's best to let your sect's disciples know their place. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen if you accidentally injure them." Wu Yan sneered. "I'm afraid that the youngsters behind me are all from the evil sects, right? Regardless of whether they attack or not, you will still capture them." How could this be? The man slowly shook his head. "At the very least, I know who your esteemed sect's eldest disciple is, Tao Yang. As for whether or not the others are disciples of the evil sects, we'll know once we capture them and interrogate them." At this point, no matter who it was, everyone understood that these people were using the name of suppressing Ghost King Valley to deal with Treasure Instrument Sect. They wouldn't kill anyone. They would only capture Treasure Instrument Sect's young lords and make them serve the Yang family's young lords. Not to mention, if a fight really broke out, would Tao Yang and the others not make a move? Once he made a move, it would give the other party a legitimate excuse to arrest him. The twists and turns of this plan were already laid out in the open. Wu Yan's expression sank as he whispered, "It looks like Treasure Instrument Sect won't be able to avoid this disaster this time. When the fight breaks out, run if you can, don't resist, they won't kill you. Tao Yang, quickly go to War City and find Yang Kai and ask him to deal with this matter." "Disciple will remember," Tao Yang quickly responded. "Tell him that if my Treasure Instrument Sect suffers a single casualty, don't expect this old master to refine artifacts for him in the future." Wu Yan reiterated again. "It looks like Mr. Wu has already considered this?" The man urged again, lightly snorting. "Since that's the case, then we'll have to offend you." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 groups of people set out almost at the same time, all of them aiming at the Treasure Instrument Sect disciples in the crowd. Treasure Instrument Sect had dispatched more than 20 people this time, so after dividing them up, it wasn't a small number. At the very least, when they returned to War City, they would be able to answer to the Yang family young lords. The people from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley also stopped in their tracks, but just as they were about to scatter according to Wu Yan's instructions, a figure suddenly appeared above their heads. This person's appearance was quite strange. No one could see how he had appeared, as if he had been hiding himself and was floating above everyone's heads. When this figure appeared, an extremely terrifying divine sense power suddenly enveloped the entire area. The 5 groups of people who had been attacking suddenly stopped, each of them showing a frightened expression as they hurriedly pushed their yuan qi to resist this terrifying pressure, all pairs of eyes trembling violently as they stared at this person in disbelief. On the other hand, the people from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley wore puzzled expressions. Especially Lung Shan. When this person appeared, she seemed to have sensed some fluctuations in her mind, but when she tried to investigate more carefully, those fluctuations disappeared. Staring straight at the middle-aged man floating in the air, Lung Shan's brow furrowed slightly. The other party also glanced over at her casually, actually showing a friendly smile before immediately turning his eyes away, his eyes becoming cold. A cruel, bloodthirsty, and gloomy aura spread out as the middle-aged man grinned wickedly, bullying the weak with numbers. Interesting. His attitude was thought-provoking, neither friendly nor hostile, as if he was just a passing master who had come to watch the fun. No one dared to answer. Under the cover of this terrifying and gloomy spiritual energy, even the slightest movement or change in demeanor could lead to bad consequences. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. The faces of the 5 groups of people were extremely ugly, as if they were walking on thin ice, not daring to move. Pairs of eyes stared at the middle-aged man with fear, and beads of sweat gradually flowed down their foreheads. "Are you all mutes?" The middle-aged man's expression became cold as he coldly shouted. It was like a clap of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of buzzing. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and when they looked forward again, their expressions became more and more frightened. If they didn't speak to break this deadlock, they were afraid the situation would become impossible to end. After realizing this, the most powerful experts in the 5 groups of people glanced at each other. The person on the left braced himself, and with a respectful expression, he cupped his hands and asked, "Dare I ask for your esteemed name?" "We are from Thunder Province's Dingguang sect." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man, his brow wrinkling as he said with some displeasure, "Dingguang sect? Never heard of it." Dingguang sect was also a first-class force, but now it was being evaluated as a third-rate force. But the middle-aged man didn't dare show the slightest anger and simply smiled. "We are temporarily serving the Central Capital's Yang family's second young master." In his opinion, this middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable, and his magic qi reached the heavens, so he was definitely a character with eyes at the top of his head. Since Dingguang's sect didn't enter his eyes, the Central Capital's Yang family couldn't be the same, right? Bringing up the second young master's name might make this middle-aged man retreat. Second young master? Sure enough, when the middle-aged man heard these 3 words, he couldn't help showing a look of interest. "What is the Yang family's second young master called?" "Yang Zhao." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, his expression relaxing, thinking that his words just now had some effect. "What about you?" The middle-aged man turned to look at the other groups of people. None of them dared to neglect, and scrambled to report the sect they belonged to and the name of the young master they served. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, who had a smile on his face after hearing these people report their names, his expression gradually became unpleasant, like the eve of a storm. Shit. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts, their palms and feet becoming wet with sweat. "None of you seem to be working for Yang Kai." The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a sneer, his expression as cold as a blade. "Senior, we're going to help Yang Kai." Tao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said he had also noticed this subtle message. "HM?" The middle-aged man looked down and couldn't help smiling. Good. You have good eyesight, little brat. Good. If you follow Yang Kai well, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Many thanks for Senior's praise." Tao Yang smiled happily. Wu Yan's face was cold as he glared at him fiercely. Tao Yang's performance just now was clearly that of a coward who only knew how to curry favor with others. This was simply a loss of face for Treasure Instrument Sect. Good, since you're going to seek refuge with Yang Kai. This old master can't just sit back and watch. The middle-aged man nodded gently and waved his hand. Your safety, this old master will be responsible for it. Hearing this, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them showed joy. None of them had expected that such a powerful master would appear at this critical juncture to protect them, all of them feeling extremely grateful. On the contrary, the 5 groups of people all wore gloomy expressions and didn't dare to act rashly. After experiencing the power of this man's spiritual energy, they naturally knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The man who spoke before cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. Since your excellency has come forward, we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Saying so, he waved his hand and retreated vigilantly. Chapter 474. The 5 groups had only taken a few steps back when a burst of strange laughter rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Did this old master allow you to leave? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light, his voice low, a gloomy aura spreading from his body, causing everyone present to shiver. Everyone's expression changed, suddenly becoming extremely ugly, none of them daring to act rashly. What other advice does this sir have? The man who had just spoken frowned and asked, secretly circulating his strength. Originally, this old master was in a good mood today and was too lazy to kill. The middle-aged man smiled calmly, his expression relaxed. But you people have eyes but fail to see, short-sighted rats taking refuge with someone you shouldn't have. So this old master can't just ignore it. Hearing the meaning of his words, the faces of the 5 groups became even uglier. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master coldly snorting, our actions do not need to be judged by your excellency. Although your excellency is strong, there are so many of us here. Do you really want to kill us all? As they spoke, the 5 groups gradually gathered together, all of them staring towards the middle-aged man with dignified expressions, clearly indicating that they would live or die together. In the face of such a master, they had no choice but to act, hoping that the other party would quit while they were ahead and retreat. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man not only didn't feel this situation was troublesome, his expression instead becoming more and more excited, nodding repeatedly. Good, good. With so many people, I can finally kill them all. As he spoke, his expression became fierce as he spread out his hands, slowly lifting them. He grinned. Blood sea seals the heavens. Behind him, a crimson light suddenly flashed, and the crimson light shot out like an arrow towards the place where the 5 groups of people were gathered. No one was able to react, caught off guard, and enveloped by this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of scarlet. Not only had the sky become a dazzling red, the ground under his feet seemed to be made of fresh blood as well. Blood bubbles the size of wash basins kept popping out and bursting. The explosion caused everyone's body to be covered in blood, making them look terrifying. The sound of rustling filled the air. It was like an Azura purgatory. What is this? The 5 groups of people immediately panicked. They had never seen such a strange and sinister martial skill before. With one move, even the surrounding environment changed. In the midst of the chaos, they all activated their Yuan Qi, activated their body movement skills, and equipped themselves with secret treasures in an attempt to escape the shackles of this blood-red world. Who would have thought that the blood on the ground seemed to have a huge suction force that firmly sucked them to the ground, making them unable to move at all? The ground he was standing on, it was as if it had turned into a swamp. The more they moved, the faster they sank. Gigi Jaiji. The middle-aged man laughed, strangely again, his face full of joy as he enjoyed the ugly and helpless expressions of the people struggling in the sea of blood. His long and narrow eyes even bloomed with a strange light. He seemed to be extremely excited. The people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were also shocked, all of them staring towards the blood sea, their eyes trembling violently. Everyone knew that this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was very powerful, but no one knew that he was this powerful. With just one move, 5 groups of people had fallen into a desperate situation. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength at all and had only casually attacked. Ghost King Valley itself was an evil sect, and the martial skills and secret arts they cultivated were also gloomy and sinister. But when Lung Shan and the others compared their sect's martial skills to the scene in front of them, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Looking at the blood-red sea, the Ghost King Valley disciples all felt a chill run down their spines, and their souls tremble. The artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect all paled. Only Wu Yen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and glanced over at the middle-aged man. He suddenly discovered that this middle-aged man didn't seem to be a good person either. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator trapped in the blood sea began to change. These people, no matter how strong they were, no matter how high their cultivation was, all of them became ferocious, their eyes bloodshot and filled with panic. The look of panic disappeared from their faces, replaced by infinite madness and murderous intent. It was as if the cruelty and evilness hidden in the sea of blood had affected their hearts. Kill! Someone roared, using their martial skills and artifacts to cover their companions, directly turning them into headless corpses. Kill! 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 The 5 groups of people seemed to have been possessed by the devil. They didn't recognize anyone, and they kept shouting and fighting desperately with the people around them. Corpses fell one after another, the blood that flowed out making the blood sea even redder. The smell of blood filled the air. The middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying a great show, his brow overflowing with joy and happiness. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The several female disciples from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley couldn't help pulling out their handkerchiefs and rushing to the side to retch, vomiting all the bitter water in their mouths. They had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. It had long exceeded their psychological threshold. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced over at them, chuckled, and no longer paid them any attention. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the 5 groups of people who had been shrouded in the blood sea had almost all died, leaving only the immortal Ascension Boundary Master, who had just spoken. In the end, he was the strongest of them all. Although he was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator, compared to the others, whether it was his personal cultivation or martial skills, he was far superior. But even if he had survived at this moment, he was no longer the same person he had been before. This man's eyes were extremely red, like a beast that had been trapped in a cage for thousands of years without freedom, his nostrils exuding a fiery aura, his face filled with infinite murderous intent, staring left and right as he stood above the blood sea. His consciousness had been annihilated, and now he was nothing more than a walking corpse obeying his killing instincts. Good. Since you've survived, this old master will spare your life. The middle-aged man laughed, waving his hands and sending out a series of mysterious seals towards the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body. As these seals were sent out, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body seemed to transform into a vortex, madly swallowing the blood around him. This bizarre scene caused the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect to be shocked again. With the infusion of blood, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body and face gradually began to change. His body began to swell up, and his face became distorted. Even on his forehead, there was a large bump. After a long time, all the blood had been poured into his body, and at this moment, it was basically impossible to see his original appearance. This immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body was blood red, like a hot iron, his face blurred, only his eyes exuding a terrifying light. Wu Yan was shocked by this middle-aged man's bizarre methods, but after a brief examination, he discovered that this Immortal Ascension Boundaries 6-stage cultivator was now exuding a shocking amount of Yuan Qi, and his aura had also become violent, manic, and cruel. Roar, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master roared towards the sky, a beastly roar coming from his mouth, causing the clouds in the sky to change color as a huge mass of clouds gathered above his head, and a red light shot out from the large bump on his forehead, piercing through the heavens. Not bad. This old master didn't raise you with his blood and vein, the middle-aged man snorted. And with a wave of his hand, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master actually transformed into a blood-red light and flew into his palm, disappearing from sight. Everyone was dumbfounded. The methods this middle-aged man had used one after another were completely unheard of, as if they didn't belong to this world. After witnessing this man's cruelty and ruthlessness, the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help feeling like they had just escaped from a wolf's den, only to fall into a tiger's den. This man had killed those 5 groups of people as easily as crushing a group of ants. So why would he even need to blink an eye to kill them? Unexpectedly, after the middle-aged man withdrew his blood-red light, his previous ferocious expression disappeared, and he landed on the ground, smiling towards the crowd and saying, "Good, clean up the trash. Let's go." No one dared to move, all of them staring at this middle-aged man with fear and horror. The middle-aged man also noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right and smiled. "Are you afraid I'll kill you?" Wu Yan couldn't help lightly coughing, an awkward expression appearing on his face as he hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare. Your Excellency has saved our lives. We wouldn't dare speculate. Don't worry, since you're going to help Yang Kai. I won't do anything to you. I'm also going to find Yang Kai. Haha." The middle-aged man's expression was gentle, causing many people to relax. Suddenly changing the topic, the middle-aged man let out a strange laugh. "But if you go to help the other Yang family, young lords, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." The relaxed atmosphere once again became tense. Wu Yan quickly said, No, we're going to seek refuge with young Lord Kai." In his heart, however, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of people this Yang family's youngest young lord had met. Could this man in front of him be the legendary demon lord? Among the crowd, Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before bravely stepping forward, staring at the middle-aged man and whispering, "Many thanks for Senior's help just now. May I ask Senior's name?" Wu Yan's ears twitched, and he quickly held his breath to listen. "This old master is called D, and this old master's surname is D. So, it's Senior D." Lung Shan didn't dare to ask further, simply asking suspiciously, "Senior D, have we met somewhere before?" Chen Yi, Cheng Ying, and the others couldn't help feeling shocked, quickly glancing towards Lung Shan. This middle-aged man didn't look like a good person at first glance. His methods were extremely cruel, thousands of times crueler than those of Ghost King Valley. What was wrong with his junior sister actually wanting to get close to him? It was too late to avoid him. However, the middle-aged man who claimed to be surnamed D actually smiled and nodded, and "We've met before." Lung Shan became even more confused, her brow furrowing as a puzzled look appeared on her pretty face. "Then why don't I have any impression of you at all? Only faintly feeling that Senior is familiar." Chapter 475. Lung Shan was also a rising star of Ghost King Valley, and although her memory wasn't perfect, she was still able to remember where she had seen and what kind of people. In particular, this strange Senior D was so powerful. If she had really met him before, how could Lung Shan forget? However, Lung Shan couldn't remember. Moreover, this kind of familiarity wasn't just a sense of familiarity. It was just a feeling. If she really thought about it, the feeling the Senior D gave her was somewhat similar to that of ZMO from Tianlang Dynasty. She and ZMO felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because Yang Kai had left his brand on her soul. So why did the Senior D give her the same feeling? Since he was so powerful, how could Yang Kai have left his brand on her soul? Lung Shan secretly shook her head, thinking that her guess was a bit ridiculous. The Senior D actually grinned meaningfully and replied, "This old master has seen you before, but you haven't seen this old master before." Lung Shan was even more confused and didn't ask any more questions. "Good, let's walk and talk. This place is only 800 kilometers away from War City. We should be able to reach it before dark." The Senior D waved his hand and led the way. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all glanced at each other hesitantly. Wu Yen was even more hesitant, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Let's follow." This man was too powerful, and regardless of what reason he had for helping them, if he really wanted to kill them with the means he had just displayed, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this time, it was best to follow this man's wishes. The truth of the matter would naturally become clear once they reached War City. The group of more than 30 people, all of them trembling in fear as they followed. After walking for some distance, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around. Waving to Lung Shan, he called out, "Little girl, come here." Lung Shan nodded and stepped forward, but Chani hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Lung Shan didn't show any signs of worry and calmly walked forward, walking side by side with the middle-aged man, respectfully asking, "What is Senior's order?" "Heh." The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at her. He urged, "Relax." Lung Shan still didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man open his hand and grab him. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but before Yuan Qi could gather, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, causing Lung Shan's expression to change when she looked over. She discovered the Ghost King seal in her body. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man managed to pull it out. The illusory soul struggled and wriggled in the middle-aged man's hand, howling incessantly. But he couldn't break free. Ghost King Valley had a martial skill that everyone could practice, and that was the Ghost King seal. They were spirits that were born in the land of ghosts. They were subdued and refined by a Ghost King Valley disciple using a special method, and were constantly fed with their own essence, chi, and soul, growing alongside their master. When facing the enemy, they would be able to launch a surprise attack. It could be said that when a Ghost King Valley disciple's cultivation reached a profound level, when fighting, it was always 2 against 1. However, Lung Shan's group of young disciples was different. For the time being, they hadn't cultivated the Ghost King seal to that level and couldn't display its full power. No one had ever been able to forcibly pull the Ghost King seal out of a Ghost King Valley disciple's body, but this master surnamed D had done so. Lung Shan didn't even notice. Just as she was about to ask, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist which hit the Ghost King seal. The howling and struggling Ghost King seal seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and instantly calmed down. Not only did it no longer have any of its previous agitation, but it also seemed to be enjoying itself, its twisted facial features showing a look of extreme satisfaction and joy. Lung Shan couldn't help being startled and quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. "Here you go." The middle-aged man smiled and released the Ghost King seal back into Lung Shan's body. "Junior sister." Chen Yi imprinted the scene just now into his eyes and was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, rushing over to protect Lung Shan and glaring at the middle-aged man. "Your courage isn't small." The middle-aged man sneered. Lung Shan quickly said, "I'm fine. Brother, you've misunderstood. This senior just helped me a great deal." As she spoke, her expression became one of joy and excitement. What do you mean? Chun Yi asked, curiously. My ghost king's seal fell into a deep sleep, Lung Shan explained. What? Chun Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The ghost king seal's spirit body grew as its owner grew, just like a snake shedding its skin. Every time it fell into a deep sleep, its strength would greatly increase when it awoke. Strictly speaking, the ghost king seal in Lung Shan's body had already evolved 3 times. The next time it would evolve was when she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary. At that time, the ghost king seal's strength would not be inferior to an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master. But now, this evolution, which should have taken at least 1 or 2 years, had been abruptly brought forward. Lung Shan even felt that after this evolution, the ghost king seal's spirit body would undergo earth-shattering changes. This was no ordinary hibernation evolution. And all of this was because of the black mist the master surnamed D had spat out. Many thanks, Senior. Lung Shan was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. No need, just consider it your reward for helping Yang Kai. Treat your spirit body well. When it wakes up, it will develop sentience and become your most loyal partner, Master D said earnestly. Develop sentience. The 7 or 8 ghost King Valley disciples all opened their mouths in disbelief. The ghost king seal's spirit body developing sentience wasn't just empty talk. In the records of Ghost King Valley, such a thing had indeed happened, but it was a senior who had cultivated to the above immortal ascension boundary several hundred years ago. The current Valley Master of Ghost King Valley, Gui Li's spirit body, had not yet developed sentience. Only now did everyone realize how precious this gift was. Lung Shan's face flushed with excitement as she bit her thin lip, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she asked softly, Senior D, what is your relationship with Yang Kai? He is my young master. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, almost spilling the beans. So, you're from the Yang family? Lung Shan's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, that's hard to say. The middle-aged man replied ambiguously, Senior. Chen Yi walked up, nodding his head and scratching his cheeks as he said, You see, like junior sister, we all went to help Yang Kai this. The middle-aged man glanced over at him and snorted. Do you think helping your spirit body evolve is as simple as blowing a breath of air? That will cost this old master a great deal of cultivation. Chen Yi's face went black as he felt extremely embarrassed, but he was also reluctant to give up. If he cultivated on his own, even if he died, it would be impossible for his spirit body to evolve sentience and become a legendary existence. With such a great opportunity in front of him, if he didn't grasp it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But since this old man had said so, Chen Yi really didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, But today this old master is in a good mood, so I'll help you little brats. Seeing this turn of events, Chen Yi was so excited that he couldn't help expressing his gratitude, constantly beckoning to those behind him. Come here. Everyone come here. The remaining few Ghost King Valley disciples all rushed up with smiles on their faces, constantly calling out, Senior, 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 Senior. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, pulling the Ghost King seals out of their bodies one by one, blowing on them and putting them back. After a short time, the process was complete. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples glanced at each other and saw the excitement and expectation in each other's eyes. Just now, when they heard this middle-aged man speak, they didn't feel anything special. But now that the Ghost King Seal's spirit body had returned, everyone was aware that this time's evolution was bound to lead to a qualitative leap forward, so they were all looking forward to the future. This time, they had really made a big profit. They hadn't even arrived in War City and hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face, but halfway through, they had encountered a master who had a relationship with Yang Kai and had received such a big gift. If they really arrived in War City, they would be able to interact with this senior all the time and receive guidance from him. The opportunities of the Ghost King Valley disciples made the people from Treasure Instrument sect extremely envious. Tao Yang eagerly rushed up, grinning mischievously. Senior, we are also going to help Kai Yang. Did you? Haha. What do you want? The middle-aged man didn't get angry and just looked at him with a smile. Tao Yang's expression became serious as he asked, does Senior have a way to improve the purity of my Yuan Qi? It would be best if I could improve it by 1 or 2 levels. An artifact refiner's artifact refining and an alchemist's alchemy were both based on the same principle. Both had high requirements for the purity and condensation of one's Yuan Qi. Tao Yang wasn't a Ghost King Valley disciple, but rather an artifact refiner. So naturally he could only ask for an improvement in this aspect. Hearing his request, the middle-aged man sneered. This old master can't help you with this kind of thing. Everything depends on your own efforts. Is that so? Tao Yang couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But I just heard those people call you from Treasure Instrument sect, right? And then this old master can give you a few pointers on the artifact refining path. Haha, I just don't know if you'll be enlightened or not. Wu Yan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Although this middle-aged man was powerful and had a strange personality, when it came to artifact refining, no one in this world could compare to Treasure Instrument sect, even an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Of course, Wu Yan didn't take him seriously and thought he was just showing off. Senior also understands artifact refining. Tao Yang's eyes lit up. The old man, surnamed D, nodded gently. I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. However, it's still enough to give you pointers. This time, even Tao Yang's expression became strange, not knowing what to say next. Someone actually dared to show off their artifact refining skills in front of Treasure Instrument sect. This was the biggest joke in the world. The other party's methods were cruel and ruthless, so if he were to lose face, he would likely become enraged and start a massacre. With no other choice, Tao Yang could only grit his teeth and humbly ask for advice in order to satisfy this old man's request. Chapter 476. Tao Yang didn't have much hope and was only afraid of angering this master. So he pretended to be humble and asked for advice. However, after talking with this master for a while, Tao Yang couldn't help his expression becoming dignified. He found that this middle-aged man really wasn't a specialist in artifact refining, and it was very likely that he rarely refined artifacts himself. However, some of the techniques and artifact refining he had mastered far exceeded Tao Yang's own understanding and experience. Many of these things were completely unheard of, far beyond the current level of artifact refining. This time, not only was Tao Yang shocked, even Wu Yan, who had been somewhat disdainful before, finally put on a serious expression and listened attentively. After half an hour, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back and joined in, putting forward his own views on the problems of artifact refining. The master surnamed D's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. Inside were City, Yang Kai's mansion. Inside the little senior sister's room, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and the bone shield in his hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Refining a mysterious grade artifact took Yang Kai a full 5 days, and this was only possible under the continuous supply of true Yang Yuan Qi. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to refine a mysterious grade artifact. As the bone shield entered his body, Yang Kai instantly understood its structure and functions, frowning for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Worthy of a mysterious grade artifact, the role it could play was not small. If used well, it could be a deadly weapon. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to refine this bone shield first, rather than the mirror or the small sword, Yang Kai naturally had his own considerations. The grade of the mirror was higher than the bone shield, so refining it would definitely take much longer. On the other hand, the small sword was a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai felt that although his divine sense was powerful, he didn't have a knowledge sea, so refining it would definitely be difficult. The bone shield naturally became his first choice. After the bone shield entered his body, he began to understand the mysterious principles and spirit arrays engraved on it. This also allowed Yang Kai to comprehend something, and unconsciously, his Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation surged forward. Yang Kai estimated, if he could refine the mirror into his body, he would definitely be able to advance to Yuan Qi stage 9. After increasing his strength, he wanted to break through the current bottleneck. It was not as simple as the accumulation of power. What was more important was the improvement of one's temperament and understanding of martial arts. Once the latter two met the requirements, the accumulation of power would become very easy. While he was investigating the mysteries of the bone shield, Yang Kai suddenly felt a fluctuation in his mind. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly raised his head and looked out of the door. His face was overflowing with joy. "Old bastard, you finally showed up." Yang Kai grinned, slowly got up, opened the door, and walked out. "Little Lord." Ingjiu appeared like a ghost. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Using his divine sense to scan Yang Kai's body, he found that Yang Kai had already recovered, so he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He didn't say anything else and just said, "Cultivate on your own. I don't need you for now." "Yes." Ingjiu's figure gradually faded into the air. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not be surprised by his current situation. It was as if he had already expected that Meng Wuya would be able to lift the Qi binding seal. The door to the next room suddenly opened, and Meng Wuya walked out with a dignified expression, staring off into the distance. "There's Demon Qi." When Treasurer Meng spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, "And I feel a little familiar." "You've seen it before." Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Is it that demon lord?" "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. Originally, under the coiling dragon stream, Meng Wuya had pulled the old demon out of Yang Kai's body. At that time, the two of them had been quarreling. Although Meng Wuya hadn't done anything to the old demon and had an overwhelming advantage, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that Meng Wuya was somewhat afraid of the old demon. "Since it's him, this old master won't meddle. When he comes, tell him to come see me," Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai was stunned, but still nodded gently. "Little Yang Kai, don't blame this old master for speaking out of turn, but you'd better be careful of that demon lord. He's not as simple as you think." "I know." "In addition, tell him to restrain himself. There are 8 masters monitoring War City. His arrival must have alerted those 8 masters." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters of the Central Capital's 8 great families were monitoring War City, so the old demon's aura couldn't be hidden from them. Although he had his own protection, if he did something too outrageous, those 8 masters would certainly not sit idly by. After Meng Wuya said a few words, he turned around and walked back into the house. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he stepped forward to greet this visitor. He really wanted to know what the old demon had been up to these past few months. Moreover, from what he could sense, not only was the old demon present, but also Lung Shan's soul fluctuations. Since Lung Shan had come, the people from Ghost King Valley must have also come, something Yang Kai hadn't expected. On the way, Yang Kai met a cultivator who he didn't know which force he belonged to, so he ordered, "Go and call Chiu Yimeng." "Yes." The man nodded and hurried off to find Chiu Yimeng. When he reached the gate, the Chiu family's first young lady appeared, a trace of suspicion on her face as she asked, "What are you doing?" I'm here to pick someone up, Yang Kai replied. Pick someone up? Chiu Meng's brow furrowed, but she immediately smiled happily. Are there more people coming to join us? More or less? Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Chiu Meng looked at him with a smile. Although she didn't know how he knew, since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Pursing her lips, she said, It's a good thing that more people are coming. Our strength is getting stronger and stronger. The people who came this time are a bit different. You have to arrange things carefully. Don't let them have any conflicts with the other forces in the house, and pay more attention to them in the future. What do you mean? Chiu Meng didn't understand. In the past, no matter what kind of people came, Yang Kai had never said anything like this. Whether it was a super force, a first-class family, or a second-class sect, Yang Kai's attitude was always the same, neither looking down on anyone nor raising anyone. It was because of this equal attitude that everyone in the house felt at ease. But now, he actually wanted her to pay special attention to this new group of people. Chiu Meng couldn't help secretly wondering what kind of relationship this new group of people had with Yang Kai. Was it really worth it? They're from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Do you understand? Yang Kai glanced at Chiu Meng. In the Chiu family's first young lady's mind, the figures of two women couldn't help appearing. One was a mature beauty. The other was a young girl with a milky white liquid flowing from her mouth. She couldn't help asking, Did the queen bring people here? No, they're from Ghost King Valley. Yang Kai shook his head. Chiu Meng was stunned for a moment before nodding lightly. I understand. If they were from the ash-gray cloud evil land, then they were evil sect disciples. Perhaps they had some kind of grievance with the sect forces in the house before, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would only lead to trouble. But when did this smelly man have a relationship with Ghost King Valley? Chiu Meng was once again moved by Yang Kai's wide circle of friends. A short time later, a large group of people appeared in front of the house, a total of more than 30 people. Seeing this, Chiu Meng couldn't help smiling. Her face was full of smiles. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stood there quietly, his eyes sweeping over a middle-aged man who was leading this group and couldn't help smiling. Glancing behind him, Yang Kai saw the several Ghost King Valley disciples he had encountered in the evil cavern. All of them were present. However, what made Yang Kai feel both surprised and excited was that the people from Treasure Instrument Sect had also come. Not long after the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai had sent a messenger from the Bamboo Knot Gang to deliver a message to his little senior sister, who had immediately rushed over after receiving it. Treasure Instrument Sect had not responded, and as for the other forces in the house, they had all gathered here. All of them had gathered by themselves, not Kai Yang. But now that Tao Yang and the others had finally appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from his heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that these three groups of people had come together. What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that whether it was the people from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them were extremely respectful towards the old demon who was leading this group. What is this old demon doing? Yang Kai frowned. After not seeing each other for so long, the old demon also seemed a little excited, quickly leading the group forward. In front of so many people, the old demon didn't want to reveal the relationship between him and Yang Kai, so he simply cupped his fists and said, Young master, this old master missed you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I thought you would never come to see me again in this life. The old demon suddenly looked embarrassed and quickly said, Of course not. This old master came here because there was an accident. Ha. We'll talk about your business later. Yang Kai glared at him. Seeing this, old demon Ru Meng hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kai, smiling as he glanced over at Chiu Meng, secretly nodding his head, secretly praising this little girl in his heart for being qualified to warm his young master's bed. Chiu Meng smiled and politely bowed to the old demon. Although this person gave her a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, in the end, he had come to help Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect group were stunned. Along the way, both groups had thoroughly experienced the power and mystery of the old demon. After the Ghost King's seals were blown into black mist by him, all of them fell into a deep sleep and were on the verge of evolving. Wu Yan of Treasure Instrument Sect also no longer underestimated Old Demon. Whether it was his demeanor or his words, he was very respectful towards him. However, such a mysterious, powerful, cruel, and bloody person, when they saw Yang Kai, actually gave them a feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. What was going on? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Brother Yang, long time no see. After a moment of silence, the Ghost King Valley group and Tao Yang stepped forward to greet him. Many thanks. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. It's been a long and tiring journey. Did you encounter anything abnormal along the way? As he spoke, Yang Kai shot a glance towards Old Demon. He was really afraid that Old Demon would do something that would shock heaven and earth. No, it was just a small trouble. Fortunately, Senior Earth lent us a helping hand, so we were all safe and sound. Everyone replied in unison. After all, how could they have the nerve to reveal Old Demon's cruel methods now? Chapter 477. The atmosphere was harmonious, and everyone was exchanging pleasantries. Chiu Yimeng observed from the sidelines and found that the 7 or 8 cultivator with their hands wrapped in white cloth gave her a somewhat gloomy feeling, and suddenly realized that these people should be the disciples of Ghost King Valley. However, the origins of the rest of these people made Chiu Yimeng excited. These people were actually artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect. In particular, Chiu Yimeng was no stranger to the name of Wu Yan. In Treasure Instrument Sect, besides the sect master, this Wu Yan was the most skilled artifact refiner. It was rumored that in order to collect flames for artifact refining, Wu Yan had traveled all over the world, even going as far as to travel to other countries. It took him a full 20 years to obtain what he wanted and refine these heaven and earth spirit flames into his body, forcibly changing his physique and Yuan Qi attributes. This was a top artifact refiner who could refine mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts. In the world of artifact refining, his reputation was not inferior to that of Xiaofu Sheng in the world of alchemy. However, artifact refining was much more complex than alchemy. It took a long time and required many more materials. In addition, a cultivator's need for pills was much greater than their need for artifacts, so in terms of reputation, Wu Yan was inferior to Xiaofu Sheng. Treasure Instrument Sect was also inferior to Medicine King's Valley. However, this still couldn't erase Wu Yan's super high attainments in artifact refining. In addition to him, Treasure Instrument Sect had brought nearly 20 disciples, all of whom were outstanding artifact refiners. How could Chiu Yimeng dare neglect? Together with Yang Kai, she arranged for the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to rest in the mansion, her whole face flushed with excitement. Her steps were light as a feather. Counting with her fingers, Chiu Yimeng discovered that the number of helpers Yang Kai had now gathered had reached an incredible level, not to mention the dozen or so large and small forces. Just the addition of Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect was enough to make everyone jealous. How did he do it? Looking at the figure of the man walking in front of her, the Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help biting her thin lip. She was intoxicated, with her head full of random thoughts. Chiu Yimeng followed Yang Kai all the way to the main hall, still unable to recover her senses. Yang Kai kept imagining the beautiful future in his mind, as if a new scroll of painting was slowly unfolding in his hands. That was the beautiful scene of Yang Kai conquering his brothers and winning the inheritance war to become the Yang family patriarch. His breathing quickened. Once again, she rejoiced at her decision to leave her family to help him. This old servant greets the young master. Just as she was in a daze, a voice suddenly reached her ears, causing Chiu Yimeng to be startled. Turning her head, she couldn't help being dumbfounded. She found that the middle-aged man, who was respected by Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sects, Wu Yan, was actually kneeling on the ground, his expression respectful, his head bowed. Old servant? Young master? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but open her mouth and cover it with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling. Even though she didn't know what level of expert the old demon was, she was confident in her ability. However, the pressure she felt from the old demon was even greater than that of the blood warriors in the mansion. In other words, this middle-aged man with a gloomy aura was definitely stronger than the blood warriors. But at this moment, he was actually making such a humble gesture, and even calling himself old servant. Even the blood warriors who followed Yang Kai, none of them had ever bowed so low, right? Staring at Yang Kai blankly, Chiu Yimeng was surprised to find that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Simply saying, "Get up, there's no need to act like this between you and me. Many thanks, young master." The middle-aged man stood up happily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing Chiu Yimeng's surprise, the old demon smiled faintly. "Little girl, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide my relationship with the young master from you. But please don't reveal it. Our young master usually keeps a low profile." Chiu Yimeng quickly converged her expression and solemnly said, "Senior can rest assured. I didn't see anything. You can continue chatting. In fact, at this time, it was best to leave quickly. The fewer secrets one knew, the safer one would be." However, the powerful curiosity of a woman's nature caused Chiu Yimeng to become rooted in place, unable to move, secretly wondering, how could this mysterious and powerful master's relationship with Yang Kai really be like that of a servant to a master? How could this smelly brat deserve such treatment? "How is your body?" Yang Kai didn't drive Chiu Yimeng away. After all, there was still a long way to go. Chiu Yimeng was the second in command in the mansion, so his relationship with the old demon certainly couldn't be hidden from her. Instead of making her suspect, it was better to open up. Listening to Yang Kai's question, the old demon suddenly showed a grateful expression, quickly replying, "After a few months of activity, my condition has stabilized, and there shouldn't be any problems for at least 30 years. What about after 30 years? Yang Kai furrowed his brow, regarding his soul entering another person's body. Yang Kai also felt that it was a bit strange, and he didn't understand the mysteries involved. "That will depend on old servant's efforts. If I can perfectly integrate with this body, there will be no need to change it in the future. But if I can't after 30 years, I will have to find another suitable one. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Between him and the old demon, there was no need to be polite. "Many thanks, young master. For the time being, there won't be any problems." "Good, if you don't have anything else to say, go meet someone who—" "Meng Wuya?" Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he observed the old demon's expression. Sure enough, he found that the old man's expression had changed slightly, revealing a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that Meng Wuya's methods had made the old demon somewhat apprehensive, so he was even more certain that Treasurer Meng wasn't as simple as he thought. That old bastard! The old demon ground his teeth in hatred. Wait for old servant to go and reason with him, then we'll settle old and new grievances. Saying so, he grinned meaningfully. "Young master, you play with this girl? Old servant will go find him." Yang Kai's face went black as he waved his hand. The old demon's figure flickered and disappeared. Only the two of them remained in the hall. "Can I ask who the senior is?" Chiu Yimeng asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. Forget it. You're always so secretive about everything you do. I'm used to it. Chiu Yimeng snorted. How is their progress in refining their artifacts? Yang Kai looked at her. These past few days, while he had been refining his artifacts, so had everyone else. Almost. In 2 days, most of them should be able to come out. Chiu Yimeng grinned. What about you? How's your progress? I just finished refining one. So fast. Chiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. All of the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained were mysterious grade, so with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine them. 5 days was definitely not enough. The shock only lasted for a moment before Chiu Yimeng regained her composure. This young man had brought her too many miracles. Chiu Yimeng gradually became immune to this. Since the people from Treasure Instrument Sect are here, you'll also be busy. I've already marked out a place for artifact refining. You can arrange it for them. As for the materials, we've already accumulated a lot. In addition, inform the pill room to refine some pills that can quickly restore Yuan Qi. Artifact refining also consumes Yuan Qi, so don't let the artifact refiners tire themselves. I know. Then that's all. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and walked inside. Looking at his gradually disappearing back, Chiu Yimeng opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but these days she especially wanted to say a few more words to him. After Yang Kai left, Chiu Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. She gradually realized the mysteries of this man had become her Achilles' heel. Her curiosity drove her to dig out all the secrets in the depths of this man's heart in order to satisfy herself. The next day, Yang Kai came to the residence of Treasure Instrument Sect people. After bargaining with Wu Yan for a while, the two sides reached a consensus. Treasure Instrument Sect was different from Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley's people had come to learn the alchemic way from Xianing Chang, but Treasure Instrument Sect wanted to seek protection. Tao Yang being able to persuade Wu Yan to participate in the inheritance war was also a condition for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai really became the patriarch of the Yang family, he would have to declare to the outside world that Treasure Instrument Sect was under his protection. If Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he would have to use his own strength in the future to protect Treasure Instrument Sect from being harassed by other forces. Yang Kai agreed to each of these conditions. Tao Yang was full of embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. This matter was related to the future stability of the sect. A young disciple like him had no right to speak. After reaching an agreement, everyone from Treasure Instrument Sect immediately began working on their artifact refining business. Wu Yan had also said that the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from Pijing Lake a few days ago could be refined by him. Perhaps they could be upgraded to a higher grade. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, they would at least be more useful than before. He had the ability to do so. Yang Kai was greatly moved. Refining an artifact was completely different from refining an artifact. The former was refining an artifact on the basis of a finished artifact, removing the impurities and preserving the essences, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time, energy, and materials. Immediately, Yang Kai had Chiu Yimeng spread the word that any cultivator who had such intentions or needs could go to Treasure Instrument Sect. After dealing with Treasure Instrument Sect's affairs, Yang Kai rushed to Meng Wuya's room without stopping. The old demon had gone to see Meng Wuya yesterday, but until now, there had been no news. He didn't know what these two old farts were up to, so Yang Kai was quite worried. If they were to really fight, his mansion would probably be annihilated in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found that his worries were superfluous. After entering Treasurer Meng's room, he only saw the old demon and Meng Wuya sitting across from each other, both of them grinning at each other, as if they were exchanging blows. The atmosphere was quite strange. Did the two of you have a good chat? Yang Kai inserted himself and asked with a smile. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. The old demon's expression was unreadable, and he didn't deny it, probably having suffered a loss. Now that we've talked, there's something I want to ask you. Young Kai's expression became serious. What matter does young master have? The old demon quickly asked. It's about that mysterious master. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya. Seeing this, Treasurer Meng couldn't help but frown, suddenly realizing what he wanted to say. Last time, both he and Yang Kai had sensed the aura of that mysterious master at the same time, but by the time Yang Kai had arrived, that mysterious master had already escaped. In Pajing Lake, that mysterious master had once again appeared and snatched a mysterious grade artifact. The existence of this person made Yang Kai feel like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He had to get rid of it. Chapter 478. The old demon didn't know much about this mysterious master, so he asked curiously. Kai Yang briefly recounted the events of the 2 times he had fought with him. After the old demon listened, he was a little surprised and stared at Meng Wuya in amazement. Even you weren't able to see through that guy's background. Treasurer Meng slowly shook his head. That person has a special aura that isolates him from the outside world. I estimate that even an above immortal ascension boundary master would find it difficult to spy on him. If this person wants to hide, no one can find him. Amazing, the old demon praised before chuckling meaningfully, but from the way this guy fought with Zhou and young master, his strength doesn't seem to be very good. Near the pill room, this man had been struck by Zhou's dancing shadow strike and suffered some minor injuries. Above Pajing Lake, when Yang Kai attacked him with his sword, this man hadn't been able to completely avoid it. If his strength was really on the same level as Meng Wuya and the old demon, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly. But he's not bad. He's definitely a master. What does young master want to do? The old demon looked excited as he grinned. I'll say this first. Don't expect this old master to intervene in this matter. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. This old master is here solely to protect that little girl Ning Chang. This old master won't meddle in the affairs of War City. Saying so, he muttered, this old master is already so old. He doesn't have the face to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. I didn't ask you to intervene. Yang Kai chuckled. I just want to ask if the 2 of you have any good ideas on how to uncover that person from the shadows. Meng Wuya shook his head slightly. The old demon was also suddenly speechless. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything to that person, so the old demon didn't dare make any guarantees. Unless that person appeared in Yang Kai's mansion again, there would be a chance, but last time they had already alerted the enemy. As long as that person's mind was still working properly, he shouldn't act in the near future. Young master, we don't have any information on that person. Old servant can't cook without rice. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Information, there is one. Yang Kai hesitated and suddenly said, What? Meng Wuya and old demon both looked over at the same time. She's a woman. Yang Kai's eyes. How do you know? Treasurer Meng frowned. Yang Kai smiled lightly and pulled a strand of black-haired demon's hair out of his sleeve. He placed it in front of the 2 and said, I cut this off from her body at Pajing Lake. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, I don't know about her hair. Meng hair, Meng's Meng Wu hair. Both Meng Wuya and old demon turned to look at this strand of black hair at the same time and couldn't help feeling astonished. The reason for that was because that strand of black hair was completely different from the hair of ordinary women. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they were men or women, would have black hair. This strand of hair was light blue, like the clear water of a lake. It was soft and smooth. Only this strand of hair was unique. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Wuya and the old demon couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai observed their expressions. He secretly guessed that they had thought of something. After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya said, "I don't know who this woman is. I've never heard of anyone with this kind of hair, but I guess it has something to do with her cultivation method and physique. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this person. This woman may have an extraordinary background." Meng Wuya's words had a hidden meaning. Although Yang Kai didn't point it out, he still nodded with a dignified expression. He didn't have any intention of underestimating this woman. The old demon suddenly laughed mischievously. "Young master, if this strand of hair was really cut off from that person, then old servant may have a way to find her." "Oh," Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Are you sure?" "Yeah. Chasing souls and taking lives is old servant's specialty. With this strand of hair cut off from her body, she won't be able to hide from old servant," the old demon said confidently. "Evil devil cultivator." Meng Wuya snorted. Not only did the old demon not care, but his smile became even more joyful. Yang Kai didn't care what method he used. As long as he could find that mysterious woman, he asked anxiously, "How long will it take?" "About 10 days, but it also depends on luck. If that woman doesn't come close to old servant, then old servant won't be able to find her." "Then prepare as soon as possible," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. No matter what purpose that woman had for approaching the alchemy room, since she didn't succeed the first time, she would definitely try a second time. Moreover, judging from her appearance at Pajing Lake, this woman was definitely a bold and reckless person who didn't put the heroes of the world in her eyes. Such a person was confident and arrogant and wouldn't shrink back because of a small setback. Once she found a way to completely hide her aura, she would definitely come again. The next time she came, it would be time for Yang Kai to surrender. Handing the strand of light blue hair to the old demon, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Near the artifact refining room, Yang Kai found Xiao Yimeng, who was busy, and secretly whispered a few words to her. No one knew what Yang Kai said to her, but all they saw was Xiao Yimeng's agitated expression, her attitude firm, and her refusal to release Yang Kai's arm. The Chiu family's first young lady rarely did anything impolite. Her noble birth and good upbringing gave her an extraordinary upbringing. So in front of so many people, she held onto Yang Kai's arm and refused to let go, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, causing all the passing cultivators to secretly speculate. In the end, Yang Kai broke free from Qiu Yimeng's grasp and strode away, leaving behind the Qiu family's first young lady, who stomped her feet angrily. "Young Lady Qiu, what happened to my junior brother?" Lan Chu Dai, who had just finished refining an artifact, came out for a breath of fresh air and happened to see this scene. So she couldn't help but be curious. "Nothing." Qiu Yimeng quickly restrained her expression and slowly shook her head. Lan Chu Dai smiled slightly and no longer asked, knowing that with her current status, she was not qualified to know too many high-level secrets. On the other side, the Hu sisters were also looking out the window and saw this scene. "Did you see that? That stinky man is a pervert. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with that woman surnamed Qiu. How shameless. Little sister, be careful. Don't fall for his tricks." Hu Jiao Air gnashed her teeth as she warned her younger sister. Hu Mei Air held her chin in her hand as her mind wandered around the 9 heavens, ignoring her warning. Seeing her younger sister's infatuated appearance, Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched her younger sister's delicate nose and shook it from side to side. "Cultivate." "Oh." Hu Mei Air reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Although Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had come to seek refuge in Yang Kai's mansion later, Qiu Yimeng still didn't treat them unfairly. With the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, the Hu sisters' cultivation progress was much faster than before. In just a few days, their twin-chi shared spirit divine art was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, After taking these pills, the Hu sisters clearly felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes inside their bodies. It was easier for them to absorb world energy than before, their meridians were firmer and more stable, and their secret arts were faster than before. Yang Kai's aptitude and strength made them feel pressure, and they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would only be left far behind. Naturally, they didn't dare to slack off in their cultivation. Night fell east of War City, Yang Wei's mansion. Yang Wei, who was refining the mysterious great artifact he had just obtained a few days ago, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Eldest young lord, someone has come to visit." The voice of the Meng family's Meng Shan came from outside with a strange tone. "Who is it?" Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He was refining a mysterious great artifact. Meng Shan, he didn't know. If it weren't for the identity of this visitor being extraordinary, he would never have bothered him. What kind of person could make Meng Shanyi's tone become so strange? "I think it's probably Yang Kai." "Ninth brother?" Yang Wei's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Soon the door opened, and Yang Wei appeared in front of Meng Shan-yi with a solemn expression, his hands crossed behind his back as he asked, "Is it really ninth brother?" Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "I didn't see clearly, but the one next to him was Senior Ingjiu. I think that besides Yang Kai, Ingjiu wouldn't have followed him." Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he nodded. "Since Ingjiu is here, it must be ninth brother." After a pause, he chuckled, acting so boldly, "I really can't see through ninth brother." Although he had deliberately shown goodwill during the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake, in the end, the two of them were still rivals. Yang Kai daring to come to his house with only Ingjiu, his courage was not ordinary. "Eldest young lord, this is an opportunity," Meng Shani said in a low voice, his expression eager. "Judging from Yang Kai's performance since the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he will definitely be a stronger enemy than second young master in the future. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of him tonight." Saying so, he gestured with his hand. Yang Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. "Eldest young lord." Meng Shanyi's tone became urgent, obviously not understanding why Yang Wei didn't grasp such a good opportunity. To achieve great things, one shouldn't bother with trifles. "If we don't eliminate him now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance." From the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but now his reputation was like the sun in the sky, and his voice was rising day by day. The changes and development of Yang Kai's house were almost astonishing. His advantages were expanding step by step, and as time passed, this advantage would only grow larger and larger until he could annex and destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate victor. Meng Shan seemed to have already seen that day coming. He was Yang Wei's ally. How could he not be anxious? But the eldest young lord had let go of such a great opportunity in front of him and not taken advantage of it, as if he was worried about his brotherly feelings. "I have my own plans. There's no need to say more." Yang Wei waved his hand and strode away. Meng Shani was depressed, but after thinking about it for a moment, his expression suddenly became firm, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 479. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai wore a black robe that wrapped around his entire body as he sat quietly and waited. Behind him, Ingjiu stood indifferently, his divine sense roaming as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Looking at Yang Kai's calm face, Ingjiu couldn't help secretly admiring him. When night fell, Yang Kai suddenly asked him to follow him out the door. Ingjiu didn't ask where they were going, but after the two of them sneaked into the house, they were suddenly startled. The place Yang Kai was going to was actually Yang Wei's mansion. Not daring to take this lightly, Ingjiu became extremely vigilant. Thinking back to the dispute between the little lord and Chiu Yimeng during the day, Ing Jiu suddenly understood that Chiu Meng must have also been opposed to Yang Kai's approach, not taking her own safety seriously. That was why she had disregarded the etiquette of the Chiu family's first young lady. Since entering the main hall, Ing Jiu had noticed several divine senses sweeping the area, but he hadn't been able to find a single trace of anyone. Even Yang Wei hadn't appeared. Ing Jiu knew that the masters from Yang Wei's mansion were secretly observing this place. Not only did Ing Jiu know this, but the little lord was also aware, but he still remained calm and collected. Ninth brother, your courage isn't small, actually daring to come to my house alone. Aren't you afraid I'll make you stay? A cold voice suddenly came from inside, echoing endlessly in the main hall, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Or, do you think there's no one in my house? Yang Kai only felt his ears fill with Yang Wei's roar, and at the same time, a burst of spiritual energy struck him, but without any murderous intent. Obviously, it was just a probe. A few days ago, when Yang Kai fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei had watched from 1,000 meters away. Not being able to feel Yang Kai's strength, he was naturally curious about Yang Kai's abilities. Yang Kai remained indifferent, allowing this burst of spiritual energy to penetrate his mind, chuckling lightly, afraid, if Big Brother would do that, I wouldn't have come. Ha! Yang Wei laughed, finally appearing from the darkness and arriving in front of Yang Kai. Ing Jiu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, he found that Yang Wei had come here alone without even a single blood warrior around him. Although there were many masters guarding this side hall, Ing Jiu was confident that if he wanted to capture Yang Wei, it would be a piece of cake. These two brothers, Ing Jiu shook his head slightly. They really trusted each other more than the other. Yang Kai took off the hat covering his head, revealing his original face. He smiled at Yang Wei, who clapped his hands, and immediately a maidservant served tea. After the maidservant left, Yang Kai said, Big Brother, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? Not bad. Yang Wei nodded. Ever since he was young, Yang Wei gave people a feeling of loneliness. He wasn't close to any of his brothers. It was Yang Kai's first time talking to him face to face. Ninth brother, what do you want to do this time? Yang Wei went straight to the point. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Yes, Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. The family is very dissatisfied with our progress. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invested 1,000 artifacts to speed up the process. Since they want us to move faster, we have to move faster. Then we can only be a little faster. Otherwise, they will have more backup plans to rush us. Big Brother should also understand, right? I understand, and I think the others also understand. Yang Wei nodded. That's why, if we don't act now, others will only take the initiative. Yang Kai said in a low voice. The attitude of the family was already very obvious. The investment of 1,000 artifacts had already conveyed a clear message, which everyone understood. Once the various forces had digested this batch of artifacts, there would definitely be people who couldn't hold back and took action. Who does Big Brother think will be the first target? Yang Wei glanced at him and said, Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? If it's not you, it's me. I think so too. Yang Kai grinned. Among the remaining 6 Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers, and Yang Shen and Yang Ying were also blood brothers. Although they were still rivals when there were other enemies in the inheritance war, they would still help each other. If there really was a big move, it would definitely be these 2 pairs of brothers who would join forces to attack, and the target would be Yang Kai or Yang Wei. After all, Yang Wei was the eldest brother. On the first night of the inheritance war, he had been polite to his brothers, so the 4 of them definitely wouldn't attack him first. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai was bound to be attacked from all sides. His limelight was too great, and he had even snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts a few days ago, so how could his brothers give him time to digest them? Of these 4, if any one of them had help, Yang Kai wouldn't put them in his eyes, but if the four of them joined forces, he would have to pay a great price to defend himself. Unless Meng, Wu Ya, and the old demon joined forces, there was a possibility of reducing losses. It was because of this realization that Yang Kai had rushed to Yang Wei's house that night to discuss this matter. "Who do you want to attack?" Yang Wei asked with slight excitement. "Fifth brother." Yang Kai grinned. Yang Wei was stunned, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized something and coldly snorted. Fifth brother choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers was an unwise move. In terms of strength among the remaining 6 brothers, Yang Kong was definitely not the weakest, but Yang Kai still chose him as the first target, obviously because of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's blood warrior pair. If it weren't for the accident that occurred before the start of the Inheritance War, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian would now be following Yang Kai. Yang Kai targeting them like this was obviously because he cared about Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "What do you want eldest brother to do?" Yang Wei asked in a deep voice. "Just restrain second brother. I'm afraid second brother will try to stir up trouble when he hears the news." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "That's not a problem." Yang Wei nodded, but soon smiled slyly. "But what benefits does eldest brother gain by doing this?" Yang Wei obviously wanted to ask for some tangible benefits. He and Yang Kai were still rivals, so it was impossible for him to consume his strength to help Yang Kai for free. Even if he was willing to do so, his subordinates wouldn't be willing. Since Yang Kai wanted Yang Wei to lead his people to restrain Yang Zhao, he had to come up with enough chips and sincerity. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts. Clearly, what does eldest brother want? Yang Kai had already considered this issue before coming here, so he wasn't surprised to hear it now. Lightly coughing, Yang Wei smiled and said, "Eldest brother is a little jealous of the alchemists in your house. I don't want too many, just 5 of them. How about it?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Eldest brother, your appetite is too big." "Not big, right?" Yang Wei smiled. "You have 30 alchemists in your house. I only want 5. I can't make that decision." Yang Kai shook his head. "You know what kind of temperament those alchemists have. Although they perform alchemy in my house, I can't order them around. How about this? How about I give eldest brother a batch of mysterious grade pills?" "Mysterious grade pills?" Yang Wei heard this and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Mysterious grade pills, 9th brother. You really are generous. All right, eldest brother agrees." He also knew that asking for 5 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley was impossible. Asking for such a condition was simply asking for a lower price. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai quickly asked, "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow night." Yang Wei frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's actions to be so urgent. There was only 1 day left, so according to normal circumstances, many cultivators would have refined the artifacts they had snatched a few days ago into their bodies by tomorrow. Yang Kai choosing this time to make a move was obviously because he wanted to rely on the assistance these artifacts would bring him. But would he be able to use the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained? Yang Kai's mysterious grade artifact would take at least 8 days to completely refine. Presumably the same was true for everyone else. "I'll wait for your news." Yang Wei didn't dwell on this matter. When an artifact was usable, everyone would definitely be able to use it, but if it wasn't, no one would be able to use it. No matter what, everyone was in an equal position. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ing Jiu, intentionally or unintentionally, a deep sense of doubt flashing across his eyes. During the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, 6 blood warriors had been affected by the Qi binding seal, and Ing Jiu was one of them. Yang Wei didn't understand why he would come to his house with Yang Kai now, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected by the Qi binding seal. What did this mean? Could it be that he had already lifted the Qi binding seal? Then it's settled. Yang Kai slowly stood up and sneered meaningfully. "Now that we've finished talking business, let's talk about something else." Yang Wei's expression froze. "What's the point of hiding? Hurry up and come out." Yang Kai glanced around coldly and shouted. At the same time, Ing Jiu's figure suddenly faded into thin air, disappearing as if he had never existed. Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scanned his surroundings, his face suddenly becoming pale. Asterisk, schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk, a number of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai. From the front door of the side hall, Meng Shani stepped in gracefully, a leisurely expression on his face. "Shan Yi." Yang Wei's expression became ugly as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" As he spoke, Yang Wei's yuan qi surged violently as he glared at Meng Shani. Meng Shani glanced at Yang Wei, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. "Eldest young lord, please forgive me. This Shani acted on my own accord and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep ninth young lord here." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Ninth young lord, please don't blame this Meng for being vicious. This was a rare opportunity you brought to me. If this Meng did not grasp it properly, it would be a shame. Eldest young lord did not know about this matter. It was all this Meng's own idea. If you want to retaliate in the future, please come at this Meng." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, eldest brother doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have talked so much with me." Hearing this, Meng Shani nodded gently. "It's good that ninth young lord understands." Yang Wei remained expressionless, his expression gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, "Shani, you've made a mistake this time." Meng Shani smiled bitterly. "Eldest young lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, this Shani will do it for you." "That's not what I'm talking about." Yang Wei slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Do you think ninth young lord dares to come alone without any support? Do you think these people can keep him here?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.